Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter was rescued early and trained to hunt Voldemort. Here is short summary. After unlocking a power that transcends worlds, Harry Potter is thrust into a multiverse on the brink of collapse. As he conquers enemies, forges alliances, and reshapes reality itself, Harry rises beyond a mere hero, becoming the ultimate king of countless universes. But with absolute power comes a choice: rule everything, or lose himself in the process. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Waking up in the Hospital B wing at Hogwarts and seeing his fallen guardian was all it took for Harry to realize that he was a danger to those he cared about. Remus was only the first of the long line of people who would die because they were trying to protect one teenager who found trouble like a magnet. He had managed to leave that night with the help of Hogwarts and Fawkes before anyone realized that he had even awakened. To save those he loved, Harry walked away knowing that he was making himself a target for Voldemort. He was magically protected by Fawkes, but that wouldn't stop people who know what the boy who lived looked like to realize that Harry was indeed him. Upon leaving the wizarding world nearly a month ago, Harry had taken up a new identity, Jonathan Orion Evans. He figured that everyone would be looking for a Harry James Potter, or even James Evans, so Harry had used the middle names of his guardians with his mother's maiden name. In addition, Harry had managed to purchase colored contacts that changed his intense green eyes to a deep blue ones. He hated covering up his eyes since they were the only feature he had inherited from his mother, but his eyes were too distinctive. Everyone knew Harry Potter had green eyes. Harry also made an effort to hide his messy black hair and lightning bolt scar at all times. When he was out, he wore a hat. When he was at work, Harry wore a surgeon's cap. Oh yes. Harry's current job was at a local hospital where he worked as an orderly. Obtaining the job had actually been a complete accident on Harry's part. He had just arrived in Muggle London and, being the trouble-attracting person he was, witnessed a severe 5-car accident. Harry didn't hesitate. He hurried to help along with a few others, one of them being a doctor at a nearby hospital. Harry and the doctor worked side by side until help arrived. The tall, middle-aged doctor had been impressed and, after the accident had been cleared, struck up a conversation with Harry, who introduced himself as Jonathan. Harry had admitted that he was an orphan of murdered parents but claimed to be 17 instead of nearly 16. He also admitted that he had hit a spot of trouble lately and had lost someone dear to him. The doctor, Dr. Henry Rowlands, was sympathetic to Harry's story and decided to help him out. As it turned out, £250 didn't last very long. Harry wasn't able to find an apartment he could afford and had to sleep at the hospital. When Dr. Rowlands discovered this, he offered his guest room. Harry had originally declined, but after 2 weeks of pestering from the overprotective doctor, Harry gave in just to shut the man up. He still often slept at the hospital since he was normally paged when he wasn't scheduled to work, but a few hours away from the chaos was always a nice change. Working at the hospital had brought a lot of surprises Harry's way. After a week of working, Harry discovered that he could vaguely sense other people's actual emotions if he concentrated hard enough. It wasn't anything definite, just a faint glimmer of what people were feeling at the moment. It had helped Harry immensely and had slowly become a more reliable ability. It was still faint, but Harry liked it that way. It didn't do well to be bombarded by someone's emotions when you were trying to do your job. Harry's other magical surprise wasn't as welcomed as the first. He was starting to grasp his empathic ability while talking to a sick little girl in the children's ward when all of a sudden his hands started to glow faintly. It was only for a moment, but Harry felt extremely weak afterwards, while the girl felt better than she had in a long time. She was still ill, but her road to recovery had taken a jump start. This minor healing ability that he had was difficult to practice since he couldn't make the ability work when he wanted it to. It was more like it worked when it wanted to, leaving Harry to tag along for the ride. The healing ability had come in handy when it worked and when it didn't drain Harry completely, but it was still risky. He had to be extremely discreet since he really couldn't tell anyone that he could heal people. Over the next 2 weeks Harry had learned how to sense when the ability was coming, which gave him a small warning, but he still had a long way to go to control it completely. He didn't know if these were temporary powers or permanent, but since he hadn't had any sort of outburst since that night at the ministry, Harry was guessing that his magic had finally matured completely into these powers. He knew he should ask someone, but he had no one to turn to. Everyone in the wizarding world believed he had abandoned them. Harry's only connection to the magical world surprisingly was Fawkes, Professor Dumbledore's phoenix. The bird usually appeared once a week to check on Harry, dropping off the latest issue of the Daily Prophet, so Harry was kept up to date. It was through that route of information that Harry had learned of the Ministry's formal declaration of Voldemort's return and the appointment of Rufus Scrimbor as the new Minister of Magic. Harry had also learned that 10 Death Eaters had been arrested that night, including Peter Pettigrew, Barty Crouch Jr., Lucius Malfoy, and one of the Lestrange brothers. Harry couldn't remember which one. They had all been sentenced to Azkaban, but who knew how long they would stay there before Voldemort broke them out again. Harry had also noticed advertisements for Weasley Wizarding Wheezes at number 93, Diagon Alley. It seemed that the Weasley twins had indeed opened the joke shop that they worked so hard inventing products for last year. There had been plenty of reports concerning safety during these dark times, along with several Death Eater attacks that caused several deaths, including Order of the Phoenix member Emmeline Vance. Surprisingly, there also hadn't been any articles about his disappearance, which Harry figured was to ensure that Voldemort didn't find out about it. Too bad. That was Harry's entire reason for leaving. Every time Harry saw Fawkes he would ask 2 questions, "How's Sirius?" and "How's everyone else?" He would always receive the same answer. Fawkes would look at Harry sympathetically before letting out a sad trill as if he was saying, "They're alive but missing you." It took every ounce of self-restraint not to give in and return home to Black Manor, but Harry couldn't. He couldn't risk Sirius meeting the same fate as Remus. So Harry went through the motions of working at the hospital, trying to master his new abilities while training himself any way he could that wasn't magical, since he didn't know how strong Fawkes' protection was. He had no doubt that people were waiting for him to use magic and alert everyone to where he was. Considering what had happened just before he left, Harry figured that there were a lot of people who wanted a word with him. Living as a Muggle did take some adapting on Harry's part. He had gone from a world of magic to a world of technology with very little training. His coworkers found it funny that Harry had never used a computer or a pager before. Thankfully he was a quick learner, since every ward in the hospital quickly learned how good he was with people. It wasn't uncommon for Harry to be in the children's ward 1 minute and the emergency ward the next, trying to calm someone down, although it was almost impossible to pull him out of the children's ward between the hours of 7 and 9 o'clock every night. The children had quickly grown to love Harry's bedtime stories of a world of magic, with the evil wizard Riddle facing off against the Phoenix Knights. The nurses and doctors in the ward often stood in the background and watched as Harry captivated every child in the room, no matter how old they were. Most of the adults felt that Harry had an overactive imagination with the preciseness he used to describe the goblins, trolls, centaurs, and dragons, but didn't voice their opinions since the children were happy. That was usually the way things were with Harry. Dr. Rowlands had discreetly mentioned Harry's difficult life to his fellow doctors, so everyone simply kept an eye on young Orion Evans. John was a rather popular name, so everyone just called Harry Orion, or Ori, for short. They were there for him if he needed him, but Harry usually just forced himself to stay busy. Working at the hospital kept Harry's mind off of everything happening outside the walls of the hospital. Working kept his mind off of the fact that he had just lost a father. Like every day, the sound of Harry's beeping pager would pull him out of his accidental nap in the employee lounge. Opening his eyes, Harry blinked away the cloudiness from sleeping in his contacts before glancing at his watch. It was almost 6 in the evening. Grabbing his pager, Harry suppressed a groan when he saw that he was needed in the emergency ward. He had amazingly slept for 2 hours without a nightmare, but he had hoped for another hour of sleep before his long evening shift. Holding back a yawn, Harry pulled himself to his feet and clipped his pager to the waistband of the hospital-issued pants he wore before leaving the lounge for the emergency ward. That was probably one of the best perks of this job. His attire was provided for. All of the money he made went directly into an account that Dr. Rowlands had helped him open at a nearby bank for Harry to use when needed. It had been difficult since Harry had no form of identification, but luckily Dr. Rowlands knew someone at the bank and had a few strings pulled. Reaching the emergency ward, Harry was almost knocked over by the overwhelming feelings of frustration and fear. He quickly regained his bearings and looked around to see that the entire waiting room was full with people, and it looked like the doctors and nurses were running around frantically. Snapping out of his shock, Harry quickly approached the nurse's station and was instantly grabbed by a long blonde-haired nurse named Anna who was only a few years older than him. A bus collided with a truck, Ori, Anna said quickly. Dr. Rowlands wanted you to assist him. He's in examination room 8. Harry nodded and hurried to small room and looked through the small window to find the tall doctor with graying brown hair talking to a girl in her mid-teens with short blonde hair that was on the examination table. There were 2 adults also in the room seated next to the table. Who had to be her parents? The mother looked exactly like the daughter, only about 20 years older, while the father had light brown hair and looked like he had put in some serious manual labor for a long period of time. The parents were unmarked, while the girl had a few bumps and scrapes in addition to her right ankle that looked badly swollen. Closing his eyes, Harry concentrated on the occupants of the room and could sense nervousness and fear along with protectiveness. He quickly pushed the feelings aside and knocked on the door. The door opened to reveal a smiling Drive. Rowlands. Ori, he said cheerfully as he stepped aside to let Harry enter. Thanks for coming so fast. Dr. Rowlands closed the door once Harry entered and turned back to his patient. Juliet Swanson, Mr. and Mrs. Swanson, this is Orion Evans. He is going to help me out tonight. I swear that he and I haven't lost a patient yet. Harry looked at Drive. Rowlands with a raised eyebrow. There were sometimes Harry just couldn't understand the doctor's strange sense of humor. You were rather odd, Harry said seriously. You know that, right, Doctor? Doctor. Rowlands looked at Harry and smiled. I'm not odd, Orion, he said, sounding like he was gently reminding Harry of something they had discussed before. I am unique. Now, why don't you prepare Juliet while I go search for those X-rays? Harry nodded and moved toward the examination table while Drive. Rowlands left the room. He prepared the table Juliet was on so she was a little more comfortable, aware that the Swanson family was watching his every move. He could felt their curiosity towards him overpowering the rest of their emotions. Glancing at them, Harry forced a patient smile before saying, You can ask your questions. I don't mind. How did you know, Mrs. Swanson asked in surprise. Harry shrugged his shoulders. Because everyone does, he said simply. I get it more when I'm called down here to work than upstairs, because up there everyone just thinks I'm a volunteer. I'm not a doctor, just an orderly. Dr. Rowlands usually asks for my help because I'm the only one here who can stand his odd sense of humor without taking offense to it. No offense, but you still look rather young even for an orderly, Mr. Swanson said skeptically. You don't look a day older than 16. Harry bit back a smile. At least he was finally looking close to his age. For years everyone thought he looked 2 years younger than his actual age until his long-awaited growth spurt last year. He was finally at an average height for his age, and with the muscle he had put on from training over the past few years was no longer the scrawny little kid that had lived with his aunt and uncle in a cupboard under the stairs. I'm 17, actually, Harry lied smoothly as he pulled up a chair and sat down. I'm told that when I'm 30 I'll be grateful that I look younger than what I am. Mrs. Swanson smiled compassionately. But it's probably extremely annoying right now, she said. So, Orion, that's a rather unique name. Your parents must have a thing for astronomy. Harry shrugged his shoulders noncommittally. My middle name's Orion, he said. First name is actually John. It just became too confusing with so many Johns working here, so everyone started calling me Orion. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry could see Juliet trying desperately not to stare. He winked at her and saw her blush before looking away quickly. Mrs. Swanson noticed the exchange and let out a laugh. Orion, please excuse our daughter, she said. Juliet's a little shy. The door opened as Dr. Rowlands entered with the X-rays. Juliet luckily only had a severe sprain. Harry helped Drive. Roland's bandaged the injured ankle before retrieving a wheelchair. Wild drive. Roland's gave the Swanson family some final pointers before declaring them free to go. When Harry returned, he carefully put Juliet in the wheelchair, sending her parents into laughter at the sight of her red face before they wheeled her out. Harry continued helping drive Roland's with some more injured people until 7 o'clock arrived and he was forced to leave for his nightly visit to the children's ward. He hurried up 3 flights of stairs before running down hallways until he reached his destination. Sliding into the room, Harry was welcomed by a roar of cheers of excited children. He took his normal spot in the center of the room and waited patiently for everyone to calm down, which surprisingly only took a few moments. Glancing around, Harry noticed that there were a few parents seated off to the side looking on with smiles on their faces. It wasn't uncommon for a few to sit in since their children often talked about Ori's stories. Clearing his throat, Harry turned his attention to the children. "Now, where were we?" he asked curiously. "You were going to tell us about the enchanted lake tonight," Ori answered a little 6-year-old boy excitedly. "Ah, yes," Harry said with a nod. "Thank you, David. The enchanted lake in front of the castle holds many secrets known only to those who are brave enough to dive into the darkened depths. Everyone knows of the large squid that likes bask in the sun and even play catch with the stones people throw him from the shore. Everyone knows of the grindylows and also are extremely aware that they should stay away from them." "What are grindylows, Ori?" asked a 9-year-old boy with short black hair. Harry turned to him and smiled. "Grindylows, Jack, are very small water creatures," he said quietly, causing all of the children to lean forward excitedly as if they were learning a bit secret. "They are very small when compared to humans, but don't let their size fool you." Harry slowly walked towards Jack and gently wrapped his fingers around Jack's wrists. "They are very aggressive and will attack anyone who invades their waters with their long and powerful fingers." Jack gasped as Harry released Jack's wrists and turned to the entire group. "If you ever see one, be sure to have fish with you. They certainly prefer that to humans." Relieved sighs filled the air along with a few chuckles from some of the parents. "But like I said, everyone knows about them," Harry continued as he moved back to the center of the room and motioned for everyone to be quiet. "What they don't know and don't dare to discover is the secret village in the deepest depths of the lake. This village contains beings with their own language that cannot be understood above water. If they were to speak to a human above the surface, it would only sound like screeches and give you a rather painful headache very quickly." Harry thought for a moment before raising his hand and bringing it down as if scratching against an invisible wall. "Think of the sound fingernails make on a blackboard." Quite a few shuddered at the description. Underwater, however, their voices hold a sort of melodic tone none of us humans could never have. They have grayish skin with long and wild, dark green hair. Their eyes are yellow and always watching. They are warriors of the water, noble creatures and expert swimmers with their powerful silver tails. "Mermaids," a 5-year-old girl with long red hair shouted out. Harry turned to the little girl and smiled. "Merpeople, Emma," he corrected gently. "Would you all like to hear about them?" At everyone's nod, Harry continued explaining about the merpeople and the mysteries of the lake in front of Hogwarts. Of course he had never given the castle a name or the real reason it was there, since it would cause a lot of problems if the ministry ever found out, but these were kids who didn't know that Harry's fantasy world really existed. He could also sense that for 2 hours every night these kids weren't feeling the woes of their ailments and was just glad that in a small way he was helping them get through these trying times. Once story time was over, Harry helped tuck the children in before leaving the ward. He could see the smiles on their faces as they drifted off to sleep. Seeing them in their beds reminded Harry of the numerous times he had been in the hospital wing at Hogwarts. He remembered waking up and seeing Sirius and Remus there waiting for him. They always waited for him. They had done so much for me and I never got the chance to thank them for it. Walking back to the emergency ward, Harry fought back the tears that threatened to come as everything hit him quickly. He knew he would never deal with Remus' death as long as he stayed here, but this job was only temporary. Every place he went could only be temporary because staying in one place too long would make everyone around him a target. He was determined not to risk anyone else because Voldemort was obsessed with him. In the grand scheme of things, his life really didn't matter. After all, his life had been determined for him before he had even been born. Walking down the empty hospital hallway during the early morning hours, Harry tried to focus on the present, but his mind kept drifting to the past. He couldn't help thinking about the day he had started feeling other people's emotions. He had been in the middle of his shift, helping in the intensive care ward, when all of a sudden he could feel soft waves of pain and confusion. He was confused and frightened at first. Were these emotions coming from Voldemort? He hadn't felt anything from the Dark Lord for quite some time, and even when he had, it wasn't anything like he was feeling now. Voldemort's feelings were always overwhelming. These emotions were more like a gentle breeze around him. Startled, Harry started to look around for the source of the faint emotions and finally found an elder man connected to endless machines in a nearby room. The man had a painful look on his face and was singing softly. Harry didn't waste any time and ran for help. As it turned out, the patient's sedatives and painkillers were wearing off, causing him to awaken too soon. The patient was once again sedated, and with that, the faint emotions stopped. Harry hadn't felt anything else until that night in the children's ward. It had only lasted a moment, but it had been a sign that it wasn't going to be a one-time occurrence. It had been difficult to work through the strange ability at first, especially since he couldn't tell anyone about it. What could he tell them? They didn't believe in magic, let alone the ability to sense someone else's emotions. He was alone to deal with it, while his own emotions were still so hard to control. Waves of sorrow and pain tended to release the hold he kept on his own feelings towards his guardians, friends, and everything else he had been through, which he had fought so hard to bury. At times it felt like this newfound ability was taunting him, punishing him for leaving the way he did. He always seemed to pick up the negative emotions, but then again, not many were happy about spending time in a hospital. It had taken a lot of patience and a lot of practice with his occlumency studies, but slowly Harry had managed to keep a barrier between his own emotions and everyone else's most of the time. He still had weak moments, but they only came when he was extremely exhausted now. Harry had to admit that he wasn't surprised about his empathy. There had been a few instances over the past few years where Harry had been able to sense things, especially in Care of Magical Creatures class. There had also been the emotional outbursts whenever he grew extremely angry. All in all, it made sense, but it was sort of anticlimactic. The powerful outbursts had been painful at times, but they had helped him face off against Voldemort and Death Eaters. He wouldn't have that luxury anymore. He would be completely on his own. It was hard for Harry to figure out whether he was scared or relieved to know that. Of course, Harry couldn't confidently say that the outbursts were indeed gone forever, since it had only been a month since he had one, but he had to admit that he actually felt more comfortable with himself than he had in a long time. It was rather ironic that Harry would finally be comfortable with his magical side in Muggle London, a place that could never see that side of him, but perhaps it was for the best. Harry had made the mistake in the past by revealing that he wasn't exactly normal. People had believed that he was evil just because he could speak to snakes. If they discovered what he could do now, Harry let out a sigh as his shoulders slumped forward. He knew it was pointless to wonder about things that could never be. Going back would put everyone in danger again. Replaying the days before he left over in his mind, Harry had to wonder if he had been insane to listen to a voice that sounded like his dead father. He didn't know what pushed him to believe the warnings. He just felt like he had no other choice. After that night, Harry's head had been rather silent. He had heard nothing from his father, and his connection to Voldemort was basically non-existent, not that he was complaining about the latter. He just wished he could find out if he had just imagined the entire thing or not. Or if I'm completely out of my mind. Harry couldn't remember how many letters he had written to Sirius and Professor Dumbledore about what happened that night, only to throw them away at the last minute. He just couldn't bring himself to admit to anyone that he had made a life-altering decision based on a voice in his head, no matter how right it felt at the time. Harry had just discovered one of his guardians had died and heard that his other one would die if he stayed. He did what he felt he had to. "Hey, Ori." Snapping out of his thoughts, Harry quickly turned around to see a fellow orderly, JJ, running towards him. JJ was one of the many Jonathans working in the hospital. He was a few years older than Harry and a few inches taller. His light brown hair was a bit on the long side and tended to block his bluish-green eyes. JJ was probably one of the most outgoing people Harry had ever met. Everyone had been extremely surprised when JJ had taken Harry under his wing to show him the ropes since their personalities were completely opposite. Where JJ liked to cause a scene, Harry preferred to remain in the shadows. That was probably why they got along so well. Harry didn't try to compete with JJ and JJ took away all the attention that Harry didn't want. "I'm surprised you're working the late shift," Harry said with a smile. "Aren't you usually still out at some pub around this time?" JJ stared at Harry in offense. "Orion, why do you always think the worst of me?" he asked. "I'm never at a pub at," he glanced at his watch, 4 in the morning. "My shift normally starts at 6 and I need at least 3 hours of sleep to function. Not all of us are insomniacs like you." "I am not an insomniac," Harry said defensively. JJ nodded and patted Harry on the shoulder. "Sure kid," he said, clearly not believing Harry at all. "Just so you know, Rollins is looking for you again. I wish you would tell me what you did to him. That guy used to be such a git towards us, me particularly. Now he's like an overprotective father." Harry stiffened at the comment, but JJ didn't seem to notice. "Not that I'm complaining or anything. I'm just curious." Harry shrugged his shoulders noncommittally. "I didn't do anything," he insisted. "He wanted to help me out and I accepted. Maybe he's just grateful that you trained me so he didn't have to." That was a lie. Harry knew that Dr. Rollins was appreciative that the orderlies had kept an eye on him, especially during the first couple of weeks. He had been extremely withdrawn from everyone except the patients in the hospital when he started working. With time Harry had become more personable, but he still kept a distance between himself and everyone else. He wasn't looking to make friends. Friends always got hurt. JJ stared at Harry skeptically for a moment. "Fine, don't tell me," he said with a shrug. "I go out of my way to help you out, allowing you the privilege of learning from my experience, and this is how you repay me." JJ inhaled sharply as he turned away as if he were about to cry but didn't want Harry to see. Harry rolled his eyes and shook his head slowly. JJ would do anything for a laugh. Unfortunately, Harry wasn't really in a laughing mood at the moment. "Who would be at 4 in the morning? Overacting a bit, aren't you?" he asked as he unfolded his arms across his chest. JJ shot Harry a scowl. "You were no fun, Orion," he said, then gave Harry a light shove towards the lift. "Come on, let's go find the good doctor and then we can decide how to waste the time remaining in our shift." Reaching the lift, JJ pushed the down button. "You clearly need some cheering up, stat. I think I shall have to prescribe a few hallway games to be administered immediately." Harry decided to remain silent as he rubbed his eyes tiredly. JJ always liked to talk in doctor language when it came to causing trouble. Most of the orderlies found it funny at the number of ailments JJ could solve by means of hallway games. In the early morning hours, working at the hospital was extremely boring. Visiting hours were over and the majority of the patients were asleep. From what Harry had learned, JJ had invented the hallway games in an act of desperation to pass the time. They could be something as stupid as taking a food tray and finding out who could slide longer on the recently mopped floors to wheelchair races through the hallways of one floor. The doors to the lift opened. Harry followed JJ in before leaning against the wall and closing his eyes. He already knew what drive Rollins was going to say. It had been 3 days since Harry had left the hospital, meaning that it had been 3 days since he had slept in an actual bed. Once Harry's shift ended at 8, he would be ordered to go to the Rollins home and rest until his shift tonight. "Well, at least this way I wouldn't disturb anyone with my nightmares." As the lift descended, Harry once again fell into his thoughts of the past month away from the wizarding world. He remembered the panic he had felt when his healing ability had surfaced. For a while he had actually thought that he would never be able to touch any living creature again without draining himself. That didn't stop others from touching him, though. Harry quickly learned that it was only his hands that he had to worry about. It made sense that since his magic had been channeled through them for years with the use of a wand. After a few more, healing episodes, Harry had been able to recognize what could only be described as magic in him rushing to his hands moments before his hands faintly glowed. Normally it happened while Harry was in the middle of talking to a patient about their illness. Harry could only assume that this ability worked because of Harry's compassion towards people or something like that. It wasn't exactly a scientific explanation and he wasn't too eager to test it out on everyone in the hospital to find out for certain, so at the present time it would have to do. The sound of the doors opening pulled Harry out of his thoughts. He glanced over at JJ, ignoring the concerned look on his face, and motioned for JJ to lead the way. He was receiving too many of those looks lately. Well, he had always been on the receiving end of concerned looks. People just weren't discreet about it anymore. Harry followed JJ out of the lift to notice that they were approaching the office area of the hospital. Dr. Rollins must be finally tackling his paperwork. JJ stopped in front of the fourth door on the right and knocked before opening it. Found him wandering the ICU, he said as he entered with Harry following. Dr. Rollins was sitting behind his desk that was overrun with stacks of papers. He took a long look at Harry before returning his attention to JJ. "Thank you, JJ," Rollins said as he stood up. "You may return to your duties." JJ nodded and left without another word, closing the door as he did so. Dr. Rollins slowly walked around his desk and stood in front of Harry for a moment before letting out a sigh. "Forgive me for being blunt, Orion, but you look exhausted. When was the last time you had a decent night's sleep?" Harry looked away as he shrugged his shoulders. Truthfully, he hadn't slept well since he had left Hogwarts, but he wasn't about to tell anyone why that was the case. Harry had gone through the nightmare phase last year when Cedric Diggory died. Sirius and Remus had helped him through it then. They understood that he felt guilty and helped Harry realize that he had done everything he could to save Cedric. But had he done everything he could for Remus? Harry would never know for certain. At the time, he had thought he was doing what he needed to in order to ensure that Sirius and Remus were spared from Voldemort's rage. At the time he had believed that Remus would survive the injuries given to him by Peter Pettigrew's silver hand. Dr. Roland's voice pulled Harry out of his thoughts. "Take a seat, Orion," he said softly and waited until Harry did so. "I suspect you know why JJ brought you here." Harry nodded. "Orion, John, I know you still feel like you're imposing on me, but I assure you that is just not the case. I enjoy having you around. You're a good kid, everyone here can see that. You have honestly been a godsend since you started working here. You are helping so many people. Why do you feel that you don't deserve the same?" Harry opened his mouth to answer when all of a sudden a faint stinging pain flared from his scar. The conversation instantly forgotten, Harry closed his eyes and bowed his head as he quickly ran through all the necessary steps for clearing his mind. The problem was the pain just wouldn't go away. It wasn't extremely painful, but it was more than what he had felt in a long time. He could feel faint touches of anger and annoyance and instantly fought to push them away. Not now. Why am I feeling him now? The emotions slowly faded, but the pain remained. It was then that Harry was aware of the hand resting on his back. Distant hints of worry faded in and out. He opened his eyes and raised his head to see Drive Rollins with a concerned look on his face. In his haste to push Voldemort out, Harry had completely ignored the fact that he wasn't alone. He had ignored the fact that he was currently in the room with a Muggle doctor of all people. "What's wrong, Orion?" Dr. Rollins asked in his doctor tone. He instantly looked into Harry's eyes before resting a hand against Harry's forehead. "You're burning up. Why didn't you tell me you weren't feeling well? What are your symptoms? Aches, pains, dizziness, nausea? How long has this been going on?" Harry swatted Drive Rollins' hand away in annoyance. He wasn't about to let his scar headaches become an area of study in a Muggle hospital. "I'm fine, sir," he said firmly. "It's just a minor headache that took me by surprise. It's really nothing to worry about." Dr. Rollins shook his head as walked back to his desk, opened one of the drawers and pulled out his keys. "I'm taking you home," he said firmly. "You need at least a day's rest. You have a fever and you're exhausted." Harry moved to protest, but Drive Rollins silenced him with a look. I'm sure JJ can cover for you or the remainder of your shift unless you would like me to admit you and run every single test I can come up with." Harry scowled and looked away. He knew Rollins would follow through with the threat just to make a point. The man had a stubborn streak to him that could rival anyone Harry had ever met. In some ways Rollins reminded Harry of Madame Pomfrey, the Hogwarts mediwitch that Harry had come to know rather well over the years. The thought made Harry wonder if stubbornness was a requirement for being a doctor or a healer. "Doctor." Rollins moved to the door and opened it before turning and motioning for Harry to exit first. Letting out a sigh, Harry stood up and walked out of the office. He wasn't surprised to see that JJ was waiting for him. There was no doubt that JJ had actually intended on following through with the hallway games. "Doctor." Rollins closed the door behind them and rested a hand on Harry's shoulder as his eyes fell on JJ. "Please notify your supervisor that Orion had to leave early due to illness." Rollins said professionally. JJ looked at Harry worriedly for a moment, then shifted his gaze to Dr. Rollins and nodded. "Will do, Doctor," he said. "Doctor." Rollins ushered Harry towards the lift and pressed the down button. It took every ounce of self-control for Harry not to move away from the doctor. JJ's comment about Dr. Rollins acting like an overprotective father had made him feel incredibly uneasy. He didn't want a father figure, but he knew JJ was right. Dr. Rollins had changed. Dr. Rollins had grown to care about the teen he had taken in. That would have to change. The ride to Dr. Rollins' home was a quiet one. With his scar still aching, Harry rested his forehead against the cool window. He was still dressed in his hospital attire since Rollins had insisted that they leave immediately, knowing that Harry would try to find a way out of leaving if given the chance. The sun had yet to rise, which made the temptation to sleep even more inviting. Closing his eyes, Harry let his thoughts drift and was surprised how quickly he was able to relax. Maybe he was more than just a little tired. The car came to a stop, startling Harry out of his partial daze to see that they had reached Rollins' house. It was a modest 3-bedroom house that reminded Harry a lot of his aunt and uncle's house in Surrey. The major difference was that Harry was actually welcomed at Rollins' house. He wasn't treated like a freakin'. Perhaps that was what felt so wrong among other things. "Nothing is as it should be because of Voldemort. I should be home with Sirius and Remus waiting for my all scores to arrive." Following Rollins into the house, Harry closed his eyes and focused on the feelings around him and let out the breath he wasn't aware he was holding when he didn't sense any odd emotions nearby. He could feel a hint of tiredness and knew that there were a few people in the neighborhood that were pulling themselves out of bed. Feeling like an intruder, Harry quickly pushed away the feelings and walked up the stairs to the guest room that he currently occupied. He refused to call it his room. His room was at Black Manor just as his home was Black Manor. Mindlessly, Harry entered the guest room and went through the routine he normally followed before crawling into bed. The moment his head hit the pillow, Harry could feel himself drifting off to sleep. He would worry about everything after a few hours of rest when he had a clearer head. He refused to make any more rash decisions. Any more rash decisions could get him killed. Or worse, expelled, as Hermione would say. As Harry fell into darkness, he didn't notice the gentle hands that tucked him in and checked for signs of illness. If he had, Harry would have insisted that he was fine, then insisted that Dr. Rollins return to work. He knew it was cruel for him to be so cold to someone who had given so much, but it was necessary. Harry could not become attached. The pain that came with caring was too much to handle. It was a mixture of bright sunlight and the feelings of feathers against his face that brought Harry out of his slumber. Opening his eyes, Harry had to smile at the bright red feathers that blocked his vision. It seemed that someone else was catching up on some needed rest. Ever since that night when Fawkes had helped Harry leave the wizarding world, the Phoenix had a tendency of appearing while Harry was sleeping and stayed by Harry's side until he awoke. The long visits made Harry wonder if Professor Dumbledore was at Hogwarts to notice how often his Phoenix was gone for hours at a time. Turning onto his side, Harry gently pet the bird's soft feathers and bit back a laugh at the content trill Fawkes let out. It didn't take much to make Fawkes happy. Just like Hedwig. Just like his family, in the wizarding world, there wasn't a day that passed without Harry hoping that his owl, Hedwig, was all right. He was surprised that he hadn't seen her at all in the past month, but he figured that it was probably better this way. Everyone knew Harry Potter had a snow owl. She was just too easy to track to chance it. Fawkes finally lifted his head and looked at Harry, who smiled before reaching for his glasses. Sliding them on, Harry blinked as everything came into focus, along with Fawkes' sympathetic gaze. Harry let out a sigh as he sat up and once again caressed the bird's feathers. He glanced at the clock on the bedside table and could hardly believe it was early afternoon already. He had slept longer than he thought he would. Returning his attention to Fawkes, Harry fell into the routine that he took whenever Fawkes visited. "How's Sirius?" he asked softly. Fawkes let out a soft gloomy trill as if to say, "He still misses you." Harry nodded as his gaze fell. "And everyone else?" Instead of answering, Fawkes nudged a rolled-up issue of the Daily Prophet towards Harry, who took the hint and unrolled the newspaper and looking at the front page. Harry could hardly hold back his shock at the headline along with a picture of the dark mark underneath it. Aurors and law enforcement officials were called into action at 4 o'clock this morning as you-know-who officially made his presence known. Eyewitnesses claim that he who must not be named personally led the attack on a Muggle neighborhood in London that killed 33 Muggles and injured 12 more. You-know-who and his followers appeared to be moving from house to house searching for something or someone. He was definitely searching for someone, an eyewitness revealed. He told his followers to find him, and was really angry when they didn't find the person. With you-know-who's hatred towards Muggles, many believe that you-know-who was searching for a witch or a wizard living in that area. The ministry has quickly issued an order for all witches and wizards in or around the attacked area to send word to the Department of Law Enforcement for possible relocation for their own safety. Until we discover who you-know-who is targeting, we must act to protect those who may be caught in the crossfire, Minister Scrimgeour stated. We realize this may be an inconvenience to many, but we hope that we will find you-know-who's intended target quickly. This is the first attack since you-know-who lost 10 of his followers in a ministry raid in the Department of Mysteries, including Peter Pettigrew, Lucius Malfoy and Barty Crouch Jr., who everyone believed died in Azkaban years ago. Is this merely a retaliation to send the wizarding world into a panic, or is there something more to you-know-who's actions? Is there really someone in Muggle London that you-know-who is willing to search every house for? Harry let out a sigh as he set the newspaper down. He should have known Voldemort had been up to something when his scar started hurting. Voldemort's action left a pain in the pit of Harry's stomach. There was a chance that Voldemort was searching for someone else, but if history was any indicator, then that chance was slim to none. It was clear that Voldemort had discovered that Harry Potter was no longer protected by Albus Dumbledore and was currently hiding in Muggle London. The question now was what to do about it. Harry wasn't ready to face him again, but could he really stand by and let people continue to die because of it? No. If working at the hospital had taught Harry anything, it was that every life is precious and worth fighting for, no matter how futile the effort may seem. It didn't matter if the person was a wizard, witch, squib, or Muggle. There was no difference. A life was still a life. Muggles were just like witches and wizards. They were simply trying to make it through the day. Harry had to hold back a snort. It seemed that in his effort to not care, he had grown to care more than he had ever imagined. Quiet waves of compassion brushed against Harry, causing him to return his attention to Fawkes. The red and gold bird let out a soft reassuring trill. Harry let a smile escape as he gently scratched Fawkes' head. "It looks like we've run out of time, Fawkes," he said quietly. "I can't run again. Running would only put more people in danger, but I can't stay either." Fawkes let out another compassionate soft trill. "If Voldemort is looking for me, then I need to be seen somewhere other than Muggle London. I just wish we knew for certain." Fawkes leapt into the air and flew over to windowsill before landing. Pushing off the bedcovers, Harry curiously followed the bird to the window and looked out. He didn't see anything out of the ordinary. He noticed that Mrs. Jansen was tending her garden across the street and a few children were riding bikes nearby. All in all, nothing looked out of the ordinary. By habit, Harry closed his eyes, reached out, and could sense hints of happiness, excitement, tiredness, and irritation. Harry forced himself to relax and reached out once again, and this time felt a touch of anger and hate in addition to the irritation. Opening his eyes, Harry looked out the window again, trying to find where the negative feelings were coming from, but still saw nothing out of the ordinary. He turned to Fox, who was watching him intently. "They're here, aren't they?" he asked. "They're here looking for me." Fox let out an affirmative trill, sending Harry into motion. There was no time to waste. If Death Eaters were indeed in the neighborhood, then Harry's presence was putting everyone else at risk. He quickly cleaned up and packed what he could in his backpack. He needed to get far away from here. There were plenty of families on this block alone. Harry didn't want to think of them being killed because of him, something he knew Voldemort wouldn't hesitate to do. Was this a rash decision? Most likely, but Harry truly believed that he had no other choice. He knew the children who lived in this neighborhood. He knew the families. They were good people who didn't deserve to be dragged into a war concerning a world they didn't even know about. This neighborhood didn't deserve to be wiped out for any reason, especially one man's obsession. Once he was packed and attached his wand holster that held his Hollywood wand to his right wrist, Harry grabbed some paper and a pen from his bedside table. He knew he couldn't go without leaving some sort of note for Dr. Rowlands, no matter how vague it would have to be. It couldn't be the exact truth, but Harry didn't want to completely lie to the doctor either. "Unfortunately, I don't have much of a choice." With not much time to waste, Harry quickly wrote a generic note thanking Drive Rowlands for everything, but something had come up forcing him to leave. With an action that reminded Harry so much of a month ago, Harry left the note on his pillow and grabbed his backpack before approaching the patiently waiting Phoenix. He still wore his glasses, since everyone knew the boy who lived had glasses and looked nearly identical to his father. Harry still looked a lot like James Potter, but there now were differences that set them apart. Other than Harry's green eyes, Harry's hair was shorter and kept somewhat neat with some Muggle products that JJ had introduced him to. He was stockier than James Potter ever was from the physical training he had endured over the past few years, but the Potter genetics still made him lean, not that Harry minded. He had received more than enough attention during his 5th year because he had put on a little muscle. Fox let out a soft trill as he took flight and landed on Harry's shoulder. No words needed to be said. In the past month, Fox and Harry had in a way reached a silent understanding between them. Fox knew what needed to be done, and Harry trusted Fox's judgment. Closing his eyes, Harry felt a flash of warmth for a moment and knew that he was no longer in Dr. Rowland's home. He opened his eyes and noticed that he was on Charing Cross Road, across the street from the Leaky Cauldron. The weight disappeared from his shoulder as Fox took flight before vanishing with a flash of flames. Inhaling deeply, Harry mentally thanked Fox before returning his attention to the Leaky Cauldron. This was certainly going to be interesting. Once traffic was clear, Harry crossed the street and, with a deep breath, entered the Leaky Cauldron. The tiny, grubby-looking pub was surprisingly crowded. The place wasn't as full as it normally was, but there were still plenty of people sitting at the tables and standing at the bar. Standing behind the bar was Tom, the old bartender who was rather bald and resembled a toothless walnut. Harry didn't know a lot about the man, only that he was an extremely friendly, especially to Hagrid. All in all, the place hadn't changed at all since he had been here with the Weasleys nearly 4 years ago. Before Sirius and Remus entered my life. He hadn't been to Diagon Alley after that. He had been shielded at Hogwarts after his kidnapping, for the summer before his 3rd year for protection. For the summer before his 4th year, Harry had picked up everything at Hogsmeade. Last summer, Harry hadn't been allowed to even leave Black Manor. It had felt so weird to actually have a parental figure at first, but Harry had quickly grown to welcome the protectiveness Sirius and Remus had for him. In his eyes, Sirius and Remus could do no wrong. Sirius and Remus had been the family he had always wanted. Harry quickly pushed the thoughts out of his head and walked through the pub. Distant waves of nervousness and fear brushed against him. Evidently the article in the Daily Prophet had left quite a mark on the wizarding community. Unless something else has happened that I don't know about. Harry continued walking, showing no sign that he was aware in the slightest of what others in the room were feeling. Most would feel it was an invasion of privacy. Harry agreed, but, considering what was happening, he needed to be cautious. He walked out of the pub and into a small, walled courtyard. The door closed behind him, blocking the gentle waves of emotions. Harry let out a relieved sigh. There were times when he forgot what it had been like before his empathy had manifested. It had become second nature for him to reach out for confirmation or denial to what his other senses told him. Harry hadn't met a person yet who could hide their emotions completely. Some people were extremely talented in keeping their emotions from surfacing, but Harry could still sense what they were hiding. He would need that talent in order to determine friend from foe, especially in the wizarding world. Flicking his right wrist, Harry grabbed his wand and tapped the wall in a similar fashion that Hagrid had shown him almost 5 years ago. The brick he had touched trembled, then wiggled before a small hole began to appear, growing wider and wider until a large archway stood in place of the wall, revealing a cobbled street that twisted and turned out of sight. He could almost hear Hagrid's voice, welcoming him to Diagon Alley. It felt like a lifetime ago. So much had changed since then. He had changed so much since then. Reholstering his wand, Harry stepped through the archway, aware that it instantly turned back into a solid wall, blocking him from the leaky cauldron. He started towards Gringotts at a casual pace, waiting for someone to shout out his name, but the funny thing was, no one did. No one seemed to even notice him. In fact, Harry finally realized that no one noticed him in the leaky cauldron either. He hadn't thought much of it at the time because everyone had been engaged in their own conversation, but Tom usually greeted everyone that entered. Well, he at least acknowledged when someone entered. Slowing his pace, Harry cautiously reached out again and could feel soft waves of emotion similar to what he had felt in the pub, in addition to impatience. He discreetly stepped out of the crowd and took a good look at the scene in front of him. People were hurrying from store to store, clearly desperate to finish their shopping as soon as possible. Harry had to wonder if there was something going on that he didn't know about. Why were people so worried when Voldemort was attacking Muggle neighborhoods? If anything, Diagon Alley should be considered a safe area. And I'm about to turn it into a battlefield. How thick could I be? Harry suddenly didn't know what to do anymore. He couldn't announce his presence in Muggle London and risk the lives of people who had no idea of Voldemort's existence, but he couldn't risk the lives of witches and wizards either. No one deserved to be caught in the crossfire. Whatever was going to happen, Harry had to make sure that it was someplace secluded, if there was such a place in London. What I really need is someone to talk to, but no one would understand what I'm trying to do, what I have to do. Closing his eyes, Harry turned around and started walking back to the leaky cauldron. He didn't know what to think, especially considering the fact that he was walking down Diagon Alley in broad daylight and no one had noticed. It was almost like he was walking around wearing his father's invisibility cloak that he had left in his trunk, except for the fact that people walked around him. Everyone realized that someone was there, they just weren't aware of who that person actually was. Suddenly, Harry remembered what he had been told the night he left Hogwarts. He is using his own magic to protect you, my child. He is shielding you from being found unless you want to be found. Fawkes' protection was still there, shielding him from recognition. Harry couldn't believe he had forgotten about that in his need to forget everything that happened that night and the night before. At the time it had been what he needed to do in order to survive. However, Harry didn't have the luxury anymore. I want to be found. I need to be found. A cool, soft breeze caused Harry to shiver slightly as he waited for the archway to reappear. His body was moving on autopilot as he walked through the archway and into the leaky cauldron. Remembering that night brought back so many images that Harry had fought to forget for the last month. He didn't want to remember Remus that way. The kind, gentle and protective man didn't deserve to be remembered as a victim of silver poisoning. Those purple lines all over Remus' face and arms, the visual proof of what effect Pettigrew's silver hand had towards werewolves, made Harry sick to his stomach. No, Harry refused to remember Remus like that. Remus had always been the voice of reason, always managing to find a solution in the chaos. Remus had always been the one to keep Sirius in check. Well, except when the situation demanded for Sirius' overprotective nature to take hold. The Remus Lupin Harry wanted to remember was the man who taught him the Patronus charm, the man always offered an ear to listen to whatever had Harry stressed out, and the man who always explained whatever strange behavior Sirius displayed. Unfortunately, Harry couldn't block that final look at his guardian out of his mind. It was permanently imprinted, coming forth whenever Harry thought about Remus and bringing all of the emotions that he felt that night with it. Walking through the leaky cauldron towards the front door, Harry was so immersed in his own thoughts that he didn't notice how the conversations around him slowly came to a halt, or the gasps that seemed oddly loud in the silence. Several people moved closer for a better look at the young man, who kept his gaze lowered and his shoulders hunched forward slightly. No word was spoken until the young man who looked remarkably like the boy who lived walked out of the leaky cauldron, but afterwards, Harry just kept walking, trying to decide what he should do. He walked down Charing Cross Road and reflexively kept his body relaxed but aware. Once again he pushed the thought of his family to the back of his mind. He was in Muggle London now and knew he couldn't afford to be caught off guard. He had seen the effects of being caught by surprise while working in the emergency ward at the hospital. The sound of 2 cracks behind him forced Harry to quickly turn around to reflexively flick his wrist so his wand was in his hand, ready to defend himself if necessary. He knew the sounds most witches and wizards made from apparating all too well. At the moment, Harry would welcome an enemy, but unfortunately what he was facing was something a lot worse. He was facing members of the Order. And Nymphadora Tonks and Kingsley Shacklebolt were probably 2 of the worst Order members that he could be facing at the moment, other than Sirius, of course. Both were Aurors, which would make any sort of escape extremely difficult, but that wasn't the worst of it. Tonks was a member of the Black family and had proclaimed herself Harry's honorary aunt, always adding humor to Black manner. She was also horribly stubborn, just like Sirius and Remus. Harry knew he would have to face them eventually, but he had hoped it would be after Voldemort found out that Harry was no longer in Muggle London. Everything depended on it. Timid waves of nervousness and relief washed over Harry, clearly coming from Tonks. Kingsley was a little harder to read. The man seemed to be guarding his emotions rather well, but Harry could still feel a hint of urgency and relief. These were not the emotions he needed to be feeling at the moment. "What are you 2 doing here?" Harry asked cautiously. Tonks took a step forward but stopped when Harry took a step backwards. "Harry, we need to take you home," she said gently. "You're not safe out here. You know who is looking for you. He has been for weeks. The sooner we return you to headquarters the better." "Sirius is safer this way," Harry interrupted. He was not going to let Tonks play the sympathy card. He already had more than enough guilt on his plate without Tonks adding to it. "I know Voldemort is looking for me. Why do you think I'm here? Shopping. Wasting the day away. Death Eaters are searching through Muggle neighborhoods, killing families, innocent families." Tonks moved to take another step forward but was held back by Shacklebolt. "I don't expect you to understand, but accept that this is the way it has to be." This time Shacklebolt took a small step forward ever so slightly. "Harry, do you really think you can take them all on yourself?" he asked calmly. "Such a move is nothing short of suicide. We can't let you do that. You're still a kid, Harry. It's not your job to protect everyone. It is ours to protect you." Harry looked directly at Shacklebolt, his eyes narrowing in anger. "At what cost?" he asked through his teeth. "I'm not a kid. I haven't been one for quite some time." At Tonks and Shacklebolt's sympathetic gazes, Harry bit back the urge to shout at them. Why couldn't they understand that he didn't have the luxury of being just a kid anymore? The cost of people protecting him was just too great. Protecting him had cost Remus his life. The sound of multiple cracks once again from behind forced Harry to quickly turn around, but this time there were nearly a dozen cloaked and masked Death Eaters with their wands at the ready. Harry instantly found himself being pulled backwards as Shacklebolt placed himself in front of Harry while Tonks kept a grip on his arm. The 2 Aurors had fallen into protect Harry at all costs mode, something that was bound to get them killed. "Tonks, take Harry and go," Shacklebolt said quietly as he pulled out his wand. "Take him to headquarters. You know our orders." Tonks nodded and pulled Harry close, but nothing happened. "I can't apparate," she said anxiously. "We're trapped. We have to run for it." Shacklebolt let out a frustrated groan. Just go, he ordered. Before Harry could even protest, he was being pulled by his arm towards the leaky cauldron, leaving Shacklebolt to face the Death Eaters alone. It wasn't long before Harry and Tonks ran face first into an invisible barrier. So much for running for it. Shaking the shock out of his head, Harry didn't have time to think before arms wrapped around him and pulled him to the ground. A curse sailed over their heads. The battle had begun. "This is not good," Tonks said as she pulled out her wand and stood up with her free hand still holding onto Harry's arm. "Sirius is going to kill me." Shacklebolt was already trying to hold off the Death Eaters as curses and jinxes fired back and forth. Harry had to admit that the man was good. Even though it was 12-1, Shacklebolt fought with a sense of instinct that Harry had never seen before. Shacklebolt moved in a way that allowed him to avoid being hit and being in a position to hit his opponent more effectively. Tonks started to attack the invisible barrier, still trying to find a way out, although Harry had a feeling that she wasn't going to succeed. Not knowing what else to do, Harry pointed his wand at the Death Eaters. He needed to do something. He couldn't just stand aside and watch. "Stupefy," he shouted. "Protega Maximus." Caught by surprise, the stunning spell hit one of the Death Eaters, who fell to the ground with a thud. The rest of the group appeared to be slightly bewildered by the semi-transparent blue-tinted shield that appeared at the end of Harry's wand, separating them from their prey. Harry instantly focused on pushing all of his strength through his wand and into the shield as he approached Shacklebolt. He knew that the shield wouldn't hold up for long, especially with 11 conscious Death Eaters firing spells and curses. Shacklebolt stared at Harry in amazement for a brief moment before he returned his attention to the obstacle in front of him. The Death Eaters were also surprised at the intense shield, but quickly snapped out of their stupor and resumed firing curses. Each curse sent a quick flash of pain through Harry's body, something that Shacklebolt quickly noticed. The aura repeated the protection spell, adding his own strength to the shield and sharing the impact of the spells that were quickly increasing in quantity. Even with the additional support, Harry could feel the shield slowly breaking down. If the attack continued, Harry knew the backlash from the shield breaking would most likely render all of them unconscious. Closing his eyes, Harry bowed his head and concentrated on the magic he was pouring through his wand. He needed to alter the collapsing shield. He needed to delay the inevitable for just a moment longer. No one else would die because of him. His life was no more important than Tonks or Shacklebolt's. They were a part of his family along with the rest of the Order, just like Sirius and Remus. Harry let out a gasp as a sudden rush of power coursed through him, similar to his healing episodes. It wasn't anywhere near as powerful as his outbursts, but it would have to do. His eyes quickly opened for him to see the shield thin itself out and wrap around Kingsley, who was staring at the shifting shield in disbelief. A chorus of "Crucio" filled Harry's ears as Kingsley went flying backwards, leaving Harry to receive the majority of the blast when the shield collapsed. Intense pain flooded his body as the area around him exploded. Harry couldn't bring himself to move, let alone scream, as he landed on the ground with heavy pieces of the street that he had been standing on a moment ago landed on him, burying him. He could vaguely hear someone shouting his name, but it sounded a world away. Distant voices called out spells to alert Harry that the fight was still going on above the rubble. He tried to move, but the weight on top of him made it impossible. Harry's thoughts instantly shifted to his wand, only for him to realize that it wasn't in his right hand any longer. He could feel a slight warmth against his chest, exactly where the pendant Sirius and Remus gave him for Christmas rested. If Sirius was wearing his, he would now know that Harry was in trouble. Dizziness crept in as Harry fought to maintain consciousness. He could feel the stones on top of him being moved slowly, decreasing the weight that had been placed on his aching body. Voices started to increase in volume, but they were too distorted to make out. Hands roughly grabbed his arms and pulled him out of the debris, causing Harry to cry out as pain screamed through his entire body. He was released and fell to the ground with a thud. The remnants of his backpack was roughly pulled off and tossed aside. That was all it took for Harry to know that he was in the hands of the enemy. "Get Potter out of here. We have our orders." Harry finally forced his eyes to open partially, only to realize that he had lost his glasses, but did notice an overabundance of black to confirm his suspicions. His panic had set in as a Death Eater grabbed him by the shirt and lifted his upper body off the ground. Harry instantly tried to break free and was instantly knocked into a daze, and the Death Eater back-fisted him. The next thing Harry felt was a familiar tug behind his navel, followed by an overabundance of nausea before he was slammed back first on the hard floor. At that moment Harry was too consumed by pain to acknowledge any more. Exhaustion and pain fought to push him into unconsciousness, but Harry fought back to stay awake. He had to fight back. He had to find some way to escape, even though it would be extremely difficult at this point. Harry could barely move, let alone fight. He had no idea where his wand was, so dueling was certainly out of the question. The sound of someone approaching startled Harry out of his thoughts. What happened? An angry deep voice snarled. You were supposed to bring him back unharmed. The Dark Lord will be furious to find him in this condition. Harry's captor stood up and roughly grabbed the injured teenager by his shirt and started to drag him. We didn't have a choice. The Death Eater snapped back. Dumbledore's order got there first. We had to fight for him. Besides, having the brat half dead is better than not having him at all. The Death Eater slowed his pace before entering a dark and musty room. Bloody Gryffindors. Snape wasn't lying when he said Potter was the worst of them. Stop your complaining, the deeper-voiced Death Eater said in annoyance. The Dark Lord is coming tonight, so I suggest you do something to make him a little more presentable. Call Snape if you have to. I need to adjust the wards so the old fool can't find us. Harry tried to squint in order to make out where he was, but the darkness in addition to his muddled mind made it impossible. There was a brief screeching sound before Harry was lifted and tossed like a rag doll, sending screaming pain through his body as he collided with the floor. He heard another screeching noise, then a click. Squinting once again, Harry could only groan when he finally made out that he was in some sort of cell. This was bad, extremely bad. He was trapped without a wand and currently unable to move. At the moment he couldn't think of how this could get any worse. At least everyone else is still safe. It wasn't much of a consolation, but at the moment it was all Harry had. He had no idea if Tonks and Shacklebolt were okay or if anyone else had been injured. He had no idea if Sirius had arrived only to see Harry disappear with a Death Eater. This was certainly one of your worst ideas ever, Harry mentally scolded himself. Once again he had rushed off without thinking everything through. He never considered what he had to do after he had been spotted. Some things never change. Harry didn't know how long he was trapped in a partial doze before the sound of angry voices echoing brought him back to consciousness. His entire body was throbbing in pain, which made any sort of movement impossible. Breathing had even become somewhat difficult without pain. He could only assume that development was a result of his treatment after the explosion. Harry didn't even want to think about what a few minutes with Voldemort would do to him now. Echoing footsteps quickly alerted Harry that at least two people were coming. He could do nothing but listen as they came closer and closer. His eyes remained closed as the two individuals entered the room. Silence filled the air for what felt like an eternity. Concentrating, Harry could vaguely feel hints of irritation, fear and concern. That was a surprise. Unless they called Professor Snape. Even so, I must look horrible for Professor Snape to actually feel concern. The cell door creaked open. I see you didn't bother handling your cargo with care, a familiar voice drawled. Are you certain he's even alive? He's breathing, answered the impatient voice of his captor. Just do what you can. The Dark Lord will be here in a few hours. We need to have Potter at least conscious by then. A hand rested on Harry's shoulder, causing him to stiffen slightly and let out a soft as pain sparked from the movement. Harry could hear his kidnapper leaving but remained completely still until the footsteps were too distant to make out clearly. The hand moved from his shoulder and gently rested on his forehead, nearly shocking Harry in how cold the hand was. Hands carefully maneuvered Harry so that he was lying flat on his back. Harry bit his lower lip to hold back the cries of pain that screamed through his body. Why couldn't Snape just leave him alone? You've really done it now, Potter, Professor Snape sneered softly as he burrowed an arm underneath Harry's shoulders and carefully propped the teenager into a somewhat upright position, Harry's head naturally tilting backwards slightly as he let out another of pain. Sometimes I wonder if you even have a brain in that thick head of yours. There was a rustle of clothing followed by popping sound. This is a powerful healing potion, Potter. Try not to waste it by spitting it out. The potion was poured down Harry's throat with ease. Almost immediately Harry could feel the pain throughout his body slowly decreasing. Everything suddenly felt extremely hazy. A distant voice was talking to him but he couldn't make out the words. Another potion was poured down his throat before Harry felt himself being lifted off the floor and placed on something firm and warm but was still held somewhat upright. Suddenly his shirt vanished, allowing Harry to feel the chilling air. He opened his eyes partially but couldn't make out anything. "Scourgify," Professor Snape said, breaking through the haze. "Ferula." Harry let out a gasp as bandages wrapped around his ribcage and his wrists. He was then gently lowered completely onto the firm surface and, in the blink of an eye, had a comfortable shirt on. The haze intensified, forcing Harry to close his eyes again and drift off. He barely realized that his legs had been checked over and bandaged before the remnants of his pants were transfigured into a pair of pajama bottoms. His shoes were removed and he was covered with a blanket. All Harry knew was that the pain had finally gone away. The pain seemed to return only a moment later, only this time it was coming from his scar. It didn't take long for Harry to realize what was going on. Voldemort was coming. As difficult as it was, Harry forced himself not to panic, well, at least not let his panic show. There really was no way to refrain from panicking considering the current situation. Harry knew he wouldn't last long in any sort of fight at the moment. Although the pain wasn't anywhere near what bad as it was before, Harry still had difficulty actually moving his limbs. They felt extremely heavy for some reason. Pain seared from his scar as footsteps filled his ears. Harry focused on his breathing, pushing any sort of thought out of his mind. His chest ached but at least it didn't actually hurt to breathe anymore. The pain from his scar slowly decreased to more of an annoyance than anything. As the footsteps became more distinct, Harry could feel subtle waves of anger, annoyance and eagerness. He hated that feeling, especially when it came from Voldemort. Harry fought to remain completely still and relaxed as he heard 3 individuals enter the room. The cell door creaked open. A set of footsteps slowly approached Harry but the 15-year-old remained still, lying on his back with his head turned away. His scar prickled in pain, altering Harry that it was Voldemort who was approaching. He quickly focused on nothing but his breathing, trying desperately to ignore the waves of negative emotions that were pouring from Voldemort. There was so much hate and anger brushing against him. Harry wanted nothing more than to push it away but he didn't know how. The silence was broken by Voldemort's high-pitched voice. "I assume Potter refused to come quietly," he hissed as he turned and looked at the 2 Death Eaters standing outside the cell. "I trust this is your handiwork, Severus." "Yes, my lord," Professor Snape said obediently. "You made it clear that you wanted Potter physically unharmed when he was captured. Was I wrong to tend to his wounds?" There was a brief silence. "No, Severus," Voldemort said firmly. "I do want him physically capable of defending himself. I want everyone seeing me defeat a healthy Harry Potter. However, I will need you to prepare a magic-suppressing potion as soon as possible. The boy has a rather annoying habit of escaping my clutches. I trust the old fool is calling in every favor at the moment." "Does he suspect anything, Severus?" "No, Master," Professor Snape answered. "The old fool still believes that you are trying to recruit Potter." Voldemort let out a hiss. "If Potter wasn't so stubborn I would be," he spat. "The boy is too devoted to his precious guardians. Is the blood traitor still confined?" "Yes, my lord," Snape sneered. "Dumbledore seems to believe keeping the mud under lock and key is the only way to ensure Potter's return." A hand tightly gripped Harry's shoulder in a manner that he hadn't felt in years. Harry quickly sat up, ignoring the pain that shot through his body as he looked straight ahead at nothing in particular. His mind worked quickly to cover for the reflexive action. He had only one chance. He just hoped that Voldemort would believe it. "I'm up, Uncle," Harry said groggily. He shakily pulled back the blanket and moved to slide off of the cot. "I'm sorry for oversleeping. I'll make breakfast and start my chores. I promise." A hand grabbed his chin and slowly tilted Harry's head upwards. Harry quickly forced himself to think of his life at the Dursleys and nothing else. Green eyes met red for a moment before Harry's eyes rolled backwards and he collapsed back on the cot. "Interesting," Voldemort hissed as he stepped back. Severus, I want to know the full extent of his injuries as soon as possible, especially any head injuries. Memory problems could work in our favor. Also, I want him guarded. No one, other than you, Severus, is to enter this cell without my permission. Truden, you will take the first watch. If any harm comes to Potter, you will be punished severely. Do you understand? Why, yes, master, came a fearful reply. Voldemort walked out of the cell, then out of the room without another word. Tension filled the air as Professor Snape slowly entered the cell and moved directly for the cot in the corner. Hands gently checked Harry's wounds before he was given 2 more foul-tasting potions. Waves of hate and anger were replaced with waves of concern and fear. Harry turned his head towards where his potions teacher was kneeling. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know if it was wise to say anything. What was all that about? Truden asked in annoyance. Since when are prisoners treated like royalty? I highly doubt Potter will be treated like royalty, Truden, Professor Snape sneered as he rose to his feet and walked out of the cell. It would be wise to remember your place. Those who question the Dark Lord find that they don't live for very long. If the Dark Lord wants Potter to remain untouched, then we have no choice but to obey. The cell door closed as Truden let out a huff. I can't believe this, he spat. I'm stuck playing babysitter to a pampered Gryffindor. At the sound of Professor Snape leaving the room, Harry listened to Truden grumble for nearly another hour before drifting off. He didn't know if Voldemort actually believed the act, but that was only one of his many problems. He didn't like the thought of a magic-suppressing potion. He had read about them while studying for his owls and knew that they could be dangerous if the dosage wasn't exact. Whatever Voldemort had in mind, Harry knew it wasn't going to be pleasant. In a way, he wished Voldemort was still adamant to convince him to turn. At least then Harry knew what to do. He knew what to expect. It was clear that Voldemort had not been as inactive as what the Daily Prophet had implied. He had just been extremely discreet on what he had been up to. Harry had a feeling that he would come face to face to exactly what that was extremely soon. The sensation of something pricking his right arm quickly pulled Harry out of his slumber. He instantly opened his eyes to see a somewhat blurry woman with long blonde hair leaning over him. Confusion quickly set in his clouded mind. He tried to move but found that his wrists and ankles were held in some sort of restraints. Panic quickly overruled any other thought as Harry frantically tried to pull himself free. What was going on? Why was he bound like this? A hand grabbed his right arm to hold it in place, only increasing Harry's panic. He continued to fight against the restraints and quickly found himself trapped in a full-body bind. Harry could do nothing but stare as the woman's attention returned to his right arm. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry noticed that there was something attached to his arm that was slowly changing color, to red. His weeks at the hospital instantly came back to him. He recognized what was being done to him. This woman was drawing blood for some reason. Closing his eyes, Harry tried to calm himself down, but it was rather difficult. He couldn't move whatsoever. He was completely helpless, something that Harry hated. His frustration got the better of him as Harry opened his eyes to see the woman pulling the needle out of his arm and walking over to the far side of the cell and setting the syringe down on something that Harry assumed was a small table since he really couldn't make it out. The woman walked back to Harry, pulled out her wand and with a swish, healed the slightly bleeding mark on his arm. There now, the woman said shortly. Was that really so bad? Harry doubted she expected a reply since she hadn't removed the body bind. She wrapped her fingers around his wrist and checked his pulse for a moment before letting out an irritated sigh. I can see that you're not going to make this easy on yourself, Potter. No matter. I can finish my work with you in a body bind. The Dark Lord isn't a patient person and he wants these results as soon as possible. Results? What results? Harry could only watch as the woman waved her wand over him, causing a subtle greenish-silver mist to form. The woman walked over to the table and grabbed a few items before returning to Harry's side. Harry could barely make out that the woman had a quill in one hand and a clipboard with a piece of parchment attached to it in the other. She stared at the mist for a long moment before she started taking notes. The only sound that could be heard was her quill striking against parchment. How odd, the woman said softly. Magical levels in the normal range. She placed her quill in her mouth, then grabbed her wand, waved it again and watched as the mist slowly expanded until it completely surrounded Harry. After a few moments, she pocketed her wand and grabbed her quill out of her mouth to continue taking notes. Now that is interesting. It appears that the Dark Lord was right about you, Potter. There is actually something odd here. Odd. Odd wasn't a good thing. Harry had wanted to hide his empathy for as long as humanly possible, especially from Voldemort. The last thing he wanted was for his new abilities to be used against him, or worse, against the Order of the Phoenix. Against Sirius. No, Harry would rather die than betray his family. No matter what Voldemort had in mind, Harry wouldn't give in regardless of what it cost him. The woman banished the mist, then returned to taking more notes before she turned away and walked back to the table. At the moment, Harry really wished he had his glasses so he could see what she was doing. He could hear soft clinking noises of glass hitting against glass. Closing his eyes, Harry tried to make any part of his body move despite the fact that his body was still bound physically and magically. He needed to escape before anyone discovered anything else. The sound of echoing footsteps quickly snapped Harry out of his thoughts. Opening his eyes, Harry could only listen as the footsteps intensified in volume. His scar wasn't hurting any more than what it had been, which meant it wasn't Voldemort who was coming. Forcing his eyes closed, Harry fought to calm himself down as he tentatively reached out with his senses and felt faint hints of curiosity, impatience and annoyance. Anger and frustration slowly started to creep in. Whoever was coming certainly wasn't going to be in the best of moods. The footsteps slowed as the individual reached the room and entered. Harry forced himself to keep his eyes closed for the time being. He figured it was the safest option at the moment. "Master is demanding an update," a deep voice ordered. "He wants to move ahead with his plans. You may inform the Dark Lord that I am still running tests," the woman shot back. "I told him it would take at least 2 hours to run the necessary tests. If he wants to know what is so special about the Potter brat, then he needs to be patient. I have found an oddity and I'm currently looking into it. You may tell him that. It's your funeral, McDaniels," the man huffed, then left, his footsteps once again echoing loudly. The sound of something slamming against the table startled Harry into opening his eyes quickly. "Blast it all," McDaniels cried in frustration. "How am I supposed to work if he doesn't give me the time to run the tests?" She turned around and pointed her wand at Harry. "Finite incantatem." Harry felt his body relax and turned his head to look at the somewhat blurry Death Eater. "Better," she said with a nod. "Now that you're not in the middle of a panic attack, perhaps you can answer a few questions." Yeah, right. Having a causal discussion about his magical anomalies with a Death Eater was certainly not on his list of things to do. There were times when Harry had to wonder if any of these people actually had a brain. These people were holding him prisoner for the very person who was behind the majority of the hardships Harry had faced in his life. How could they think he would willingly tell them anything? McDaniels approached Harry, her wand firmly pointed at his head. "There are ways to make you comply, Potter," she said casually. "The Dark Lord doesn't want you touched to keep your overall mind intact, but there are methods that can cause intense pain without pushing one into insanity. I assure you that they are extremely painful." A cruel smile appeared on her face as she moved her wand down to his chest. "Tell me how you are able to control your magic so well, Potter." Harry stared at the woman for a long moment before he turned his head away and stared at the blurry bars of the cell. There was absolutely no way he was saying anything. Truthfully, he really didn't believe he could control his magic at all, if his outbursts were any indication. It was his magic that controlled him, not the other way around. Even now, Harry still didn't have any actual control on when his healing ability decided to kick in. For the past few years, uncontrollable magic had been the norm for him. Intense pain suddenly overruled his body, causing him to convulse regardless of the restraints that were holding him in place. Harry was too shocked to scream or do anything but succumb to the pain. It felt like his entire body was being completely torn apart. The pain was so intense Harry didn't even realize that the pendant he was wearing was extremely warm against his chest. What felt like an eternity was actually only a few minutes before the intense pain suddenly vanished, leaving an exhausted and heavily breathing teenager. His entire body ached too much to even consider moving. McDaniels pocketed her wand. "Think about it, Potter," she said coldly. "I would sincerely hate to make your stay with us even more unpleasant than it's bound to be." Without another word, she turned and walked back to the table and continued running her tests on Harry's blood. Closing his eyes, Harry could do nothing but listen to the clinking noises made from across the cell. That was the last thing he knew before darkness quickly consumed him. Intense pain from his scar quickly brought Harry out of his dreamless sleep. It took him a moment to realize that he was still bound to the cot in a cell in a hideout for Voldemort. His entire body was aching and his mind felt extremely sluggish. It took Harry a moment to realize that the rapid pounding he was hearing was in fact the footsteps of two people were approaching. By the increasing pain of his scar, Harry could only assume who one of the individuals was. Closing his eyes, Harry tried to think about anything but the pain. He tried to clear his mind and concentrate on his occlumency lessons, but even that didn't work. Intense anger and impatience flooded in so quickly that Harry felt like he was being suffocated. He hadn't felt anything like this from Voldemort since before he started occlumency. Why was this happening now? How was this possible? Don't panic. Focus on breathing and only breathing. As difficult as it was, Harry forced himself to concentrate completely on breathing, but the constant echoing footsteps and the increasing pain made it incredibly difficult. He needed to mentally be someplace else. It was the only option he had. He remembered the times in the Marauder quarters he would spend with Sirius and Remus just staring at the fire in the fireplace. He felt completely safe there, knowing that Sirius and Remus were there sitting beside him. That was where Harry longed to be. A distant high-pitched and annoyed voice pulled Harry's attention away from the flames. "I have given you more than enough time, Audrey. Tell me what you've found." A frightened female voice answered as calmly as humanly possible. "My lord, I apologize for the delay, but it was necessary. I came across some abnormalities that I wanted to re-examine. Most of them I still don't understand. I trust you are aware of the magical reserves that are present in every magical being, human and otherwise." The high-pitched voice was even more irritated now. "Get on with it." There was a moment of silence before the woman's voice spoke again. "My lord, I'm trying to explain. On the surface, Potter is completely normal. It wasn't until I performed more in-depth scans on his magic that I found an oddity. It seems that Potter is able to tap into his reserves at will to make his spells stronger. It would explain how Potter has managed to suffer from magical exhaustion so often, if what Snape has told you is correct. Also, several scans revealed that Potter seems to have more active magic than the normal witch or wizard. I can't explain it. This active magic is being constantly used, but I can't determine what for. I've never seen anything like it before." Harry didn't know whether to be nervous or relieved by this news. They had discovered that something wasn't normal, but they hadn't discovered what that actually was. Just because they haven't figured it out yet doesn't mean they won't. Dread flooded in, and before Harry knew it, the Marauder quarters were dissolving into nothingness. The pain from his scar returned, but it wasn't as intense as it had been moments ago. The voices were clearer now. "I see," Voldemort said thoughtfully. "And this justified disobeying my orders." "Master." "Silence," Voldemort roared. Harry's body instantly tensed, although the motion went unnoticed by those in the room. "Because of your impatience, you may have jeopardized everything. My plans do not revolve around your discoveries." Voldemort lowered his tone so it was nothing more than an icy whisper. "You have overestimated your importance to me. You will be punished for your insolence. Leave us. I will deal with you shortly." Harry opened his eyes a bit as the cell door creaked open for McDaniels to hurry out of the cell and out of the room. He could see two somewhat blurry figures enter and knew this was bad, extremely bad. Closing his eyes again, Harry concentrated completely on his restraints. He wasn't going to let them do anything to him without a fight. He wasn't going to let Voldemort succeed no matter what it cost him. Alohomora, Alohomora, Alohomora. A rush of warmth brushed against him as Harry felt the pressure against his wrists and ankles disappear. Without his glasses, Harry knew he would have to rely mainly on his other senses. He quickly pushed all thought out of his mind as he simply acted. He heard someone approaching, and the moment they were close enough, Harry punched the Death Eater in the face with as much strength as he could gather with his right hand, while his left instantly reached for their right hand and pulled the wand out of the Death Eater's hand. The Death Eater stumbled back a few steps, which gave Harry the perfect opportunity to stun them. The Death Eater fell to the ground with a thud as Harry pointed his wand to the blur that was Voldemort. Harry slowly slid off the cot and stood, his bare feet coming in contact with the cold floor. His entire body was on alert, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Eagerness and anticipation filled the air. That certainly wasn't what Harry was expecting. It was almost as if Voldemort had been waiting for this to happen. "It appears I have quite the advantage, Harry," Voldemort said casually. "You can't even see me. How are you supposed to fight me?" "I'll manage," Harry said as he took a small step towards the cell door. "Is that so?" Voldemort asked simply as he pulled out his own wand but didn't point it at Harry. "Is that what your father is telling you now? You seem willing to do anything, even abandon your current family for him, for their protection of course, but you still abandoned them. If he told you to join me, would you obey?" Harry stared at Voldemort in horror. There was only one way. Voldemort could know about that. "That was you?" he asked softly. Harry couldn't believe it. Occlumency hadn't worked after all. Voldemort had never been blocked from his mind. All of the support had been part of a plot to gain the trust of a distressed teenager in order to remove him from any sort of protection whatsoever. "And I blindly accepted it all. I must be the thickest person on the planet." Voldemort slowly twirled his wand between his fingers. "Wormtail has been extremely helpful in providing information about your late father and precious guardians," he said, his pride seeping into his voice. "I must say that I probably know them better than you do, especially your father." Harry tightened his grip on the wand in his hand as he fought to keep his emotions under control. He couldn't allow himself to make any mistakes at the moment. "I highly doubt that," Harry said through his teeth. He wasn't about to get into a discussion about his father with Voldemort. Thinking of a possible escape was a higher priority, followed by a way to confront Sirius with everything that had happened. Without any sort of warning, Harry found himself lifted off the ground and slammed into the bars to the left, his shoulder making the initial contact. Pain shot down his arm and back, stunning Harry as he was then flew backwards into the bars, his head and back receiving the majority of the contact. His mind was a clouded mess as he fell onto the cot, bounced slightly and rolled onto the floor, dropping the wand in the process. The pendants against his chest heated slightly. Harry could feel a tear fall. Sirius would know that something had happened and would be helpless to do anything about it. Voldemort flicked his wand at the Death Eater, who started to stir. "Did you really think you had a chance against me, Harry?" he asked casually. "I have underestimated you in the past, but not anymore." The Death Eater glanced around in confusion before he quickly stood up. "Your defiance is admirable. One has to wonder what the Muggle-loving fool ever did to win such loyalty." Voldemort looked directly at the Death Eater. "Administer the potion." The Death Eater reached into his robes and pulled out a small object before he knelt down in front of Harry, who was still too dazed to do anything but watch. A hand roughly turned Harry's face away a moment before Harry felt something pierce his neck. He tried to fight back, but he was quickly overwhelmed by nausea and dizziness. His body started to convulse as he struggled to breathe. He felt like he was suffocating. It was as if something he had relied on for his very survival was being harshly ripped away. Pain flooded his body as the convulsions lessened. Exhaustion quickly set in, making it extremely difficult for Harry to hang on to consciousness. There was a void around him where the soft waves of emotions should have been. He felt absolutely nothing for the first time in a month. Harry gasped for breath as he realized that his empathy and most likely his magic were gone. He would completely defenseless now. "Well?" Voldemort asked impatiently. "Potter's magic is suppressed, Master," answered the quiet voice of Professor Snape. "He will need to be monitored for the next 48 hours for any signs of allergic reaction. His initial reaction was more severe than I had anticipated, unless you want him die from suffocation, my lord." Harry felt himself being carelessly lifted off the floor and levitated to the back wall. Chains appeared out of thin air, connected to the wall and attached themselves to Harry's wrists. Everything else was banished from the cell as Harry fell to the floor with a thud. He let out a painful as pain shot through his body. With extreme effort, Harry managed to even out his breathing, but the simple action had pushed him past his limit. Voices became too distorted to understand. He blacked out. A small crowd of cloaked figures stood before him, fear radiating off of each of them. It was pitiful that these were all that remained of his elite at the moment. These were whom he was forced to trust with his most important of plans, all because a certain teenager continued to be a thorn in his side. Not anymore, he reminded himself. That thorn was now locked away and deemed harmless, something that the entire wizarding world would soon witness for themselves. The room was barely lit, just like the rest of the abandoned manor. Regardless of the precautions taken, he wouldn't risk his plans ruined because someone happened to notice a light on. The old fool's order and the ministry were bound to be searching high and low for their savior. Harry Potter's abduction had caused a mass of hysteria throughout the wizarding world. Many had already declared him dead, since there had been plenty of witnesses to pass on the state they saw Potter in before he vanished. "The time has come for all of you to prove yourselves as a member of the inner circle," he said coolly. "Harry Potter is no longer a threat. All that remains is destroying his connection to the muggle-loving fool and his sanity. My spies tell me that the blood traitor, Sirius Black, has been leading the search for his precious godson. He has left the security of his home. I want Black brought to me alive and coherent. I want Potter to watch his beloved godfather die." The crowd of Death Eaters stood proudly now, eager to fulfill their assignment. Sirius Black was an enemy to many of them, especially Bellatrix Lestrange, since Sirius was actually her cousin. No one said a word, though. Ever since Audrey McDaniels, everyone treaded carefully when they stepped foot in the manor. Nothing less than total obedience was accepted, which meant that Harry Potter was certainly off limits. The figure before them pulled out his wand and all lapse in attention vanished. "I want the blood traitor here by tomorrow evening," he continued. "Do not fail me. There have been too many failures as of late. Harry Potter was brought here by a stroke of luck on your part and stupidity on Potter's. Black won't be as easy. Go." The Death Eaters hurried out of the room like the scared animals that they were. Now alone in the large room, he walked to the fireplace and sat down in a nearby chair. He stared at the dying fire for a moment before a smirk formed on his face. "Hello, Harry," he said softly. "I know you saw everything. Don't worry, your godfather will be joining us soon. I'm sure he's simply dying to see you." Harry woke up with a gasp followed by a wince when he realized that his scar was burning in pain. Closing his eyes tightly, he tried to focus on anything but the pain until it decreased to a more manageable annoyance. It was then that Harry realized that his back was aching badly and his left shoulder was throbbing. Sitting up and resting against the wall was a challenge. Any movement only made his pain increase. The restraints connected to his wrists had enough leeway so that he could sit up or lie down, but nothing more than that. Tilting his head backwards against the wall, Harry couldn't believe how empty and alone he felt now. The gentle and reassuring waves of emotions that he had become so dependent on for reassurance in the past month were now gone. Suddenly everything felt a lot more frightening. He would no longer know if anyone entering was being truthful or not. He could no longer trust anything but his instincts, which wasn't exactly comforting. His instincts had gotten him in this mess to begin with. Slowly, Harry opened his eyes but couldn't make out anything in the darkness. He couldn't push away the overwhelming dread at the thought of Sirius being in danger. Closing his eyes again, Harry didn't bother fighting the stinging sensation that always came before tears. He didn't hold back as the tears began to fall. This was his fault. He had no one to blame but himself. If he had only spoken to someone about the voices before running off, if only he had thought things through, if only he hadn't run away, if only. Voldemort was right. Sirius would be heavily involved in the search because Harry would do the same if Sirius had been captured. Sirius would put himself at risk and would sacrifice his life if it were necessary. Without Remus, Sirius was bound to do something rash. "Just like I did. Just like I always do." Harry bowed his head as the tears fell freely, not caring if anyone was nearby to see him. The thought of Sirius facing the same fate as Remus was just too much to bear. "Dad, Mum, Remus, please keep Midnight safe. I can't lose him too. He's all I have left." A thought suddenly hit him. Could this be a trick? This was just the thing that Voldemort would pull. He had learned the hard way never to believe anything when Voldemort was concerned. This was something that Voldemort would do. He would leave Harry in suspense until it was too late for anything to be done about it. Unless I try to find some way to warn the Order. Harry just wished he knew how. Concentrating, he tried to silently call Fawkes, but the Phoenix never arrived. Harry figured it had to do with his magic being suppressed and tried to focus on other ways of escape. As much as he wanted to dwell on the current situation, he knew that wasn't going to solve anything. Remus and Sirius had always told him that it was important to keep your wits about you in a crisis. Sooner or later, someone's bound to make a mistake. Personally, Harry was hoping for sooner rather than later, but he couldn't just wait around for the opportunity to present itself. Voldemort certainly wouldn't. Patience wasn't exactly a quality that Dark Lords had. Regardless of what happened, Voldemort wanted Harry dead. Breaking him was just a perk, something to brag about to a world that put their faith of survival in a teenager. Of course, no one actually said that the wizarding world contained those gifted with logical sense. Releasing a shaky breath, Harry tried to regain his focus. He was currently chained up in a cell with no possible access to his magic. That meant two things. 1, it was going to be significantly more difficult for him to get free. 2, chances were that Voldemort's followers wouldn't consider him much of a threat anymore. He would be underestimated. He would need to be if he stood a chance against Death Eaters. Focus on what you can control. Sirius and Remus had worked so hard to make Harry concentrate on the current problem in order to think clearly. As much as Harry hated it, he couldn't do anything about Voldemort's plan to capture Sirius until he found a way to escape. He couldn't risk passing on a warning to Professor Snape since he had no idea if anyone was listening in. No, he wouldn't risk Professor Snape's position like that. Unless I make myself out to be someone who is completely out of their mind and pass the message that way. The sound of echoing footsteps quickly pulled Harry out of his thoughts. He instantly began to calm his breathing and relaxed his body as if he were sleeping. The footsteps grew louder and the echoes decreased. There was only one coming, which meant this was probably a checkup to make sure that their prisoner hadn't died yet. More than likely they don't want to miss out on a chance to avenge their master, and, more importantly, avenge themselves. The footsteps abruptly stopped just before the individual reached the room Harry was in. Muffled voices could be heard for a split second before the door opened. Harry remained perfectly still, listening as the Death Eater opened the door, slowly entered the room, unlocked the cell door and opened it. Keeping his breathing even was a struggle for Harry. He really hated not knowing what was coming. He hated that his abilities had been stripped away when he needed them the most. Still out of it, muttered the deep voice of the Death Eater as he approached. It would be so easy to kill you, Potter, but the Dark Lord demands that you remain alive. The Death Eater crouched down in front of Harry, grabbed Harry by the chin and raised it upwards to see Harry's face. It's absolutely amazing how so many can fear one so young, even when you are completely defenseless. The Death Eater released Harry's chin and watched as the boy's head fell forward before standing back up. Don't worry, Potter. You should have company by this evening. Then the real fun begins. Harry felt something that felt strangely like a pair of glasses being slid on his face. The Dark Lord wants you to see the Blood Traitor's death with your own eyes. From what I hear, it should be quite a sight. It took every ounce of self-control Harry had to prevent himself from reacting to the news. They expected to have Sirius by tonight. That meant a few things. First, it wasn't nighttime yet, which gave him at least some sort of time frame. Second, he would have to find a way to escape as soon as possible. Time was no longer on his side. In fact, time was his enemy. The longer he took, the more at risk Sirius was. Unless this is another trick to make me do something incredibly stupid. Unfortunately, Harry couldn't afford to take the risk. As much as he wanted to make his guardians proud, Harry knew that he would have to act first and think later. It was no longer a question of how he could escape without anyone noticing. It was a question of what would he be willing to do to save someone he loved. How far would anyone go? Harry already knew the answer. He would do whatever he could to protect Sirius. He couldn't bear to lose another guardian. Harry let out a gasp as he fell to the floor and started to convulse. Pain flared from his wrists every time he moved them. The sound of his chains moving was the only sound for what felt like an eternity before Harry suddenly found himself in a full-body bind, something he hadn't prepared himself for. It took an enormous amount of self-control for Harry to keep his eyes closed and listen. The Death Eater once again crouched down and placed a hand on Harry's chest. A moment later Harry felt the restraints removed from his wrists and heard them fall to the floor with a clank. The body bind was removed, allowing the Death Eater to take a closer look at Harry's wrists. He wasn't going to get another chance at this. As quickly as possible, Harry kicked at the Death Eater's head while manually disarming him. The glasses he was wearing quickly adjusted to his prescription, allowing Harry to actually see his target. Adrenaline poured through his veins as Harry pulled his hand free and punched the Death Eater in the solar plexus and kicked him once again in the head as hard as he possibly could. The Death Eater fell to the ground in a daze as he struggled to breathe. Harry silently thanked Sirius and Remus for teaching him about pressure points in the human body. It certainly would make this a lot easier. With a few well-placed punches, the Death Eater was unconscious and Harry moved as quickly as he could. He changed clothes with the man, pocketed the wand and slipped on the Death Eater's cloak. The man was slightly taller than him and had brown-colored hair instead of black, but turned the right way. The Death Eater could give him the chance he needed to escape. Harry quickly repositioned his decoy so any distinguishing characteristics were hidden. He ripped off a portion of the Death Eater's shirt and gagged the man, then attached the restraints onto the limp wrists. He would have to move quickly yet discreetly. I will also have to find a way out of here without looking like I'm trying to leave. Rising to his feet, Harry pulled the hood of the cloak he was now wearing to hide his face in darkness. He inhaled deeply, gathering his courage, and walked out of the cell. Adrenaline was still coursing through his body, silencing any sign of pain. It was probably the only thing that kept him moving at the moment. As soon as this is over with, I can worry about any injuries I may have. Walking out of the room, Harry noticed the Death Eater guard who was reading the Daily Prophet, apparently bored out of his mind. "You didn't do anything noticeable, right?" the guard asked, although he sounded like he cared in the slightest. The brat started to panic like a frightened animal. Harry growled, trying to make his voice sound like his decoy's. "Don't worry, he's only stunned." The guard nodded and returned to reading. Harry held in a relieved sigh as he turned to the left and walked down the hallway at a casual yet brisk pace. His entire body was on alert, ready to strike at a moment's notice. His head remained still, but his eyes were continuously moving to locate any sort of exit. He saw another hallway on the left and instantly turned to move out of the Death Eater's line of sight. Harry let out a brief sigh of relief and started to check each door, but only found small empty rooms. Harry was about to turn around when he opened the last door on the right and stopped short at the sight of what could only be described as a large weapons closet. Stepping inside, Harry didn't hesitate in grabbing what he could. He quickly removed his cloak and strapped on a belt that would hold a sword and a chest harness that could hold a few knives just in case. Once he had all of the weapons in their correct places, Harry quickly put the black cloak back on and hurried to find a way out. The hallway veered to the right. Harry could barely hold back his excitement when he saw a window at the end of the hallway. It wasn't the most preferred way out, but it was still a way out. He just hoped that this wasn't a multiple-floor abode. He really wasn't looking forward to jumping out a window only to break a leg. That would certainly put a quick halt to his escape and any hope to warning Sirius or the Order. Harry continued checking doors but only found empty rooms. He was nearly halfway to the window when the sound of footsteps made him stop in his tracks. As quickly and quietly as possible, Harry hid in a nearby room and remained completely still. He closed his eyes and covered his mouth as the footsteps grew louder, competing with his thundering heartbeat in his ears. "Calm down. Panicking will solve nothing." Breathing deeply, Harry tried to calm himself as he listened to the footsteps walking past his hiding place. He could feel his hands shaking as he waited for the footsteps to fade into nothing. It's now or never. As quietly as possible, Harry opened the door and peeked out into the hallway only to see no one. He couldn't risk being cautious anymore and hurried to the window. He had to escape now or he never would. After a moment of searching, Harry found the latch to unlock it and opened the window to see that he was on the second level. Certainly not as bad as it could be. He carefully crawled onto the windowsill, ignoring the sparks of pain from his wrists. With a final breath, Harry jumped out the window and landed on the ground in a crouched position. His ankles throbbed on impact, causing Harry to wince. He let out a shaky breath before he stood up and ran as fast as he could. Reaching in his robes, Harry pulled out the stolen wand and tossed it into some hedges nearby. He really had no use for it and couldn't take the chance of anyone tracking it. He didn't know where he was going, but at the moment, anywhere was better than where he had just been. Harry didn't know how long he ran until he came across a dirt road, but from the appearance of the setting sun, it had been quite a while. He was extremely tired, sore, hungry and thirsty, but he had forced himself to keep moving. The added weight of his weapons had only made the task more difficult. He didn't know how long he had been held captive, but considering how weak his body was feeling, Harry could only assume that it had been at least a few days since he had eaten anything. Deep down, Harry knew he wouldn't last too much longer before dizziness started to set in. If working at a hospital for a month taught him anything, it was how to recognize the signs of exhaustion. He also knew it wouldn't be long before someone realized that the person in the cell wasn't Harry Potter. Once that happened, Voldemort was bound to retaliate, and Harry certainly wasn't looking forward to that headache. Harry now knew that his occlumency training hadn't actually stopped Voldemort at all. It had simply been a ploy to catch Harry at the right moment, a moment when Harry hadn't been thinking about anything other than the death of one guardian and the possible death of another. So much could have been avoided if I had talked to someone. Why did I trust a voice in my head rather than logic? I let Voldemort take my grief and twist it to suit his own purpose. I really must be the thickest person on the planet. Shaking the thought out of his head, Harry stuck out his wand arm and prayed that it would work. Sirius and Remus had told him once about an emergency transport service for witches and wizards. Would it still work if someone's magic had been suppressed? Harry could only hope, because he didn't think he would be able to make it home on foot. He didn't even know if he had been going in the right direction. A deafening bang was Harry's answer. Jumping backwards, Harry saw a violently purple, triple-decker bus had appeared out of thin air in front of him. There was gold lettering over the windshield that spelled, "The Night Bus." The thing was positively huge. Harry had never seen a bus like it before, but quickly snapped out of his thoughts and reminded himself that Voldemort's lair wasn't too far away. A thin and pimply young man wearing a purple uniform jumped down onto the dirt road. "Welcome to the night bus," he said loudly. Harry instantly reacted, grabbing the conductor by the uniform and shoving him back on the bus. "Hey!" the conductor cried. "Get off. Get the bus moving," Harry ordered through his teeth. "Unless you want to come face to face with Voldemort's finest, of course." The conductor winced at the mention of Voldemort's name before paling and hurrying to the driver, an elderly wizard wearing very thick glasses. Harry followed the conductor into the bus only to notice that there were no seats. Instead, there were 6 brass bedsteads that were placed next to curtained windows. Burning candles were in brackets next to each bed. This was absolutely the strangest bus Harry had ever seen. Thankfully all of the beds were empty at the moment. There was another loud bang and Harry quickly grabbed hold of the nearest bed to prevent himself from landing flat on his back as the night bus took off. Looking towards the driver, Harry saw the conductor staring at him fearfully. He must think, "I'm a Death Eater." Letting out a sigh, Harry sat down on the bed and pulled back the hood of his cloak to reveal his face. He knew it was the only way for the conductor to believe that he wasn't an enemy. The conductor gasped in shock as he took a few steps forward as if to get a better look. "Blimey," he said softly. "You're Harry Potter." It's Harry Potter." Harry could only shake his head in exasperation. "Look, I don't know what's been going on, but I need to get far from where we just were," he said tiredly. The conductor had apparently recovered from his shock and approached. "Where do you need to go, Mr. Potter?" he asked eagerly. "You're our only customer at the moment, so we don't have any other stops to make." "I'm Stan Shunpike, by the way, and the driver is Ernie Prang." Harry saw Ernie looking at him and nodded a hello, which earned him a nod from Ernie in return. I can't believe it, Stan continued in an amazed tone. Harry Potter, the entire ministry has been searching for you for the past 3 days, you know. Harry closed his eyes and let out a sigh. Well, at least he knew how long he had been there now. He didn't know why, but he had thought it had been longer even though he had been unconscious for most of the time. 3 days? He asked quietly. It's only been 3 days. Stan rested a hand on Harry's shoulder. Should we take you to St. Mungo's, Mr. Potter? He asked gently. If you're hurt. It doesn't matter, Harry interrupted. It won't be long before Voldemort knows I'm gone. Where are we exactly? Nearing London, Stan said carefully. But if you're injured. No, Harry said firmly. He wasn't about to put the lives of everyone in St. Mungo's in danger because of this. Besides, going to St. Mungo's would only waste time that he didn't have. Making sure Sirius was safe was all that mattered. His injuries could wait. I'll be all right. If you could drop me off at King's Cross Station, I'd appreciate it. Harry took off his glasses and tried to rub the oncoming exhaustion out of his eyes. Oh, I'm afraid I don't have any money, so if I could have an address to send it to. Don't worry about it, Mr. Potter, Stan said, leaving no room for argument. It's the least we can do, but I don't like leaving you in the middle of London with the current state of things. What about Sirius Black or even Dumbledore? They're in charge of the search for you. They would want to know you've escaped. Harry slid his glasses back on his face and met Stan's gaze. Would you return home if it meant putting your family in danger? He asked. Until I know I'm not being followed, I can't take the risk. Actually, Harry was worried that Voldemort was still in his head and would discover where Order headquarters was, but he wasn't about to reveal that. The more he thought about it, the more Harry realized that his original plan to run home and warn Sirius wouldn't work. All he had to do was to keep a lookout and make sure Sirius was still at home and not in Voldemort's clutches. After tonight, Harry would find some way to approach his guardian in a neutral setting, a setting that wouldn't give anything away to Voldemort. There had been many things about his capture that didn't make sense to Harry. Voldemort had the perfect chance to dive into Harry's mind for information, but he didn't. He could have discovered so much, but the Dark Lord kept his distance and let some sort of medical researcher search for information that he could have learned in a fraction of the time. Why? What was Voldemort playing at? Did he already know, and this was just another way to mess with a teenager's mind? It was now a constant fear. Was Voldemort in some corner of his mind? His scar had hurt continuously throughout the past few days, but Harry had assumed that it had been because he had been near Voldemort for so long. So many mistakes have already been made because of assumptions, and here I am making more. Harry really didn't know what to do. What do you do when you can't even trust your own mind anymore? Stan took a step back and studied Harry for a moment before he shook his head sadly. I still don't like it, Mr. Potter, he said. Couldn't we drop you off at the ministry instead? There's bound to be someone there who could help you out. There's also bound to be spies working for Voldemort there, Harry countered. The further I stay from the magical world, the better at the moment. It's too hard to tell whether someone is a friend or an enemy. Glancing at his wrists, Harry noticed blood and quickly hid them in his cloak. He could feel the tiredness seeping in and fought to keep it at bay. I can take care of myself, he said softly. Trust me. There was nothing more to say. Harry wasn't going to give in no matter what was said. He knew he really didn't stand a chance against Voldemort or the Death Eaters with his magic suppressed. He had handled one Death Eater by catching him by surprise, but Death Eaters rarely traveled alone. Their safety was guaranteed in numbers. It was a human trait that Harry had learned long ago. Attackers attacked when they were certain they would succeed. Defenders acted when they were certain the attackers could be defeated. Fear was definitely a powerful motivator. There was very little sunlight left when the bus had come to a stop. As he rose to his feet, Harry pulled the hood of his cloak over his head to hide his face. He didn't have much of a choice. The face of Harry Potter was too recognizable. Harry had a feeling that Muggles were probably aware of his disappearance by now, making it increasingly difficult to remain anonymous. Just stay in the shadows. That's really all I can do. King's Cross Station, Mr. Potter, Stan said quietly. "Thank you, Stan," Harry said politely, and he walked over to the doors. "Thanks for everything." Before Stan or Ernie could say anything, Harry stepped off the bus and took in his surroundings. The train station was extremely crowded, forcing Harry to quickly blend into the lines of traffic. With a loud bang, the night bus vanished from sight, but Harry seemed to be the only one to notice. "I guess that means there are no other witches or wizards in the area." Harry kept his posture relaxed but alert as he stepped out of the main crowd and veered left. It was about a 20-minute walk if you used the main streets, but Harry couldn't exactly take that route. There were too many people who would notice a cloaked figure walking down the sidewalk. "Merlin forbid any child see me and run away screaming. That would put an end to this little task real quick. Just what I need is someone alerting the Muggle authorities and causing a ruckus. I might as well put up a flashy sign saying, 'Find Harry Potter here.'" Luckily, the number of people outdoors decreased dramatically once Harry was far enough away from the train station. Soon, Harry had no difficulty staying out of the light provided by the street lamps and retreated to darkness and shadows provided by large trees and shrubs when it was absolutely necessary. So far there had been no sign of any witch or wizard whatsoever. Harry didn't know whether that was a good or bad sign. What if no one was at the house? What if they were somewhere that wasn't nearly as protected, leaving Sirius vulnerable? Harry was nearly halfway there when a searing pain erupted from his scar. Harry bit back a cry as he hurried for cover in a grouping of large shrubs and sank to his knees. Grabbing his forehead, Harry was barely aware that he was rocking back and forth. As the pain slowly increased, anger flooded his entire body. He felt the intense desire to hurt, to kill. "No. Get out of my head. I don't want to hurt anyone." His world suddenly dissolved into a dimly lit room large enough to fit an army. He was standing in front of nearly 24 kneeling Death Eaters. 2 of them were holding a man whose face was hidden by what could only be described as a cloth bag. The prisoner was trying to stand bravely, but it was easy to see that he was trembling in fear. Absolute silence filled the room. No one dared moving in fear of being subjected to the wrath of their leader. "All of you are here tonight because while you were here, Harry Potter managed to escape," Harry hissed. A teenager was walking around and no one noticed anything. The majority of the Death Eaters flinched in fear. "You were supposed to be the cunning and the sly, but you were outsmarted by a bloody Gryffindor that was nothing more than a Muggle. All of you will be punished for your failure." Harry turned his attention to the prisoner. "As for you, I had hoped that your precious godson would be able to physically witness your death, but this will have to do," he spat as he pulled out his wand. He approached the prisoner and pulled the bag off to reveal the fear-filled face of Sirius Black. "It's such a shame that the boy who lived must become an orphan once again," he said mockingly. "I'll be sure to tell your godson, hello, for you." Sirius tried to break free from the 2 Death Eaters and was instantly hit with a Cruciatus curse. Pain coursed through Harry's body, but no screams reached his ears. Both Sirius and Harry seemed to be using every bit of strength they had to remain silent. Harry was barely aware of the warmth against his chest coming from the pendants he had received from his birthday. He wanted to hold it but couldn't bring his body to move. Finally, the wand was lowered and the pain lessened dramatically. Sirius looked up and glared hatefully. There were a few bruises on his face and his bottom lip was bleeding. Whatever happened, Harry knew Sirius had put up a fight. Harry knew what was coming as the U-wand with a phoenix feather core rose and pointed at Sirius' head. He wanted to stop this. He needed to stop this somehow, but he was too exhausted and in too much pain to do anything but watch. He wanted to tell Sirius to run for it, but the words were stuck in his throat. He had never felt so helpless in his entire life. It was just like Remus all over again. He was too late for Sirius, just like he was too late for Remus. The pain from his forehead started to decrease, but not before Harry heard, "Avada Kedavra," but this time it was Voldemort's hateful voice who said it and not his own. Green light flooded in, followed quickly by darkness. Opening his eyes, Harry found himself surrounded by shrubs once again and couldn't hold back the despair that consumed him. This was not supposed to be happening. None of this was supposed to be happening. Sirius was supposed to be safe at home, not captured by Voldemort. At that moment Harry wanted nothing more than to die. The pain in his heart was excruciating. Sirius and Remus had been his entire life. What was he supposed to do without them? How was he supposed to survive without them? He could still see the fear in Sirius' eyes. Fear that he had never remembered seeing before. Fear that he never knew existed. Wait a minute. Was it possible? Was this just another trick? Could he dare to hope? Could Sirius actually be alive and this was just a ploy to make Harry do something incredibly stupid, again? Harry didn't know what to do. He really didn't think he could take any more pain. This was so much worse than the Cruciatus curse. Nothing could compare to the pain that losing your family. Was this what Sirius and Remus had felt when the Potters had been killed? How in the world had they managed to keep going? Several soft cracking noises quickly pulled Harry out of his thoughts. He knew that sound. It was the sound of evaporating. Reaching in his robes, Harry wrapped his fingers around the sword resting by his left hip. It no longer mattered who had arrived. Harry's mind had retreated to the basic instinct of survive and protect. "You there?" a familiar voice called out. "What are you doing here?" Harry slowly rose to his feet, ignoring the sparks of pain that came from the movement, and turned to see 4 individuals standing a safe distance away from him with their wands out. He couldn't make out their faces in the darkness, but he could tell that there were 3 wizards and 1 witch. The witch was thin but not overly so. The 3 wizards were lean but had enough muscle on them to make them appear intimidating. "What I am doing here is my business," Harry said coolly. "It would be best if you let me be." One of the wizards took a step forward and raised his wand to point at Harry's chest. "It would be best if you identified yourself," he said. "We will not hesitate to use force if necessary." "And neither will I." Harry knew he had heard that voice before but he couldn't remember from where. "That's easy for you to say considering that it's 4 against 1, Harry countered. "Perhaps you should introduce yourselves first." "Maybe they should just stun him," one of the wizards said quietly. "If he could help us find Harry." Harry's eyes widened. He definitely knew that voice. There was no mistaking the voice of a fellow former champion. "Victor?" he asked cautiously as he took a step forward. He couldn't believe it. What was Victor Crumb doing in London? Victor Crumb. With shaky hands, Harry released his hold on his sword, lifted his hands up and pushed back his hood to reveal his face. Victor raised his wand and light filled the alley. Harry raised his hand to shield his eyes from the light, but before he succeeded he found himself pulled into a fierce embrace. Pain screamed through his body, causing Harry to cry out. He was instantly released and fell to his knees gasping for breath. Lights flashed in front of his eyes, but after blinking for a few moments, everything returned to normal. Someone knelt down in front of him and rested a gentle hand on his shoulder. Looking up, Harry paled at the sight of Sirius' concerned face before pulling out his sword and positioning it in front of Sirius' neck. Sirius stared at Harry in shock before nervously looking down at the sword. "Harry, what are you doing?" he asked. "It's me. It's midnight. Don't you remember?" Harry's hands were shaking as he tried to keep the sword in place. Why did the sword feel so heavy all of a sudden? "In the past 3 days I have had my entire world ripped out from under my feet," he said in a shaky voice. "I just saw you die by Voldemort's hand, so forgive me if I don't take anything on face value. If you're really Sirius Black, then you'll have no problem proving it." Sirius nodded slightly, and with a pop, a large, shaggy black dog was sitting where Sirius had been. That was all it took for Harry to drop the sword and wrap his arms around the dog's neck. Tears filled his eyes as the realization of everything hit him at full force. Sirius was still alive. Voldemort had failed. It really had been a lie, a trick to make Harry do something stupid. It wasn't real. That look on Sirius' face wasn't real. With another pop, Sirius was back and carefully wrapped his arms around Harry. "Thank Merlin you're okay," he said as he buried his face in Harry's messy hair. "How did you escape? What were you thinking? Where have you been? Do you have any idea what it's been like not knowing whether you were alive or dead for the past month? How could you leave like that?" "I'm sorry," Harry said weakly. His arms relaxed as he felt the rest of his strength leaving him. After so long, he was too tired to do anything. He just wanted to sleep, but he feared that if he did, he would wake up to find this all a dream. The last thing he wanted was to be back as Voldemort's prisoner. "I'm so sorry. I was just trying to protect you." "Protect me?" Sirius asked in confusion. Harry, I'm supposed to be protecting you. I'm the adult here. If something had been wrong you should have said something and we would have faced it together with the Order as backup if it was necessary. Sirius let out a shaky breath. We've always faced problems as a team. Why couldn't you trust us this time? A hand rested on Sirius' shoulder as the witch knelt down, her face and short purple hair finally being revealed. Sirius, we should get Harry back to headquarters, interrupted Tonks as she picked up the sword Harry dropped. Harry needs a healer and Dumbledore needs to be notified. There will be plenty of time to ask questions later. No, Harry protested as he tried to break free of Sirius' hold but failed. I can't go back there. Please. Sirius carefully repositioned Harry so their eyes could meet. The confusion on Sirius' face was undeniable. Harry, we need to keep you safe, he said firmly. Headquarters is the only place that Voldemort can't reach you. Harry shook his head as he desperately grabbed hold of Sirius' shirt. You don't understand, he said painfully as his gaze fell to the ground. Voldemort, he's in my head. He's always been in my head. Occlumency never worked. He's been there the entire time waiting, and then after Remus, Harry couldn't stop the tears from falling. How could he convince them on something he couldn't even explain? He'll find out about headquarters. He'll know. I can't go back there. Please, I just wanted to make sure you were safe and not captured. Well, there's nothing we can do about it now, Harry, Sirius said, leaving no room for argument. I'm not leaving you to fend for yourself, so you have no choice but to come home. Right now healing your injuries is what's important. If I have to stun you and charm the house to keep you there, I will. Sirius glanced at Tonks, who nodded in agreement. Now, can you walk, Harry? Harry nodded reluctantly and was slowly helped to his feet by Sirius and Tonks. Sirius wrapped an arm around Harry's waist while Tonks held onto Harry's left arm. All right, just close your eyes, Harry. Harry did as he was told, and suddenly everything went black. He felt like he was being pressed very hard from all directions. He could not breathe, there were iron bands tightening around his chest, his eyeballs were being forced back into his head, his eardrums were being pushed deeper into his skull. A split second later it was over and Harry was ushered forward by Sirius and Tonks. He was still consumed with fear about returning to headquarters. The pain from his scar had decreased significantly, but there was still enough pain to make Harry nervous. Everything about this made him nervous. He really wished he knew for certain if Voldemort was still in his head or not. He hated not knowing whether he was a danger to others or not. We're almost there, Harry, Sirius said reassuringly as they stepped on the worn stone steps of number 12, Grimmauld Place, with Charlie Weasley leading the way. Charlie pulled out his wand and tapped on the door once. Several loud, metallic clicks were heard before the door creaked open. Charlie hurried in, followed by Sirius and Tonks, who helped Harry inside with Victor. Bringing up the rear, the door was closed as quietly as possible to prevent Mrs. Black from waking. Silence was maintained as they passed Mrs. Black's covered portrait and continued towards the kitchen. Charlie, use the fire to call Dumbledore and Poppy, Sirius said quietly as he and Tonks half-carried Harry into the kitchen. Victor, grab the first aid kit. The two wizards nodded and did as they were told while Sirius and Tonks carefully removed the Death Eater robe Harry was wearing. Harry couldn't bring himself to protest even if he wanted to. Haziness had set in along with sparks of dizziness. He felt like he was trapped in a fog of his own dread. He knew he would have to face everyone and also knew that they could never understand why. How could they understand what it had been like to lose a guardian only to hear the voice of someone long gone telling you that your remaining guardian would die if you stayed? They would never understand how important family was to Harry. Family was everything. Those moments when he had thought Sirius had been killed. Just hang on, Harry, Sirius said gently as he removed the chest harness. Merlin, you certainly were prepared for a fight. I guess we were lucky you recognized Victor's voice. Receiving no response whatsoever, Sirius glanced nervously at Tonks before he pulled out a chair and helped Harry sit down. He bit his lower lip as he knelt down in front of Harry and carefully removed Harry's shirt in order to see what damage had been done. Snape told us everything, Harry, he continued, eager to fill the silence. We know that Voldemort tricked you by pretending to be James that night, and we know that he had your magic suppressed. Victor hurried into the kitchen with the first aid kit and gasped. What did they do to him?" he asked. "He's covered with bruises." Sirius carefully checked if any ribs were broken as he looked into Harry's clouded eyes for any sort of recognition. There was none. Harry just stared straight ahead at nothing in particular. "Victor, hand me the smelling salts," Sirius said nervously. Victor did as he was told. Sirius opened the small bottle and placed it under Harry's nose. This time there was a reaction. Harry flinched away and would have fallen out of the chair if Tonks hadn't caught him. Sirius set the smelling salts on the table as he looked away. "Tonks, Victor, could you two give us a moment?" he asked in a wavering voice. Victor nodded and left, but Tonks hesitated. Sirius knew why. The past month hadn't been easy for any of them, but it had been the hardest on Sirius. "Tonks, please just trust me," he pleaded. This time Tonks nodded and left the room. Rubbing his eyes, Sirius pulled up a chair and sat down so that he was facing his godson. "Harry, please look at me." Slowly, Harry's gaze shifted until green met blue. Pain met pain. Regret met regret. Both godfather and godson knew there was so much to say, but neither of them could bring themselves to speak. Harry knew that any apology would be meaningless, and Sirius knew that any sort of lecture would only increase the guilt that Harry already felt. The lecture would certainly come, and Harry would probably be apologizing for a long time to come. "Listen, Harry, I know we have a lot to talk about," Sirius said at last as he grabbed his wand and waved it over Harry's wrists, banishing the dried-on blood. He then pulled out a roll of gauze from the first aid kit. "Running away like you did was probably the worst thing you could have done, but I guess I understand why you felt you had to leave." Sirius gently wrapped the gauze around Harry's left wrist and hands until it was nearly impossible to move. "You've always felt like it was up to you to protect everyone, but you have to understand that. Your father left you in my care." Sirius moved on to Harry's right wrist. "He would never ask you to put yourself in danger because of me." Harry bowed his head in shame. He didn't know why, but he felt extremely uncomfortable with how compassionate Sirius was being. A part of him wanted Sirius to be angry because he knew he deserved it. Harry deserved whatever punishment Sirius gave him for causing as much worry as he did. "He has done so much for me, and all I do is cause problems. All I do is put people in danger. All I do is get people killed." A soft knock on the door ended the conversation. "Sirius?" Tonks asked as she opened the door partially and poked her head through the opening. "Dumbledore and Poppy are here." Sirius nodded as he looked over his shoulder at Tonks. "Let them in," he said as he sealed the gauze, put the access back in the first aid kit. Harry kept his head bowed as the door opened completely. He heard several people enter and gasp. Realistically, Harry didn't think that his injuries were that bad. Yes, he was in pain, but it was nothing like what he had been in before. The pain from his scar was only a minor annoyance now, which was a blessing. He didn't know how much longer he could have handled the constant headache. Madame Pomfrey was instantly at Harry's side, waving her wand for a diagnosis as she placed her medical bag on the table. "Bruised ribs, minor concussion, exhaustion, dehydration, magical suppression, and strained muscles in the left shoulder," she announced before she lowered her wand and opened her bag. "I suppose considering where you were we should be grateful you are even alive, Mr. Potter." "Harry's afraid that Voldemort is in his mind, Dumbledore," Sirius said as Madame Pomfrey reached in her bag and pulled out 4 vials of different colored potions. "He says that occlumency never actually worked." Madame Pomfrey waved her wand again and the chair Harry was sitting in transformed into a reclining chair. "Sit back, Mr. Potter," she ordered and waited for Harry to obey. She handed him potion after potion which Harry downed obediently, trying his best to ignore the awful taste of each one. After the third one, Harry had to work extremely hard not to lose his stomach. After the 4th potion, Harry desperately wanted someone to knock him out. He felt extremely woozy and downright ill. Sirius' voice quickly pulled Harry back to the realization that there were at least 3 other people in the room. "Are you sure this should be done now?" he asked worriedly. "Aren't there side effects when someone's magic is unsuppressed?" Harry slowly looked up and saw Professor Dumbledore looking at him sympathetically before looking directly at Sirius. "His magic may be unstable for a few days, but it would give him more protection than he currently has," Dumbledore said patiently. Harry's magic has always acted as defense mechanism, especially when Harry was in danger. If Voldemort were to attempt to enter Harry's mind, his magic is really the only protection he has. He's just too exhausted to physically fight a mental attack at the moment. Sirius let out a sigh. "Poppy," he asked desperately, "normally I would be against such an action with a patient in Mr. Potter's state, but these aren't normal circumstances," Madame Pomfrey answered sincerely. "I can only say that a mental attack from you-know-who is the last thing Mr. Potter needs at the moment. As a matter of fact, any stress whatsoever is the last thing Mr. Potter needs." Harry didn't like where this conversation was going. Unstable magic. What would that mean for his empathic ability? Having the ability had been trying at times but manageable when he only felt a hint of other people's emotions. If he were overpowered by them, Harry shuddered. At the thought, there was also the possibility of his outbursts returning. That wasn't a favorable option either. He definitely didn't want to hurt anyone. "I don't like this," Sirius said hesitantly. "You're talking about how exhausted he is, but you want to add on unstable magic in addition to what he's already going through. If Voldemort was going to attack him, wouldn't it have happened by now?" "Voldemort would wait until Harry is the most vulnerable and unable to retaliate before it was too late," Professor Dumbledore answered. "He's most likely waiting until Harry falls asleep." That makes sense. The majority of Harry's visions had taken place when he was sleeping. That was why he was always told to clear his mind at night. The problem was that it hadn't worked then with his magic. Why would it work now? Harry didn't know what to think. He didn't know what to believe. He didn't know what to do. At the current moment, Harry had absolutely no confidence in making any sort of decision. A hand waved in front of his face, pulling Harry out of his thoughts to see Sirius, Professor Dumbledore, Madame Pomfrey, and Tonks looking at him worriedly. Unable to think of anything to say, Harry could only look away. What was he supposed to say? "I don't think restoring my magic would be a good idea since I recently discovered that I'm empathic and I'm afraid the overabundance of emotions would drive me insane." That would go over well. Professor Dumbledore, however, seemed to pick up on Harry's uncertainty. "Is there anything you wish to tell us, Harry?" he asked tenderly. Harry shook his head. In the Muggle world, keeping secrets had been mandatory. No one believed in magic, let alone the ability to sense someone else's emotions and the ability to heal. Would it have to be the same in the wizarding world? He had never heard of anyone with any kind of specific abilities like this before. This sort of thing wasn't normal, that much was clear. How would people react? How would Sirius react? Sirius pulled up a chair and sat down next to Harry. No words were said as Sirius wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders and pulled him close. It was a simple action that made Harry crumble instantly. He had never been so confused in his entire life. He just didn't know what to do anymore about anything. He barely felt someone taking his left arm, placing it on the table and holding it in place. All that he was actually aware of was the fact that his godfather, the man who had every reason to hate him, was at his side, comforting him. "Just so you know, I'm only allowing this because Harry's petrified of Voldemort being in his head," Sirius said protectively. "You better hope there are no complications with this, Dumbledore. I didn't get my godson back just to lose him again. And I will do everything in my power to ensure that doesn't happen," Professor Dumbledore insisted. "I know you still blame me for what Harry has faced, but I give you my word I only want the best for him. Keeping Harry safe and helping him recover are my sole concerns. Whatever side effects Harry may have from this pale in comparison to the alternative." Madame Pomfrey pulled out a syringe from her bag and checked to make sure there were no air bubbles. "This may sting a little, Mr. Potter," she said sympathetically. "Try to remain still. Receiving any less than a full dose could be dangerous." Harry felt Sirius tighten his hold moments before he felt a prick in his left arm. Almost instantly, Harry started to feel what could only be described as a tingling sensation starting in his left arm and quickly passing through his entire body. The sensation quickly changed to pain as Harry felt his senses heighten. It was like a door had opened suddenly, allowing everything in that had been blocked out. Harry was vaguely aware that his body was shaking as emotions hit him at full force. They weren't like gentle waves anymore. They were more like blasts of wind that couldn't be ignored. He was instantly overwhelmed with feelings of concern, sympathy, nervousness and even fear. Instincts overrode any sort of logical thought. Getting away from the overpowering emotions was all that mattered. Everything around him felt too alive to make any sense. Pushing Sirius away, Harry turned so quickly that he lost his balance and fell backwards out of the chair. He could vaguely hear someone cry out, but he couldn't tell who it was. Pulling himself up to all fours, Harry could only wait as magic pulsed through him along with the foreign emotions. He was just too tired to even try to fight it. Slowly, the madness started to calm down, alerting Harry to how quiet it actually was. He raised his head to see that there were several more people in the kitchen and it was significantly brighter. He couldn't make out who they were, but at the moment it didn't matter. They were causing him pain that made them the enemy. He was in survival mode right now. Deep down he didn't want to hurt anyone, but he needed to stop the pain. A figure tentatively moved closer, increasing the sensations of concern and bringing a new emotion, protectiveness. This person didn't want to harm him, but he was nevertheless. Harry quickly backed away from the figure and pushed out his hand in a defensive gesture, begging the man to stay away. Instantly, the blasts of foreign emotions vanished. He felt incredibly empty as everything came into focus. The room had returned to its natural lighting for Harry to see Sirius, Professor Dumbledore, Madame Pomfrey, Tonks, Charlie Weasley, Professor McGonagall, and Victor Crumb through a semi-transparent blue-tinted barrier staring at him in shock. Harry's eyes widened in horror. What was going on? He started to pull his hand back when Dumbledore's voice stopped him. "Harry, lower the shield," Professor Dumbledore said calmly. "We won't hurt you. You are safe now. Do you understand?" Harry was too preoccupied with the blue-tinted shield that flickered every time he moved a finger to answer. This was certainly a new development. His shock had dissolved into curiosity. This shield was actually blocking everyone's emotions from reaching him. Harry could feel himself weakening, but he didn't dare attempt to lower the shield. He didn't think he could handle being bombarded by all of the emotions again. As rational thought returned, questions started to filter in Harry's mind. How was he doing this, without a wand? This wasn't summoning a wand or even minor healing. This was a powerful shield that was normally difficult to create with a wand. He knew he was in the middle of a magical outburst, but he still shouldn't be able to do this. What did it mean? Was this related to the oddity that Death Eater, McDaniels, had discovered? No, it can't be. Reluctantly, Harry lowered his hand and watched as the shield vanished. Emotions quickly washed over him, but it wasn't as forceful as before. The emotions had dimmed slightly, allowing Harry to actually focus on those who were currently watching him, but he knew he wouldn't be able to withstand it for long. The sooner he could find some solitude the better, although he had a feeling that solitude was the last thing he was going to be granted. Arms wrapped around him, pulling Harry into a firm chest. He didn't have to look to know who was holding him. Burying his face in Sirius' chest, Harry closed his eyes and tried to ignore the concern, protectiveness and love that were pulsating off of the man. Any thought that Sirius would hate him for what had happened was forgotten. That acknowledgement allowed Harry to do something he hadn't done in a long time: relax. The pain from his scar was lessening to only an annoyance, which was a relief. He was too tired to even attempt to fight off a mental attack at the moment. Slowly the emotions faded until they were once again gentle waves that served as a comfort rather than a headache. It didn't matter that there were people in the room talking about him. All that mattered was that he felt safe and protected for the first time in a long time. He couldn't bring himself to worry what tomorrow would bring, because at the moment he was at the one place he had so desperately wanted to be at. He was home. Darkness was everywhere, suffocating and absolutely frightening. There was no fighting it, no escaping it. Harry couldn't move, he couldn't breathe. The darkness had entered his lungs, freezing them with fear. It was almost like it was alive, attacking anyone who dare oppose it. It was impossible to fight back. How do you fight something you can't see? How do you fight when you can't even move? Pain coursed in the darkness, making it impossible to feel anything else. His limbs were on fire, his chest was screaming, and his scar felt like it was tearing at the seams. Harry wanted to cry out, wanted to scream as loud as he could, but his vocal cords refused to work. He tried to move, but something was holding his arms and legs in place. He wanted to fight. He tried to fight but he couldn't break free. He was trapped. Harry Potter, a familiar high-pitched voice hissed evilly. Did you honestly think you could escape me? There is no escape for you. I will always be here, in your mind, waiting for the one piece of information that will destroy Dumbledore's little order. You will be my spy and there's nothing you can do about it. No, I would rather die than help you. I won't betray them. They're my family. Harry started to panic. His greatest fear had become a reality. He was a danger to those he cared about. He didn't know how Voldemort pulled it off, but it didn't matter. They were better off without him. You misunderstand, Harry, Voldemort said casually. You will die. There is no question about that. If you had only accepted my offer, this could all have been avoided. I would have spared them, but now I shall enjoy the pain that their deaths will cause you. Enjoy your freedom while you can, Harry. No, you won't take them from me. Panic had shifted into desperation. He didn't care what it cost him personally. He wasn't going to let Voldemort take anyone else. The pain was pushed away and replaced with intense warmth that filled his entire body. His lungs thawed, allowing him to breathe. Light started to crack through the darkness like a sheet of dark glass that was slowly breaking to allow the sunlight to finally shine through. No, Voldemort shouted angrily. You can't fight it. It's impossible to fight. Harry struggled to calm himself down and clear his mind of thought. Occlumency may have failed to keep Voldemort out completely, but it had kept the Dark Lord from learning anything of importance. I seem to have a habit of defying the impossible. Get out of my mind, Tom, and stay out. The remaining darkness quickly dissolved as light completely surrounded Harry. Voldemort's high-pitched shriek could be heard as it faded into nothingness. Distant voices could be heard, but Harry couldn't make out what was being said. The light slowly faded into darkness, but this time there was no pain. It was a comfortable darkness. His body relaxed and his limbs were released from whatever had been holding them in place. He felt someone take hold of his hand as fingers ran through his hair in a soothing manner that only two people had ever managed to accomplish. Soft waves of nervousness and concern brushed against him, followed by a comforting warmth. Opening his eyes as much as possible, Harry saw the somewhat blurry figure of his godfather staring at him. He blinked tiredly, unable to find the strength to do anything else. He felt like he had just finished an intense training session with Sirius after working a double shift at the hospital. Fingers continued to run through his hair, causing Harry to reflexively close his eyes again. He couldn't bring himself to question what had just happened. He couldn't even bring himself to speak. It's all right, Harry, Sirius said softly as he tightened his hold on Harry's hand. Everything's okay now. Poppy's confident the potion Voldemort gave you is out of your system now. Harry forced his eyes to open partially and stared at Sirius with a confused look on his face. It was a potion that would slowly weaken your mental defenses until you were nothing more than a puppet. Harry inhaled as sharply as he could. But you don't have to worry anymore. Poppy gave you the antidote, Harry. It's over. This entire mess is finally over. Harry couldn't believe what he was hearing. Occlumency hadn't failed after all. It had all been because of a potion. Struggling to stay awake, Harry could only wonder what else had been done to him when he had been unconscious. Was it really over, or was this only just the beginning? Please let it be over. Let this entire nightmare be over. I don't know how much more I can take. Rest, Harry, Sirius said, breaking the silence. We can talk about everything later when you're feeling better. Poppy said that sleep is the best thing for you. She was rather upset at how much weight you've lost. I think we may need to borrow Dobby for the rest of the summer, or maybe I should offer him to work for us instead of Dumbledore. Merlin knows he would probably be happier here, although he might get bored from time to time. Sirius, Harry mumbled in a scratchy voice as his eyes slowly closed. You're babbling. Sirius let out a chuckle. Yes, I am, he admitted as he released his hold on Harry's hand and pulled the bedcovers up to Harry's chin. You just gave me a scare, kiddo. We couldn't wake you and you were in so much pain. Well, I've never actually witnessed one of your scar headaches, so it was sort of an eye-opener. Sirius let out a sigh as he carefully wiped the perspiration from Harry's forehead. Go to sleep, Harry. I'll be right here, I promise. That was all it took for Harry to give in and fall into a peaceful sleep for the first time in a long time. He didn't have to sleep with his wand under his pillow or worry any noise that was made during the night. He was home, in his own bed, and Sirius was there. He was safe. A cool draft brushed against his chest, pulling Harry reluctantly out of his dreamless sleep. He was still so tired, but the cold air wouldn't go away. It kept teasing him, urging him to wake up. Groggily, Harry reached for his bedcovers but couldn't find any. He let out a groan in protest as a gentle hand rested on his shoulder to hold him in place. Fingers started to run through his hair, serving as a distraction as a cold substance was rubbed on his chest. As his mind started to clear, Harry was able to notice the subtle waves of concern and sympathy. Whoever was in the room clearly meant him no harm. Hands rubbed a sore spot near his ribs, causing Harry to inhale sharply. When the motions abruptly stopped, Harry slowly opened his eyes to see the somewhat blurry figure of Madame Pomfrey leaning over him. He blinked at her in confusion before shifting his gaze to see that there were two other people in the sunlight-filled room. One person was sitting at his bedside while the other was standing at the foot of his bed. "I apologize, Mr. Potter," Madame Pomfrey said as she waved her wand over Harry. A tingling sensation spread throughout Harry's chest, banishing the pain. "It seems the pain-relieving potion has worn off sooner than expected. I'm afraid it will be at least an hour until you can have another dose. The majority of your injuries are completely healed. Your wrists are still a little tender and your ribs are obviously still mending. They will probably be sore for some time, so I suggest that you take it easy." Harry watched through partially opened eyes as Madame Pomfrey returned to rubbing the cream-like substance on his chest. Thankfully, there was no pain this time, allowing Harry to close his eyes and concentrate on the emotions everyone in the room were sending out. The waves were comforting, soothing. He didn't know what it was, but it was definitely something he wanted to hold on to. It was almost intoxicating, which started to frighten Harry. This had never happened before. Why was it happening now? Your system has been clean of the mind-linking potion for the past 24 hours with no side effects, Madame Pomfrey continued as she pulled the bedcovers over Harry's chest. You will still need to be monitored for a few more days, but I truly believe there will be no lasting effects from the potion. Your magic has also stabilized over the past 2 days, so there should be no more episodes. In other words, you're still recovering, so you have to stay in bed until Poppy declares you healthy, Sirius clarified from his place at Harry's bedside. Harry slowly opened his eyes again and stared up at the ceiling. He knew Sirius well enough to know there was a lot he wasn't saying. Resting wouldn't be the only thing he would be doing for the next few days, and he didn't know how he felt about that. Yes, Sirius deserved an explanation and so much more, but Harry really didn't have a decent explanation for his actions. In his grief over the loss of one guardian, he had abandoned the other, who was probably experiencing pain similar if not worse than his own. Harry may have loved Remus like a father, but Sirius had lost a brother and best friend, his only remaining friend from his childhood. That realization was too much. Closing his eyes, Harry couldn't stop the tears that started to fall. He had put his godfather through hell and he had no one to blame but himself. "I'm sorry," Harry said quietly. There was so much he had to apologize for, he really didn't know where to begin. "They will just leave you two alone then," Victor said from the foot of the bed. "If you need anything." "Thank you, Victor," Sirius said sincerely. "Poppy, I'll let you know if there are any complications." Victor and Madame Pomfrey left the room without saying another word. Once the door closed, an uncomfortable silence filled the room. Both of them knew there was so much to say but couldn't find the words. "Please tell me what happened, Harry," Sirius said at last, his voice pleading. "All of it. How you left Hogwarts, where you've been, how we were unable to detect you, what happened when you were taken." Harry let out a sigh as he opened his eyes. Might as well get it over with. "When I saw Remus," he began softly, I couldn't take it. It was like a part of me died. All I could think was that if it wasn't for me, it wouldn't have happened." Sirius grabbed Harry's hand but remained silent. "That was when I heard him confirming everything I had feared for so long. The only memory I have of my dad was when he was telling Mum to take me and run from Voldemort, but I'll never forget his voice. At first I suspected it was Voldemort, but he was so understanding and comforting. He told me it wasn't my fault and that Remus didn't blame me." "Harry, I know it was stupid to believe a voice. In my head, Harry continued in a shaky voice. I know it was equally stupid to believe him when he told me that I had to protect you, that I had to leave. I didn't want to, but he was so convincing. Harry slowly turned his head so his tear-filled eyes looked at Sirius' somewhat blurry face. Sirius gently brushed away the tears before resting his hand against Harry's cheek. I couldn't lose you too, so I asked for help. The voice. Sirius asked in confusion. Harry shook his head. Hogwarts, he said softly. I asked her for help. She called for Fox, who took me to my dorm so I could pack a few things. Before we left Hogwarts, Fox did something strange. Hogwarts told me that he was using his magic to protect me and make me undetectable. After that, Fox took me to Gringotts so I could take out some money, then transported me to a vacant hotel room. We managed to catch a few hours of sleep before we had to leave. Fox returned to Hogwarts and I stayed in Muggle London. So, let me get this straight, Sirius said in amazement. You managed to escape a place that Dumbledore had charmed like a fortress with the help of a castle and Dumbledore's own pet. At Harry's tentative nod, Sirius let out a laugh. Oh, this is unbelievable. We never suspected Fox was involved even though all the signs were there. He was conveniently out hunting when we discovered you were missing. He has been hanging around here an awful lot and he wasn't too cooperative whenever we asked him to try to find you. Dumbledore just thought that he was being difficult. Sirius shook his head in disbelief and squeezed Harry's hand again. Sorry, kiddo, he said sincerely. You were saying. Harry closed his eyes and let out a tired sigh. He was entering dangerous territory. Should he tell Sirius or not? Should he reveal everything or should he keep it to himself? There's really nothing much to say, Harry answered softly. I changed my name to Jonathan Orion Evans and got a job as an orderly in a hospital. I kept my head down and my ears open. I learned some things about myself that I'm still trying to work out. Like what? Sirius asked curiously. Opening his eyes, Harry decided that keeping secrets from Sirius was only going to cause more problems in the long run. He needed to be completely honest or Sirius would never trust him again. Concentrating on the waves around him, Harry could pick up curiosity, nervousness and a subtle hint of fear. Please don't be afraid of me. I'm empathic, Sirius, he said at last. I can feel other people's emotions. That's why I reacted like I did when my magic was restored. Everyone's emotions were overpowering me. Sirius was silent for a long moment before he pulled Harry into his arms and held him tightly. Oh Harry, he said compassionately. I can't say that I'm not surprised. Your outbursts have always seemed to be related to your emotions. I guess I just never thought it would surface so soon. Carefully, Sirius loosened his hold and let Harry lie back down. He took hold of Harry's hands and held them tightly. Is it painful? Harry shook his head. Sirius was certainly taking it better than Harry thought he would. Most of the time it feels like a soft breeze, he said truthfully. If I'm paying attention, I'm aware of it, but if I'm preoccupied with something else then it doesn't bother me. If I'm around a lot of people then it's hard to make out which person has a certain emotion, but it's really not so bad. Harry looked at Sirius, his eyes pleading. You're okay with this, right? I know it's not normal. Of course I'm okay with this, Sirius said firmly. Having an ability doesn't change who you are and what you mean to me. I'll help you with this any way I can. Did you really think that I would turn my back on you, Harry? Harry looked away shamefully, giving Sirius his answer. Sirius reached over to the bedside table, picked up Harry's glasses and slid them on Harry's face. Look at me, Harry. Nervous green met determined blue. I will never abandon you. You know that. We've told you this countless times. Tears filled his eyes as he looked away. Remus had told him something similar to that not too long ago. He was relieved that Sirius didn't think he was a freak, but he was still scared that something would happen to Sirius just like it had Remus. He was afraid to be alone again, an orphan without a family. How could he go back to the way everything had been with Dursleys after having Sirius and Remus as guardians? Harry, what's wrong? Sirius asked worriedly. What did I say? Harry couldn't bring himself to speak. He tried to pull away but Sirius wouldn't release his hold on Harry's hands. Too weak and tired to fight any longer, Harry finally gave in to his frustrations. Remus said he'd never leave too. He cried as he pulled away from a stunned Sirius. He promised. Harry curled into a ball, ignoring the sparks of pain coming from his ribs. Everything that he had forced himself to bury was coming to the surface, especially everything about that night at the ministry and finding Remus the way he did. Why did he have to die? He whispered. Why? At that moment, Harry didn't care if he was being childish. Nothing made sense. Remus was gone and Sirius was being sensible. Sirius was never sensible. Sirius was unpredictable and headstrong. This wasn't right. None of this was right. Why wasn't anything the way it was supposed to be? What was next? Professor Snape waking through the door with a smile on his face and declaring his love for all Gryffindors. "Oh Merlin," Sirius said in shock. "Oh Merlin. Of course. It all makes sense. I can't believe we were so stupid. What else were you supposed to think?" Sirius moved so he was sitting on the edge of Harry's bed and gently pulled the shaking teenager in his arms once again. "I'm so sorry, Harry," he said sincerely. "I never thought you would interpret it like that. I should have been there. Someone should have been there to explain everything." Harry was trying to piece together what Sirius had said as he felt Sirius release him and move so they were sitting face to face. What did he mean, interpret? What was there to explain? Harry was starting to wonder if he had been hit with a confundus charm or something because absolutely nothing was making sense. People who are alive breathe. People who are alive are not as still as Remus had been. "Harry, look at me," Sirius said firmly and waited until Harry obeyed. "Harry, I understand this may come as a bit of a shock, but Remus didn't die that night. He was severely injured and would have died if Poppy hadn't put him in an enchanted sleep. She basically had to put his body into a stasis to stop the poison from spreading. It was the only way." Harry stared at Sirius in utter shock. Tears rolled down his face as breathing became difficult. He couldn't believe it. It took every ounce of strength for Harry to try to grasp the possibility that Remus was alive. Whatever Sirius was saying went in one ear and out the other while Harry heard Sirius' words repeat over and over again in his mind. Remus didn't die that night. How was it possible? Remus didn't die that night. If it were true, where was Remus now? Remus didn't die that night. Was he okay? "He's alive," Harry asked quietly. "Moony's alive." "Yes, Harry," Sirius said slowly. "Moony's alive. He's in his room right now, still in the enchanted sleep. We have to give him the antidote in small doses since he's a werewolf. Their systems don't tolerate some of the ingredients all too well. We're slowly making progress. Poppy predicts that he will be able to wake up near the end of August if there are no complications. We're doing all we can for him, Harry. I promise." Harry swallowed nervously. He couldn't help but wonder if there wasn't something he could do to help out. He had helped people at the hospital. Why couldn't he help Remus? He knew he wouldn't be able to heal Remus, but if he could speed the recovery up a bit, then wasn't it worth a try? "Can I see him?" Harry asked hopefully. Sirius gave Harry a compassionate look. "When you're feeling better, kiddo," he said as he ruffled Harry's messy hair. "I know that isn't what you want to hear, but as soon as you have recovered then we can take care of Moony together, all right?" Harry nodded reluctantly. It would probably be better to be completely healthy. He knew he would have to tell Sirius about his other ability, but he really didn't want to get Sirius' hopes up. What if he couldn't help Remus? He couldn't control the ability yet, it still controlled him. What if it wouldn't let him heal Remus? Not heal. It's not actual healing. It's only helping people recover. That's all I've ever been able to do. "We can talk about the rest later," Sirius said as he stood up, pulled off Harry's glasses and set them down on the bedside table. "I've already kept you awake longer than I should have." Harry could hardly believe what he was hearing. How could he sleep after the bombshell Sirius had just dropped on him? Harry was tired, but hearing about Remus' recovery was more important than sleep. "But, Harry," Sirius warned, "do you really want Poppy mad at you?" Harry shook his head as straightened himself out and pulled the bedcovers up to his neck to hide his bare, bruised chest. He really didn't want to be stuck in bed any longer than necessary and knew that following Madame Pomfrey's orders was the only way to prevent that. "I'm really sorry for causing so much trouble," Harry said sincerely. Sirius smiled softly as he picked up a vial from Harry's bedside table. I know, Pronglet, he said gently as he removed the cork from the vial. Just so you know, you are grounded and we will be having a few talks about your tendency to shield everyone from what you're going through. I'm the guardian here, not the other way around. I'm supposed to be protecting you. That was what your father would have wanted, all right. Harry nodded obediently. Logically, it made sense, but in his heart, Harry wanted to protect his family. He didn't know why he couldn't just trust Sirius to handle everything. Why did he feel like he had to be the one to stand against the dark forces of the world? Because everyone expects me to be their savior since I'm the boy who lived. It was as simple as that. The moment Harry had entered the wizarding world, he had become what everyone wanted him to be. Even at the age of 11, no one had told him stopping Quirrell had been wrong. No one had scolded him for facing off against a basilisk, a 16-year-old Tom Riddle, and even Dementors. Harry was a protector and he didn't know if he could let that go so easily. Harry, Sirius asked in a concerned tone. What's wrong? Letting out a sigh, Harry just shrugged his shoulders. This was going to be difficult. I just don't know how to be both, he said softly as he sat up and stared at Sirius, begging him to understand. Everyone wants me to be the boy who lived and you want me to be a kid. I wish I knew what it was like to be normal. I only know that when Remus and you entered my life I was happy. I had a family who loved me for who I was and I couldn't bear losing it. Biting his lower lip, Harry let out a long breath in an attempt to keep his emotions under control. He really didn't want to break down anymore. I just can't help it. Sirius sat down at Harry's bedside and let out a long breath. Harry, what do you want to be? He asked gently. You have to stop trying to satisfy everyone because that is impossible to accomplish. Trust me, I know. I realize that you will never be able to be a normal teenager and I blame your relatives and Dumbledore for that. Being thrown into the wizarding world like you were was a mistake. I honestly don't know what Dumbledore was thinking, if he was at all. I understand this is hard, but you have to stop thinking that everyone else is more important than you. Your parents thought your life was worth enough to die for, and so do I. This is what I choose, Harry. I'm aware of the danger but I keep on fighting. That is my choice. If I didn't want this, I wouldn't be doing it. It was what Harry needed to hear even if he didn't want to believe it. He understood that Sirius and Remus had the right to make their own choices just like they had been for years. Harry couldn't take that away from them any more than they could take it away from him. It was a simple fact that was still so hard to accept. He had no control over other people's decisions. He had forgotten one of the first theories Sirius and Remus had taught him: focus on what you can control. It was amazing how hard it was to accept the theory when ones you care about were involved. Sirius rested a hand on Harry's shoulder and gently urged him to lie back down. Just think about it, all right? He asked softly. Now, Poppy left a calming draft to help you relax. With your recent vision, we don't want to give you any sleeping potions. It's easier to wake you if it's a natural sleep. Sirius raised the vial to Harry's lips. Just a sip, kiddo. Harry obediently took a sip of the potion and could feel the effects instantly. His body relaxed and everything felt so hazy. He blinked tiredly as Sirius tucked him in and ran a hand through his hair. Leaning into the touch, Harry let out a content sigh and closed his eyes. The pull to dreamland was too strong to fight, so Harry did the only thing he could. He succumbed to the darkness. Whispering voices were what woke Harry hours later. He was lying partially on his side with his head turned away from the door. Surprisingly, there was significantly less pain from his ribs, which made Harry wonder how long he had slept. His mind slowly cleared, allowing him to pick up on hints of concern, eagerness and nervousness. Rolling completely on his back, Harry tried to concentrate on the voices, but they were too soft for him to make out anything. Someone was gently took hold of his hand, rubbing their thumb over the back of it in a soothing motion. Harry slowly turned his head towards the person who was holding his hand and partially opened his eyes. He was surprised to see Tonk's spiky, purple hair clearly visible even in the dimly lit room. His movement didn't go unnoticed as the whispers abruptly stopped. With her free hand, Tonks reached over to Harry's bedside table, grabbed his glasses and slid them on his face. Everything came into focus, allowing Harry to see that Tonks had been talking to Victor Crumb, who was sitting on the foot of the bed. Tonks rested her free hand on Harry's forehead for a long moment before pulling it away. "How are you feeling?" she asked gently. "You're still a little pale and a little warmer than normal, but after everything that's happened I guess we should be grateful." Harry slowly blinked at her. With the lighting he couldn't see her completely, but he could see enough to see the worried look on her injury-free face. He couldn't help mentally cursing himself for not thinking about her state before now. She had been one of the people who had faced off against the Death Eaters because of him. "You weren't hurt, were you?" Harry asked in a scratchy voice. "Did the shield work?" Tonks lightly slapped Harry on the arm. "After all you've been through, you're worried about that?" she asked in disbelief. "We have to seriously work on your priorities, little one." Harry scowled at Tonks' nickname for him. He really wasn't little anymore. "We also need to have a serious talk about your disregard for authority. Kingsley and I are the trained Aurors, not you. Why did you feel the need to protect us from something we were trained to do?" Harry let out a sigh as he closed his eyes. I don't know," he said truthfully. "I just wanted to keep my family safe. I didn't want anyone else to die because Voldemort is obsessed with me. Mum, Dad and Cedric were killed, Remus is now in an enchanted sleep, and that Muggle neighborhood was attacked all because of me." "Harry," Tonks scolded, "you are not to blame for what you know who has done. You have done everything you could, do you hear me?" Harry turned his face away, forcing Tonks to gently turn his face back. "Look at me, Harry," she said firmly, and waited until Harry obeyed. "Yes, you know whose actions seem to form around you, but you're not to blame for his obsession. You have always done everything in your power to stop him. Sometimes it isn't enough, but at least you try. That is more than a lot of people in this world. But it still hurts when I fail. It still feels like I let everyone down." Tonks let out an annoyed sigh and slammed her head into the mattress. "I don't believe this," she cried in frustration as she raised her head and looked at Victor. "Help me out here. He obviously won't listen to me." Victor shrugged his shoulders helplessly. "How can you be surprised?" he countered. "I could have told you during the tournament that Harry Vass extremely protective of those he cares for. He made that very clear when I was interested in courting Hermione. It is obvious that nothing has changed since then. With what's happened to Mr. Lupin, can you blame him for acting this way? I would too if my family was in danger." That clearly wasn't what Tonks wanted to hear. "Victor," she scolded, "you're supposed to be on my side here." Victor shrugged again. "I'm not saying he's right," he said truthfully. "I'm just saying I understand where he's coming from. Wouldn't you do the same if he was in danger? Wouldn't you risk everything to protect him? After what he's seen, how can you just expect him to be a child like everyone else?" Tonks enfolded her arms across her chest and sulked. "Stupid men always ganging up on me," she muttered irritably. "Of course," Victor said as he shot Harry a grin. "They men must stand together in times of need. Besides, I believe it is Mr. Black's place to scold Harry, not ours. How would you feel if everyone was constantly yelling at you for mistakes you've made? We're here to help Harry, not make him feel worse." Too late for that. Harry was grateful for Victor's support, but he couldn't help feeling that he deserved whatever Tonks, Sirius, Professor Dumbledore and the rest of the Order threw at him. He had made so many mistakes lately that he had lost count. Sirius and Tonks were right. He did have a problem with allowing others to take on the fight that so many believed was his own. His talk with Sirius had pointed that out. Perhaps Sirius was right. Perhaps his years with the Dursleys had left scars that he had yet to acknowledge. Closing his eyes, Harry pulled himself into a sitting position and waited as a slight wave of dizziness made him feel a little woozy. He felt a hand rub his arm gently as the wooziness slowly passed. Soft waves of concern washed over him, reminding Harry that there were two people in the room who were no longer bickering with each other. He let out a long sigh as he opened his eyes. "Please don't argue," Harry pleaded. "I know I'm going to be yelled at for months to come and I deserve it. I endangered so many people because I can't bring myself to trust others to do what the entire wizarding world has claimed to be my responsibility." Harry was engulfed in a fierce embrace before he could continue. He had a feeling that he would also be in this position quite a lot in the near future. Out of all of the girls he knew, Tonks was the least likely to openly display emotions. She often took serious route and hid behind humor to ease tense situations. Harry took this as a sign that Hermione, Ginny and especially Mrs. Weasley were going to be extremely emotional. He didn't know whether to be touched that there were people who cared about him or to dread their arrival. Ever since his abilities had surfaced, he had refrained from physical contact as much as possible. "I'm sorry, Harry," Tonks said gently as she continued to hold him protectively. "I'm so sorry. Victor's right. We should be helping, not hurting you. We'll work through this. We'll help you see that you're not alone, no matter what it takes." Tonks pulled back and looked into Harry's eyes. "Do you hear me? You are not alone. We're all in this together. The wizarding world can go AK themselves for pushing their problems off on a teenager. Sooner or later they're gonna have to stand up for themselves, and I prefer sooner." "I'm sure Charlie will love to hear all about this later," Victor said in an amused tone, then smiled at Harry. "He said you've old act like his mother when Harry was found." Tonks glared at Victor. "And how do you know how Molly acts?" she asked defensively. "You've met her once." Victor simply shrugged his shoulders and he rose to his feet. "Charlie and Bill told me all about her," he said casually. "Now, would you like to answer any questions Harry has, or should I?" Tonks rolled her eyes and shook her head. "I was getting to it." She shot back. "Would it be possible for you to let me talk to my nephew without you constantly interrupting? If I wanted your input I would ask for it." Harry felt like he was in the middle of chaser practice, watching the quaffle as it was tossed from one teammate to another. To say he was confused was an understatement. When did Tonks and Victor turn into Ron and Hermione? I hate to interrupt this, but what is going on here?" Harry asked nervously. "I thought Charlie was in Romania and you, Victor, should be in Bulgaria. Isn't it in the middle of Quidditch season?" Victor and Tonks shared a look before they returned their attention to Harry. "Well, I'm currently on personal leave," Victor explained. "When my letter to you came back, I contacted Mr. Black. He told me you're veer missing. I offered to help and I've been here ever since." Harry moved to protest, but Victor raised his hand and silenced him. "Harry, you veer missing and captured by you novo. Where else would I be? My team wasn't too happy, but some things are more important than a game." Harry couldn't help but smile. "Don't let Ron hear you say that," he said in a joking manner. "To him nothing is more important than Quidditch." Tonks ran a hand through Harry's hair. "Oh, I don't think he'll agree with that," she said knowingly. "The entire Weasley family has been worried about you. They're rather angry with Sirius for blocking the flow and demanding that no one visit until you're ready." Tonks grinned at Harry's relieved sigh. "Just so you know, Harry, we found your wand. It was a little charred, but Ollivander claims he can have it as good as new in a week. It would be sooner, but there is the slight problem of no one but you being able to touch it." Harry let out another relieved sigh. He was particularly fond of his wand and didn't want to replace it. Looking down at his bare right wrist, Harry bit his lower lip nervously. "Did you find anything else?" he asked softly. Tonks and Victor shared a glance before Tonks reached over to Harry's bedside table and picked up a familiar-looking watch. "Sirius mentioned that you would be looking for this," she said as she put it on his wrist. "We also found your Gringotts key, which Sirius has vowed to keep hidden until your 17th birthday. Of course Sirius has also claimed that you are never leaving the house again. I think he may actually mean it this time." Harry closed his eyes as he held his right wrist to his chest and leaned back against the pillows. He had always treasured every gift he had received from his guardians, not matter how small. He had left so much behind in his haste to leave that night, but his watch from Remus had never left his wrist. Harry knew that Sirius had every right to take away privileges. It honestly didn't bother him. For the first time, Harry wasn't eager to return to Hogwarts. He wanted to spend as much time with his guardians as he could. He wanted to help with Remus' recovery. He needed to work through his habit of rushing off into trouble. Tonks gently ushered Harry to lie down completely before tucking him in. "Get some sleep, Harry," she said as she pulled off his glasses and set them on the bedside table. Poppy will be here in a few hours for your next batch of potions and probably a list of food you are allowed to eat. You've been on nutrient potions for the past few days to help your body recover. Tonks picked up a vial from the bedside table, uncorked it and placed it at Harry's lips. Just a sip, Harry. Harry scowled but did as he was told. He really didn't want to sleep but figured that it was better to listen rather than protest. They know best. I have to trust them. His eyes slowly closed as his grip on his right wrist loosened. I've already put them through so much. He could feel fingers pressed against the side of his neck as he slowly drifted to unconsciousness. No more pain. I won't cause them any more pain. Darkness took him once again. The next time Harry awoke, Sirius was at his bedside with breakfast. Of course it was only porridge, but it was certainly better than nothing. Sirius wasn't pleased when Harry could only eat half of it, but considering the past week, it wasn't a surprise that Harry couldn't eat much. Serving meals hadn't exactly been high on the Death Eater's priority list, in addition to the fact that Harry's appetite had been slim to none at best over the past month. He had been too worried about everything around him, including Voldemort, Sirius, his abilities and his job. As it turned out, Madame Pomfrey had stopped by when he had been sleeping and had given Sirius a handful of potions to help with the final stages of recovery. Swallowing them hadn't been easy though. After the third, Harry suddenly felt extremely ill and was forced to lie back down as Sirius placed a damp cloth over his forehead. His stomach slowly settled, allowing him to quickly take the remaining 2 potions. Why no one could manage to make potions to taste something other than horrible was beyond Harry's comprehension. More like it's something Snape would do just to annoy me. After checking for any side effects, Sirius grabbed a change of clothes and helped Harry out of bed before ushering him to the bathroom. Harry ignored the subtle waves of dizziness in his head along with the waves of protectiveness around him as he cleaned up and changed. He had to sit down on the edge of the bath a few times when his vision swam, but he managed on his own. Looking into the mirror, Harry noticed how pale he was and how thin his face had become in the last week. There was also a faint scar that started at the edge of the right side of Harry's jaw and traveled down his neck. Harry ran his fingers over the mark, trying to remember where it had come from. Most likely the explosion. There was a soft knock on the door before it opened slowly. Sirius poked his head in before entering completely. The waves of protectiveness increased and were joined with waves of concern. Sirius gently pulled Harry's hand away from the scar. Just be grateful that's all you have, Promlet, he said gently. Snape said you were a mess after the explosion. We tried to find you, but Voldemort had so many wards around that place. No one could do any sort of magic without him knowing it. Please believe me, Harry. I never would have left you there. Harry stared at his godfather with tears in his eyes. How could he not believe that Sirius would do anything other than moving heaven and earth to find him? His doubts had never concerned Sirius' ability to protect him. They had rested solely on Harry's own fears and failures. Raising a shaky hand, Harry gently touched Sirius' face and was instantly overwhelmed by bursts of guilt and despair. He quickly pulled his hand away as he swayed, only to be caught by Sirius. Harry, what is it? Sirius asked worriedly while trying to help Harry out of the bathroom. Blinking the confusion away, Harry looked around to see that Sirius was helping him back to his room. The guilt and despair were now at the same level of Sirius' other emotions. It was acting up again, he said as he rubbed his forehead. I couldn't block it out. Although, it's never happened by touch before. Sirius abruptly stopped in his tracks. Is it still happening? He asked worriedly. Am I causing you pain? Harry carefully touched Sirius' hand that was resting on his shoulder and let out a sigh of relief when nothing changed. No, he said with a smile. Maybe it was just a one-time thing. Or maybe your magic is still fluctuating, Sirius countered as he continued walking with Harry to Harry's room. Honestly, I'm really out of my league here. Being an actual empath without relying on spells is extremely rare. There are also different types of empaths. Some rely on touch, some rely on scent, similar to a werewolf, and there are the rarest that can just sense emotions. Unfortunately, there aren't many books on the topic in the Black family library. My ancestors seem to be more interested in learning dark magic. Harry looked up at Sirius' concerned face and bit his lower lip. He could still sense Sirius' guilt and felt awful that he was making his godfather feel that way. I know you did everything you could, Sirius, Harry said as his gaze fell to the ground. You have nothing to feel guilty for. It was my own fault. A Death Eater was scouting in the neighborhood I was staying. There were families there, children. I didn't want them to be killed, so I asked Fox to take me to Diagon Alley. I thought if I was spotted in some place other than Muggle London then the attacks would be called off. Sirius wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders and pulled him close. I suppose being able to feel their emotions didn't help either, he said thoughtfully. Tonks and Kingsley told the Order about your confrontation with them near the Leaky Cauldron. You do realize that Voldemort was expecting you to do something like that, right? There had been spies all throughout London waiting for you to appear. Several of the captured Death Eaters admitted it. Harry nodded regretfully. It makes sense, he said softly. They were extremely prepared. Staring straight ahead, Harry couldn't help thinking about the past month. So much had happened and the majority of it could have been avoided. I can't believe I fell for it all. I should have known the moment I heard Dad's voice at the Ministry that something was really wrong. Voldemort has fooled a lot of people, Harry, Sirius said truthfully. He is a master of manipulation. I can't imagine what I would have done in your place. I probably would have listened to James too. Mistakes were made by a lot of people that night, not just you. People interfered who should have left us alone and people broke promises. What's important is that we don't make these mistakes again. Harry desperately wanted to ask who Sirius was talking about but figured that Sirius was being vague for a reason. Something else had happened the night Harry left Hogwarts or shortly after it, something that still angered Sirius whenever he thought about it. He'll tell me when he's ready. I know he will. Entering his room, Harry held back a groan as Sirius helped him back into bed. The next few weeks were certainly going to be a challenge. Sirius was going to be extremely overprotective and wouldn't stand for the independent Harry who had spent a month technically living on his own and having a full-time job. Harry knew Sirius had every right to act that way. He knew it was the way Sirius was. But if that was the case, then why did he feel the need to yell at Sirius to knock it off? Probably because that was what I always said to Dr. Rowlands when he tried to act overprotective. I have to remember that Sirius has a right to be overprotective. He has every right after what I've put him through. Harry, Sirius asked, pulling Harry out of his thoughts. What's wrong? Nothing. Everything. Just thinking, Harry said with a shrug. Change the topic, Harry. So, I guess you want to know the rest, right? Not exactly the ideal change of topic but certainly one that would keep everything away from the contradicting urges coursing through his head. Sirius ran a hand through his hair as he sat down at Harry's bedside. Only if you're up for it, he said. I won't pressure you but eventually you will have to talk about it. The Ministry has been hounding Dumbledore for the past few days for a meeting to learn what happened after you had been taken. So far you've been the only one to actually be at Voldemort's hideout. Harry couldn't help groaning as he buried his face in his hands. The last thing Harry wanted to do was to be involved with the Ministry. He didn't care who the minister was. The only thing anyone from that place saw was the boy who lived, not Harry. But I don't know anything, Harry protested. I wasn't exactly in the best of conditions when I arrived and when I left I was more concerned about running for my life than taking in my surroundings. The place was in the middle of nowhere. It took me hours just to find a road to call the night bus. You took the night bus dressed as a Death Eater? Sirius asked in surprise. Harry shrugged helplessly. I really didn't have much of a choice, he said matter-of-factly. A Death Eater came into my cell to gloat about how they were so close to capturing you and I would have to watch you die. What was I supposed to do? I thought Remus was dead. I wasn't about to lose you too. Turning his head away, Harry fought to calm himself down but it wasn't working. Why wasn't it working? Sirius ran his hand over his face in frustration. I'm sorry, kiddo, he said sincerely. I didn't mean it to come out like it did. I guess I'm just surprised. With the current state of things I'm surprised they let you on the bus. I didn't give them much of a choice, Harry admitted softly. Once I was on the bus I revealed who I was and they were eager to do just about anything. Sirius snorted at the comment. Of course they did, he muttered as he sat back in his chair. You're the chosen one. Harry stared at Sirius in confusion. He suddenly had a feeling that he had missed more than he originally thought. What had been printed in the issues of the Daily Prophet that he missed? Was there a reason Fox brought the issues he did? The what? Harry asked uncomfortably. Sirius silently cursed himself. Nothing, Harry, he said quickly. Just the wizarding world being its usual self-serving self. We can talk about it later, when you're stronger. It really isn't that important. I promise I'll explain everything, but I think what you've been through takes precedence. Taking the hint, Harry inhaled deeply and told the rest of his story. He told Sirius about Dr. Rowland's, his job at the hospital, and the people he met. He explained a few of his duties, including story time in the children's ward. Harry couldn't help smiling at the memories of the children hanging on his every word. That part of the day had always been what he looked forward to. It was amazing how satisfying bringing joy to others was. Snapping back to the present, Harry continued on, explaining how he realized his empathic ability and how he used his position at the hospital to test it. He was still hesitant to tell Sirius about his ability to help people to heal. I'll tell him after I try to help Remus, I swear. Harry revealed his weekly meeting with Fox and how he learned about the attacks on Muggle neighborhoods. He then moved on to the difficult topic of his imprisonment at Voldemort's hideout. He told Sirius what he could remember and noticed the nervous look on Sirius' face when he revealed what McDaniels discovered. Although he didn't know whether he was nervous, it was concerning what was learned or that Voldemort knew about it. After 3 hours of talking, Harry was surprised when Sirius called for Dobby. The Hogwarts house elf quickly appeared and instantly started jumping up and down, telling Harry how happy he was that the great Harry Potter was safe and home with his wolf and dog. Sirius quickly put an end to Dobby's proclamations that Harry was the greatest wizard of all time by asking for the elf to bring lunch. Dobby vanished with a pop only to reappear a moment later with 2 trays. Sirius was given a 3-course meal while Harry had a variety of bland dishes to choose from. Harry and Sirius ate in silence, both deep in about what he had learned in the past few days. The need to see Remus was becoming unbearable. Did he look the same? Would he still appear to be dead? What would he be like when he woke? Would he still be the same Remus, or had the poisoning been more than just physical? That was a frightening thought. Remus had always been so kind that it was easy to forget about the wolf. Eating his soup, Harry didn't notice the occasional glances he was receiving from Sirius. He didn't suspect anything until his bowl of soup was half empty. Everything was starting to feel hazy and the simple action of holding a spoon was difficult. Blinking tiredly, Harry barely noticed Sirius gently pulling the spoon out of Harry's hand and setting the tray aside. When his eyes started to droop, Harry realized that something strong had been put in his soup. Cheater. Sirius, Harry said sleepily as Sirius repositioned him so he was lying down completely. I know, kiddo, Sirius said, running a hand through Harry's damp hair. I know you don't want to, but you're still recovering. Poppy said sleep is the best thing for you. It's just for a few hours and then we can see Moony, all right. Unable to fight the call to sleep anymore, Harry closed his eyes and quickly drifted off. He was so out of it that he didn't notice the monitoring spells Sirius cast around his bed before leaving in a hurry. Darkness surrounded him. In the darkness rested cold, hate and anger. To a normal person, the situation would be frightening, but to him, it was home. It had been home for years. He was feared and well known, but it wasn't enough to compete with a 16-year-old boy with a scar on his forehead in the shape of a lightning bolt. He had attacked towns and killed countless people, yet Harry Potter still covered the front page of the Daily Prophet. Because Harry Potter had escaped, the entire wizarding world was optimistic. Because Harry Potter had escaped, he had to abandon a perfectly hidden lair and retire several Death Eaters for their incompetence. It was pitiful how much the wizarding world depended on a mere teenager. After the Charing Cross Road attack, all the Daily Prophet could report about were possible locations of where the Chosen One may be. Kill a town of people and you strike fear into the population. Abduct the boy who lived and everything comes to a halt. He knew he should have killed the boy immediately, but he had taken the boy's immobility for granted. He left the boy alone for far too long. Harry Potter was certainly an enigma. For someone who had faced so much pain, Potter had a remarkable strength of will. He would have been an asset if he could have been turned. Now he would have to be killed. It was such a waste of talent, but his fate had been sealed. Harry Potter proved he could outsmart the Death Eaters and had an annoying habit of surviving life-and-death situations. There was also the small fact that Harry Potter was the beacon of hope for the hypocritical wizarding world. Killing the mascot would be the first step to ensuring victory. It was almost comical how daft people were. Ever since Potter's escape had been announced, the Daily Prophet had kept a daily report of Potter's status, notifying everyone, including his enemies, just how fragile the boy was. Apparently, Potter's recovery has been progressing slower than expected. The Ministry had yet to hear from him, and Dumbledore wasn't revealing anything. That would raise his suspicions if Severus Snape hadn't revealed that Black was preventing everyone from visiting the teenager. No one was allowed to enter the hidden home other than the Blood Traitor's cousin, Nymphadora Tonks, and the Hogwarts Mediwitch. That had been another oversight. He should have known the Blood Traitor would have only called who he trusted to help Harry Potter recover, and Poppy Pomfrey was the only Mediwitch who was aware that Potter was indeed unique. After all, she hadn't revealed any of her discoveries to anyone. Harry Potter's medical file was the most protected file at Hogwarts, according to Snape. No one was allowed to see the contents without Pomfrey and a guardian consenting to it, something that made it impossible for Snape to discover Potter's secrets. Those secrets were the final piece of information he needed to properly plan Potter's defeat. Once Potter reappears, his death will be slow and painful. He will beg for death in the end. A sadistic smile slowly appeared on his face at the possibilities. He knew the boy's ultimate weakness and had every intention of exploiting it. Sirius. Sitting up quickly, Harry looked around his dimly lit room only to find that he was alone. He was breathing heavily as if he had just run a kilometer as fast as he possibly could. His shirt was soaked with sweat and clinging to him like a second skin. Panic coursed through him as he quickly pushed the bedcovers away and jumped out of bed, grabbing his glasses off the bedside table in the process. Something was wrong. He knew it, and it had something to do with Sirius. Ignoring the slight wave of dizziness, Harry hurried to the door and pulled it open. He had to find Sirius quickly. He didn't know why, nor did he care. All he knew was that he wouldn't feel at ease until he saw that Sirius was safe. Harry grabbed the wall and waited for the dizziness to pass before he stepped out into the dimly lit hallway. The only sound was Harry's own anxious breathing. It was too quiet here. Harry didn't like quiet. The quiet reminded Harry of being in the cell. The quiet reminded Harry of the early mornings at the hospital where there was nothing to do but think of the past that haunted him. With silence, your imagination had a tendency to get the better of you. The sound of someone hurrying up the stairs only increased Harry's panic. Logic had no place in his mind. At that point, it didn't matter how secure Black Manor was. All Harry could think about was that an intruder had done something to Sirius and was now coming for him. He wasn't strong enough to face an attacker. He could barely stand without his head swimming. Reverting to survival mode, Harry backed into the shadows, praying that he wouldn't be noticed. All of the fear quickly vanished at the sight of Sirius entering the hallway in a run. Relaxing slightly, Harry stepped out of the shadows and was instantly checked over by Sirius. "Harry, what's wrong?" Sirius asked frantically. "Is your scar acting up? Your magic nightmare?" Harry shakily shook his head. "Just a feeling," he said softly. It sounded stupid now, but it had felt so real. It had been nothing more than a knowledge that Sirius was in immediate danger. Someone wanted to harm Sirius, but he didn't know who. It was both embarrassing and nerve-wracking. He was nearly 16 and he was acting like a child, acting out because of a dream or nightmare. Why was he such an emotional reek? Sirius let out a sigh of relief before wrapping an arm around Harry's shoulders. "It's all right, kiddo," he said with a reassuring smile. "We're safe here, okay? No one can enter without permission, not even Dumbledore. Tonks thought that we would need some time alone tonight and decided to drag Victor off to some pub. Truthfully, I think they just wanted a different environment to fight in. Those two can't agree on anything." Harry could only nod in agreement as Sirius ushered him back to his room. It still felt odd that Victor and Tonks were so close considering that they had only met a few weeks ago. Then again, it took me even less time to warm up to Tonks. Harry's self-proclaimed aunt certainly had a way with people. She was like a female Sirius but clumsy. Are they dating? Harry asked as he sat down on the edge of the bed. Sirius looked at Harry for a moment before he burst out laughing. Victor and Tonks? He asked as he sat down on the chair at Harry's bedside. I think they would kill each other first. They get along as well as they do because they have to. Victor believes Tonks is annoying and Tonks thinks Victor is too serious all the time. Also, they are both friends with Charlie Weasley so they have to put up with each other. Sirius ruffled Harry's hair then sat back in his chair. Thanks for the laugh, kiddo. I really needed that. His smile slowly vanished as he stared at Harry. Do you want to talk about it? Harry shrugged his shoulders as he rubbed the back of his neck nervously. I just had a feeling that you were in danger and I panicked, he said sheepishly. It was so quiet and it sort of reminded me of when you were being held prisoner. Sirius offered. Harry nodded, his gaze falling to the floor. Harry, it's understandable that you would be a little jumpy after what's happened. I'm sorry I wasn't here when you woke. Molly Fire called. Apparently, Ron, Hermione and Ginny are driving her mad. They want to see you, if you're up for it. Harry bit his lower lip. Was he ready to face his friends? Not really. Was he ready to tell them what he had been through? Certainly not. Was he ready to reveal the secrets that he had been keeping for years? I'll never be ready for that. Maybe after I see Remus. Harry asked hopefully. We can do that, Sirius said as he rose to his feet and extended his hand to Harry. Are you up for a short journey? Harry nodded while taking Sirius' hand and was quickly pulled to a standing position. His vision swam for a moment, forcing Harry to blink repeatedly and wait for the slight dizziness to pass. This was already becoming annoying and it had only happened a few times. Harry didn't know why it was taking him so long to recover from this. Well, you've never had your magic suppressed before. This is probably normal. Sorry about that, Sirius said sincerely. I keep forgetting that occasional dizziness is a common side effect with the majority of the potions Poppy has been giving you. Are you all right or do you need to sit back down? Harry shook his head, willing for everything to return to its rightful place. I'm not going to lose my stomach. I'm not going to pass out when I'm so close to seeing Remus. I'm okay, Harry insisted. How much longer do I have to take that stuff? Sirius loosely grabbed Harry underneath the right arm for support. Poppy refused to give me an answer to that question when I asked her, he said as they slowly walked out of the room. I guess the time frame varies from person to person depending how magically strong you are. Poppy was also upset at your weight loss as she has been giving you nutrient potions twice a day. I didn't lose that much weight, Harry protested, walking towards Remus, closed door. Sirius looked at Harry with a raised eyebrow. Harry, you lost half a stone in a month. He said in disbelief, stopping at Remus' door. For someone who didn't really have any extra weight to lose, that is a cause for alarm. Did you even eat at all? Harry shrugged his shoulders helplessly. I wasn't hungry, he said softly. With everything going on, how could he worry about food? Sirius shook his head as he turned the knob and pushed the door open. Well, Poppy's not too happy and neither am I, he said firmly. Remember how much you loved Dumbledore and Poppy being on your case during the tournament. Harry couldn't help groaning in annoyance. He had hated the ultimatum then and he was going to hate it now, especially if Madame Pomfrey was involved. The woman was so persistent that Harry always found himself doing what she wanted just so she would leave him alone. Thinking back, Harry realized that Madame Pomfrey's overprotective nature towards him actually started before his 3rd year. That was really when everyone's attitude towards him had changed. It had been a shock to learn that the pampered savior of the wizarding world was nothing more than an abused child. If Sirius hadn't rescued me, I would have probably died in that house. That night had been the turning point in Harry's life. Because Harry had formed a friendship with Midnight, he had sought the dog out at Hogwarts and demanded answers. Because Midnight helped a boy in need, Harry formed a father-son relationship with Remus Lupin. Harry didn't want to think what his life would have been like if he was still living with the Dursleys. That life seemed so long ago. He had been a completely different person then, independent and naive. Harry still had the independence in him, but emotionally he was completely dependent on his family. That was why he still couldn't believe that he had left it behind like he had left Sirius behind. Letting out a frustrated sigh, Harry followed Sirius into the room and instantly moved to the bed. He couldn't bring himself to blink as he stared at the figure that appeared to be frozen in time. The trademark light brown hair was still flecked with gray, showing how much stress the wolf had caused him. Kneeling down at the bedside, Harry tentatively ran his fingers over the extremely thin face that still bore signs of silver poisoning. The purple lines that had been so distinct before had faded to simply tinting the skin slightly. Remus still felt so cold. If Harry didn't know better, he would have believed his guardian was indeed dead. Sirius pulled up a chair and motioned for Harry to sit down. "I'll call Molly and tell her Ron, Hermione and Ginny can visit," he said as he rested a hand on Harry's shoulder. "I know it's hard seeing Moony like this. Just remember he'll be up in no time, yelling at us for doing something stupid." Sirius squeezed Harry's shoulder before moving towards the doorway to leave Harry and Remus alone. "Sirius," Harry said as he looked over his shoulder as his godfather stopped and looked at Harry curiously. Thank you for understanding. Thank you for being serious." Sirius grinned and winked at Harry. "Don't mention it, kiddo," he said. "Take all the time you need." Harry watched Sirius leave and close the door before turning back to Remus. Nervousness quickly crept in as Harry took hold of Remus' right hand with his own and placed his left on Remus' forehead. Closing his eyes, Harry concentrated on his memories of Remus. He remembered meeting him in the hospital wing and talking about being dark. He remembered when Remus became his temporary guardian. Harry had put Remus through so much that year, yet Remus never abandoned him. Remus had treated Harry like a son. Memories of the summer following that hectic school year entered Harry's mind. The duo had become a trio and a unique family had been created. Remus finally had the friend he had needed the past 12 years, and Harry had two parents. Harry remembered the World Cup and the numerous times he had simply watched his guardians act like the immature pranksters they used to be. Christmas and the snowball fight. The Yule Ball. The aftermath of the second task when Harry had broken down because he didn't feel like he could live up to everyone's expectations. Then there was the aftermath of the third task. Harry didn't know what he would have done if Sirius and Remus hadn't been there to help him every step of the way. Last year at Hogwarts had been nothing short of a disaster. Harry knew he had put his guardians through so much with the attack on the train, Malfoy's attacks, Umbridge, his visions, the hearing at the Ministry, his outbursts, the DA, studying for his OWLs, and the battle in the Department of Mysteries. Harry couldn't prevent the tears from falling as he remembered the sight of Remus being attacked by Pettigrew. The pain Remus must have felt as the poison ran through his body, and to be completely helpless. Harry gasped in surprise as intense warmth filled him and flowed towards his hands. It was almost like the dam had finally been lowered and nothing would stop the energy from reaching its target. It was amazing and alarming. It wasn't like his outbursts that completely overwhelmed him. This was powerful magic that had a purpose and wouldn't stop until it was completed, regardless of the consequences. Fighting to maintain his focus, Harry allowed the energy to flow through him and he concentrated on his love for his adoptive father. "Come back to us, Moony. We need you." Sweat began to form on Harry's forehead. His muscles started to scream in pain. His breathing became labored. Harry could feel his body weakening but ignored it. Remus' hands were now warm in his own. It was working. Harry's head started to pound, but it didn't matter. It was actually working. Pain started to overpower the warming sensation the flowing magic was providing. Harry bit his lower lip to keep himself from crying out. He wanted to stop, but this was Remus. "Just a little more. I can do this for Remus. I know I can." Dizziness quickly crept in, forcing Harry to rest his head on Remus' chest. He tried to hold on, but he was lost in a sea of confusion. His left arm fell to his side as the warmth that had flooded his body vanished, leaving pain and emptiness. Harry couldn't bring himself to move. He was so tired, too tired. Sleep came quickly. The door slowly creaked open far enough for a certain animagus to poke his head in and smile at the sigh of Harry resting his head on Remus' chest. He had left Harry an hour ago and had figured that Harry would have fallen asleep by now. Whatever Harry had said to Remus must have worn him out. Not many actually knew how close Harry was to Remus Lupin since Remus was such a private person. Sirius was well aware of the long talks that Harry and Remus had concerning serious matters. Remus was the serious parent and Sirius was the fun parent. At the moment, Harry needed the serious parent to help him through his problems. That was the main reason why Sirius had taken it upon himself to act a little more like Remus. Opening the door open completely, Sirius quietly entered the room and knelt down beside his godson. He gently placed a hand on Harry's shoulder only to pull it back quickly when he noticed that the shirt was completely soaked with sweat. Cautiously, Sirius rested his hand on the back of Harry's neck and nearly cried out in shock. The boy was burning up. When had this happened? Harry had been fine only an hour ago. Sirius carefully gathered Harry into his arms and lowered the boy to the floor. It was then that Sirius actually noticed that a fever was the least of his worries. Harry's face was flushed, his breathing was uneven and his body convulsed periodically. Not knowing what to do, Sirius looked towards the doorway and saw 3 figures staring at him in shock. Harry's never going to forgive me for this. Time certainly wasn't on his side as Sirius jumped to his feet. You 3 stay here with him, he ordered. I have to call Poppy. If anything happens, come and get me immediately. Hermione Granger and Ginny Weasley hurried to Harry's side, taking one of his hands into their own. Ronald Weasley remained in the doorway, his eyes wide at the sight of his best friend lying helpless on the floor. Knowing that at least Hermione and Ginny had heard him, Sirius ran out of the room as fast as he could. Not a word was said as the seconds slowly passed. Hermione ran her fingers through Harry's damp hair while Ginny gently ran her fingers down the side of Harry's face, both holding some hope that their actions would be enough to wake Harry. Ron finally snapped out of his wits and managed to approach. He had been warned, just like Hermione and Ginny, that Harry was still recovering, but he had allowed himself to believe that Sirius was just being overprotective again. He knew that Harry had been caught in an explosion only to be captured by Death Eaters for you-know-who. It had been a long 3 days waiting while the majority of his family aided in the search. It had been a welcomed surprise when Charlie stepped out of the fireplace and announced that Harry had been found. Ron, Hermione and Ginny had immediately asked when they could see their friend only to learn that Sirius had forbidden visitors. Harry was recovering from injuries sustained during his capture, exhaustion and magical suppression. It was a lot to overcome, but this was Harry. Harry always bounced back from his injuries before. He could do it again, right? Sitting down on the edge of the bed, Ron watched as Hermione and Ginny stared worriedly at Harry while touching his face and hair. He was about to tell them to stop it when something brushed against his arm, causing him to cry out in alarm and jump to his feet. Turning around, Ron stared, wide-eyed at the sight of Remus Lupin breathing heavily as he weakly reached out. The werewolf's eyes were still closed and he didn't appear to actually be aware of his surroundings. However, when Remus spoke there was no denying what was on his mind. Harry, Remus pleaded weakly before falling back into a deep sleep. Ron, Hermione and Ginny stared at Remus for a long moment before they subconsciously agreed on the same course of action. Sirius, they all screamed. Everything felt so warm and peaceful but strange at the same time. He was lying in a comfortable bed yet he couldn't move for some reason. Why couldn't he move? His mind was a clouded mess and pounding in pain. When did this happen? He didn't remember doing anything that would cause this much pain, physically or mentally. Groaning, Harry moved the only part of his body that would obey, his head, and even that was painful. He didn't know what was going on and he didn't care. He just wanted the pain to stop. Gentle fingers ran through his hair, distracting him as something pierced his arm. Harry tried to protest but the sudden dampening of pain put a quick stop to it. Everything slowly cleared, allowing Harry to remember what he had tried to do and how hard it had been. That must be why I feel so awful now. Slowly, Harry opened his eyes to see several somewhat blurry faces staring down at him. He instantly recognized Madame Pomfrey and Sirius. It was the third face he was having problems with. There was something familiar about the man, but Harry couldn't put a finger on what it was. Closing his eyes, Harry forced himself to relax and felt subtle waves of concern, nervousness and fear mixed with relief. He let out a sigh and opened his eyes again. This was certainly going to be difficult. What happened? Harry asked in a scratchy voice. That's what we would like to know, Cub, a familiar voice said gently. Padfoot's been beside himself with worry when he found you unconscious in here yesterday. Harry gasped in surprise. It couldn't be, could it? Mooney, he asked hopefully. That's right, Remus said as he rested his hand against the side of Harry's face. With both of us restricted to bed rest, Poppy felt that it was best to keep you in here. That way we can keep an eye on each other. He moved his hand up so it rested on Harry's forehead. We also have a lot to talk about. Harry couldn't take his eyes off of Remus as Madame Pomfrey started to check him over for any signs of lingering illness. But you're okay, right? He asked. The poison. I'm still healing, Harry, Remus said truthfully as he ran fingers through Harry's hair, ignoring the whispers between Sirius and Madame Pomfrey. I don't know what you did or how you did it. Poppy says my recovery has moved ahead an entire 3 months. I will still tire easily from time to time and I still need to take a potion twice a day, but at least I don't have to stay in stasis anymore. You, on the other hand, are suffering from magical exhaustion, again. That's quite an accomplishment from someone who is still recovering from magical suppression. Harry bit his lower lip nervously. How much has Sirius told you? He asked. He was torn. A part of him wanted Remus to know everything so Harry could avoid retelling it all, while another part of him wished that Remus didn't know of all of the mistakes Harry had made by acting without thinking things through. Remus smiled in understanding. I've been given a brief overview, he reveled. All I can say is that I'm sorry, Cub. If I hadn't let my guard down, none of this would have happened. Harry moved to protest. No, Harry, I think we all have to accept a part of the blame. We all made mistakes. What's important is that we learn from them and don't repeat them. That's really all we can do. Madame Pomfrey cleared her throat. Well, Mr. Potter, she said sternly. Would you care to explain what happened? Harry had to do some quickly thinking. Revealing his ability to Sirius and Remus was one thing, but letting Madame Pomfrey know meant letting others know too. That was something he just wasn't ready for. I just wanted him to recover, Harry said as he looked away. It's the truth, just missing some of the details. Sirius sat down on the edge of the bed as he picked up a pair of glasses on the bedside table and slid them on Harry's face, making everything come into focus. Harry blinked a few times for his eyes to adjust as Sirius took Harry's hand in his own. Harry, Poppy knows, Sirius said candidly. I had to tell her. She was already suspicious when her tests kept revealing that your magic was more active than it should be. Harry closed his eyes as he let out a long breath. He couldn't believe that Sirius would do that. It was his secret to keep or tell. It was also something he wanted to keep to himself. He didn't want people treating him like a freak or a science experiment. Not everyone was simply going to accept him like Sirius had. Sirius didn't have a choice, Harry, Remus said gently. We can understand that you don't want everyone knowing about this, but Poppy is, to put it bluntly, your healer. She has to know in order to help you to the best of her ability. Sirius told us that your ability has been acting up ever since your magic was returned to you. What if it were to act up again but was similar to when your magic had been restored? We would need medical help to restrain it. We would need Poppy's help. You also need to be monitored, Mr. Potter, Madame Pomfrey added. You may be able to handle a small group of people, but what about when you return to Hogwarts, Harry's not going to Hogwarts, Sirius said firmly as he quickly rose to his feet and glared at Madame Pomfrey. He's staying here, where it's safe. We can teach him what he needs to know. I don't care what Dumbledore says. Last year was all the proof I needed to know that Harry isn't safe at Hogwarts. Madame Pomfrey took a step towards Sirius as she pulled herself up to full height. Sirius was still taller, but the Mediwitch made it clear that she wasn't afraid of him. Sirius Black, Pomfrey scolded. You can't possibly believe that denying Mr. Potter's education is the right decision. Secluding Mr. Potter won't help him adjust with his new ability. He needs to be around people to train himself, or else he won't be able to be in a crowd without going mad. Is that what you want for your godson? Remus let out a sigh and lowered himself to lie next to Harry. This is going to take a while, he said quietly. We might as well get comfortable. Both of them are extremely stubborn. I think Harry's safety comes first, Sirius said frankly. What's the point in learning if you're dead? Harry turned his head and took a good look at Remus, who was closing his eyes and getting comfortable. The man looked exhausted, but he wasn't anywhere near as pale as he was before. Hesitantly, he reached over and carefully touched Remus' face. It was still hard for him to believe that it had actually worked. Remus was actually awake and their family was whole again. It didn't matter that Harry was stuck in bed or that Sirius was forbidding him from returning to Hogwarts. From the subtle waves of happiness that were rolling off of Remus, Harry knew that his guardian felt the same way. Remus wrapped his fingers around Harry's hand and held it loosely. You still haven't told me how you did it, cub, he said tiredly. How did you heal me? Harry glanced over at Sirius and Madame Pomfrey, who were now watching them instead of arguing. Closing his eyes, Harry knew there was no escaping it. They wouldn't stop asking until he told, and a part of him was glad for it. No more secrets. Empathy isn't my only ability, Harry admitted reluctantly. He kept his eyes closed and didn't see Remus' eyes opening quickly at the revelation. I can sort of help people heal by touch, Madame Pomfrey gasped in shock, when it feels like working. So this has happened before? Sirius asked in alarm. Harry, why didn't you tell me? Harry slowly opened his eyes to see Sirius' panicked face. Slowly, Harry sat up and met Sirius' gaze, his eyes begging for his godfather to understand. Because I didn't want to disappoint you if it didn't work, he said shakily. I can't control it. It controls me. I just never held on for that long before. Harry bowed his head and stared at his hand that was still being held by Remus. He never wanted to hold on for that long again. The pain he felt, the emptiness he felt afterwards made him shudder. It had almost felt like a Dementor had been nearby. How do you know it's working? Remus asked worriedly as he loosened his grip on Harry's hand. Harry looked up at Remus and gave him a reassuring smile while tightening his own grip on Remus' hand. I feel it before it starts, he said truthfully. It feels like what my outbursts used to feel like, but on a smaller scale. It really doesn't happen often. Sirius ran his hand over his face as he turned to Madame Pomfrey. What does this all mean? He asked grimly. Madame Pomfrey sat down at the foot of the bed and looked up at Sirius with a guarded look on her face. I can't give you a definite answer without running some tests, she said truthfully. In my opinion, Mr. Potter's outbursts have transformed into these abilities, and I find that unsettling. Those outbursts had been powerful enough to nearly kill him at times. If his empathy were to reach that magnitude, it could drive him mad. It is essential that he learns to control these abilities sooner rather than later. The healing is another story. Mr. Potter can't afford to keep draining himself magically. His empathy is most likely fueling his healing, but I just don't know. Remus squeezed Harry's hand reassuringly. I think it would be best if you ran your tests, Poppy, he said tiredly. The sooner we know more about this, the sooner we can help Harry learn to control it. Now, if you don't mind, I think Harry and I could use some rest. What about Dumbledore? Madame Pomfrey asked as she rose to her feet. We will tell Dumbledore about this when Harry's ready, Sirius answered for Remus, then motioned for her to lead the way out of the room. Just as he reached the door, Sirius turned and winked at Remus and Harry. No talking, you two, or I'll have to separate you. Harry and Remus groaned in annoyance as Sirius closed the door. It was clear that Sirius was going to have a lot of fun with the situation now that Remus was in better health. I swear your godfather has finally lost whatever remained of his sanity, Remus said seriously. Is there anything else I should know about? It's rather disconcerting to wake up and be told an entire month has passed. Harry shook his head as he took his glasses off and set them on the bedside table. It's nothing, Moony, he said as he slowly leaned backwards until his head hit the pillow. He didn't know how much Sirius had revealed and wasn't about to say something that would keep Remus awake for hours. It doesn't matter anymore. Just concentrate on getting better. Remus looked at Harry skeptically for a long moment. Why does it sound that you're trying to convince yourself more than me? He asked. Probably because I am. At the moment, it was easier to simply forget what the past month had been like than to retell the entire story again. It wasn't that Harry wanted to hide anything from Remus. It was more of the fact that the more he thought about it, the more Harry realized how stupid his decisions had been. All of the training, all of the talks about thinking logically, and I just pushed it all away. How could I have been so thick? An arm burrowed underneath Harry's shoulder and pulled him to Remus' chest. I know, cub, Remus said as he wrapped an arm around him. I know. You've been through a lot and it's going to take time to work through it all. I won't force you to talk about it if you don't want to. I'm sure Dumbledore would even let us borrow his pensieve if you would rather let us see your memories. Just know that ignoring the problem doesn't make it go away. I know, Harry said softly as he closed his eyes and listened to Remus' heartbeat, gently lulling him to sleep. A pensieve wasn't a bad idea. There were so many things that needed to be seen rather than explained. Seeing makes everything feel more real. Something wet and rough ran over Harry's face, bringing him quickly out of slumber. Groaning in protest, Harry wiped the wetness off of his face and looked up to see a large blur of black fur with a large tongue hanging out of its mouth. A soft chuckle filled his ears, causing the surface underneath his head to rumble slightly. The pain throughout his body had returned, but it wasn't anywhere near as bad as it was before. Now Harry could actually move his limbs without aid of a potion and, to him, that was an accomplishment. It meant that he wouldn't be restricted to bed rest for long. A hand gently rubbed his back, reminding Harry that there was a man and a very impatient dog waiting for him to acknowledge their presence. Slowly, Harry rolled away from Remus and pulled the bedcovers to his chin, his back now facing his guardians. The room was dimly lit, making Harry wonder what time it actually was or even what day. So much had happened since the day Harry left the Rowlands' home that afternoon on July the 21st. So much has changed since then. I think we should postpone today's events, Padfoot, Remus said amusingly. It seems that Harry's too tired to celebrate his 16th birthday. Harry turned and looked at Remus and Midnight in surprise. It was his birthday. Well, that tells me how much time has passed. We really don't have to celebrate anything, said Harry. Truthfully, he didn't think he deserved to have a celebration considering that two members of the family were recovering from injuries. Maybe we could contact Dumbledore, though. I think you were right about the pensieve, Remus. Remus smiled and slowly sat up as Midnight lied down on the bed and let out a growl. That's enough, Padfoot, he said in exasperation. I know you have problems with Dumbledore, but he has the means to help us help Harry through this. I'm willing to put any differences aside and ask for help, are you? Midnight let out a snort before jumping off the bed and leaving the room. Harry couldn't help wondering if it had been a mistake to bring up Dumbledore in Sirius' presence. This scenario was certainly becoming a pattern. Harry would get hurt and Sirius would blame Dumbledore. Why did Sirius always believe that everything was Dumbledore's fault? It wasn't like Professor Dumbledore could have foreseen Vernon Dursley's abrupt turn to physical abuse, Harry. Becoming the fourth champion, the magical outbursts, the attack near Hagrid's hut, Voldemort's rebirth, the attack on the Hogwarts Express, Umbridge, the visions, the hearing at the Ministry, and even Harry's abduction from Hogwarts. Thinking back, Harry was surprised that he was still a Hogwarts student with as much trouble as he had been in. Don't worry about Sirius, Harry, Remus said gently. He'll come around in time. He just needs someone to shout his frustrations at, and he believes I'm too fragile to handle it. I think that now everything's returning to normal, he's allowing himself to actually feel everything that he's been ignoring for the past month. My running away didn't help matters either, Harry said remorsefully as he sat up and moved so he was leaning against the headboard. Sirius says he understands, but I don't know if he's just saying that to make me feel better. Remus looked at Harry compassionately. I'm sure a part of him does understand because he would do the same thing if he felt he was a danger to you, he said. I would too. I'm still worried about being around you, especially near the full moon. The wolf recognizes you as my cub and it scares me to think of what the wolf would do to protect you. Harry looked at Remus in confusion. This was the first time he had ever heard any worries about the wolf. He had always been told that as long as Remus took the wolfsbane potion, there was nothing to worry about. Had that been a lie? What would Moony do? Harry asked nervously. Remus closed his eyes and ran a hand over his face, trying to hide his discomfort. Moony could possibly attempt to turn you so that you would actually be my cub, he admitted. I don't mean to scare you, Harry. I'm just trying to tell you that you're not the only one who fears that they are a danger to those they love. It would have been easier if I had left when Sirius had been declared innocent, but I stayed and fought the wolf because you were worth fighting for. I have no regrets for taking you in, and I know Sirius doesn't either. Whatever the future may bring, remember that. Closing his eyes, Harry concentrated on the soft waves of emotions around him. He could feel worry, protectiveness along with a hint of something that Harry couldn't place. It was primal, instinctual, and it was a little frightening. Reaching deeper, Harry felt the emotions wrap around him, suffocating him. He let out a gasp as he finally realized what the unknown emotion actually was. It was loneliness. Moony was lonely. Harry, Remus asked in a concerned tone as he rested a hand on Harry's arm. What's wrong? Harry opened his and looked at Remus sympathetically. I'm sorry, he said sincerely. I didn't know. Remus smiled softly. Not many do, he said with a shrug. I don't think even Sirius is aware of Moony's feelings, and he's spent many full moons with him. You have a gift, Harry. Your empathy allows you to have a stronger connection with others, but it comes with a price. I have no doubt you can actually sense the wolf, and now you have to live with that knowledge. People don't always say what they are feeling, and they don't appreciate their feelings being revealed to the masses. You will have to keep many discoveries to yourself because the "I have a feeling" excuse will only go so far. Are you sure you can handle that? Harry bit his lip nervously. Was he really ready to live like that? Working at the hospital had been different. Harry had never made the effort to probe deeper into the emotions he felt because he didn't want to become emotionally attached. Keeping himself at arm's length had been a matter of survival. He didn't have that luxury anymore. He would be surrounded with people he had known for years. Would he be able to resist the temptation to probe their emotions? What if he found something that changed everything? Harry didn't know if he could live with the knowledge that someone had ill intentions and was forced to remain silent about it. I don't know, Harry said truthfully. I didn't mean to pry. I know you didn't, Remus said reassuringly. Believe me, I understand that there is an upside and downside to everything. I may have extremely sharp senses, but I have to spend the full moon as a dangerous wolf. Of course, not many would look at the positive side of being a werewolf. They only see the beast. People fear me, and they will fear you too, Harry. I just want to prepare you for what's to come and let you know that if you need to talk, I'll listen. It was a lot to think about, but Harry couldn't ignore that Remus was revealing a lot to prove that Harry wasn't alone. There were others who may not know exactly what Harry was experiencing, but they knew what it was like to be different. Thanks, Moony, Harry said sincerely. I guess it's just hard to accept that my uncle was right all along. I'm not normal. Remus moved to object, but Harry held up a hand to stop him. It's the truth, isn't it? It's not normal to feel everyone's emotions. It wasn't normal to experience magical outbursts like I have for the past 3 years. I've never been normal, and I think I'm finally accepting that. I think you always accepted it, Harry, Remus said gently. You've always wanted to be normal, ignoring the talent that you've always had. There's a difference. It seems that you have finally given up on the hope to be ordinary and accepted that you are indeed extraordinary. Harry looked at Remus in disbelief. He couldn't believe Remus had just said that. No more comas for you, okay, said Harry. You're starting to sound like Dumbledore, and one of him with his vague comments is more than enough. Remus looked offended. Harry, I'm hurt, he said, sounding sincere. I spent hours thinking that up. Really? Harry asked guardedly. Remus grinned as he pulled Harry close and ruffled Harry's messy hair. No, not really, he said truthfully and wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders. However, I believe every word. You're a good person, Harry. I don't know many who could live through what you've been through and still believe that they are nothing of importance. You are important to me, Padfoot, Tonks, your friends, the Weasleys, and the Order, who I hear have been giving Sirius a rather hard time since he banned all visitors. That's partially the reason we're celebrating today. Sirius thinks that by letting a few people see that you're still alive, they'll back off for the rest of the summer. Harry shuddered at the thought of being in a room full of people demanding answers or worse, pitying him because he had been captured by Voldemort. What was he supposed to say to them? He wasn't ready for the truth. He wasn't ready to reveal everything yet. He wasn't even certain he would tell any of them anything, including his empathy and healing. How in the world is this going to work if Sirius doesn't want Dumbledore to know yet? Remus seemed to know what Harry was thinking. Everyone has been warned to leave you alone, Harry, he said gently. Besides, Padfoot and I will be there at your side. We'll never leave your side, Sirius said from the doorway, startling Harry and Remus. Grinning, he entered the room and collapsed at the foot of the bed. Dumbledore will be coming by this afternoon to drop off his pensieve, but he had one request. Sirius turned on his side and looked directly at Harry. He asked if you could put your duel with Voldemort in it. The Ministry has been on his case to find out what happened that night, and he feels that seeing it would be better so you weren't bombarded by difficult questions. Harry grimaced at the thrill of being surrounded by Ministry members and reporters. So, am I in trouble for what happened at the Ministry? He asked nervously. Sirius sat up, suddenly looking uncomfortable. Well, you're not in trouble, he said carefully, but the press got wind that you were there fighting Death Eaters and Voldemort, and that a prophecy was involved. No one actually knows what the prophecy said since the record they had of it was destroyed, but they know it concerns you and Voldemort. The Prophet is having a grand old time with this. They're calling you, the Chosen One. Harry stared at Sirius, completely horrified. This wasn't happening. Any hope that he had for a normal existence had vanished. He didn't miss the sarcastic tone in Sirius' voice when he said, the Chosen One, and knew that Sirius wasn't happy with this development. That makes two of us. How could they do this? How could they put even more pressure on him to be something he wasn't? Why couldn't they just leave him alone? Harry, calm down, Remus said soothingly as he gently rubbed Harry's back. This was bound to happen. We can't do anything to change it, but we're not going to let it affect anything we do or any decisions we may make. Harry nodded slowly as he tried to calm himself. Remus turned his attention to Sirius. So the Ministry wants Harry to be their poster boy, he concluded. Is there anything else we should know? Sirius shrugged. Just the new minister, Rufus Scrimgeour, he said, rolling his eyes in annoyance. He used to be the head of the Auror office. He's certainly doing all he can to get things moving, but he's too focused on asking Dumbledore for a meeting with Harry. For some reason, Scrimgeour doesn't believe I wouldn't allow him to see my godson. Imagine that, Remus said with a grin. I've heard of Scrimgeour. He should certainly surpass Fudge as minister, but I'm surprised that Amelia Bones wasn't elected. Sirius shrugged his shoulders. I guess having Voldemort and Death Eaters invade the Ministry while you're acting minister is frowned upon, he said. She actually didn't seem to be too upset with Scrimgeour's election, not that I blame her. I wouldn't want to be minister during a time like this. No matter what you do, someone's bound to complain. Sirius, that's the way it is every day for the Minister of Magic, war or no war, Remus countered as he glanced over at Harry, who still seemed to be in a state of shock. He's not handling this well. I think the pressure is finally getting to him. Perhaps we should call off the birthday dinner tonight. Sirius moved so that he was sitting at Harry's left and wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders. I'm sorry, Pronglet, he said sincerely. I didn't mean to upset you, but I thought you needed to know in case someone was to bring it up tonight. Remember what we've told you. Focus on what you can control. People are going to believe what they want to believe. That is their right. As long as you stick to your beliefs, that's all that matters. Harry nodded slowly. He knew Sirius and Remus were right. This was bound to happen, but that didn't mean he liked that the fact that everyone was placing the responsibility of victory on him when there were others who had more training and mountains of knowledge that would provide more help to this war than he ever could. I suppose my knack for surviving impossible situations doesn't help matters either. Dobby appeared with an early lunch which was eaten in silence. Harry was grateful that Sirius and Remus didn't push him to talk. He had a lot to think about. It had been easy to retain his focus when the wizarding world thought he was a helpless child too. Years ago and mad last year. He had grown accustomed to people badmouthing him. It was the praise and admiration that he was bound to receive now. Harry knew he was different, but that didn't mean he wanted everyone to think he was special. While Remus slept, Sirius helped Harry out of bed and to the bathroom. Harry was feeling a lot stronger than the day before, but he still suffered from dizzying spells which made walking difficult. Once Harry had cleaned up and changed clothes, he was helped downstairs to the living room where 2 armchairs on opposite sides of the fireplace had been transfigured into comfortable sofa couches. There were also tables, covered with red fabric, lined up against the wall, which Harry assumed were for dinner. "Lie here while I help Moony," Sirius said as Harry sat down on the sofa couch to the right of the fireplace. "Tonks is in the kitchen trying to help Dobby and Creature. Victor's in there too, having a good laugh at her. If you need anything, just call for Dobby or Creature, all right?" Harry nodded as he repositioned himself so his back was propped up against the arm of the sofa couch. A hand ran through his hair gently. The action had become so frequent the past week that Harry was having a hard time thinking of how he had lasted a month without the reassuring gesture. Looking up at Sirius, Harry smiled softly and Sirius smiled back. Gentle waves of compassion and protectiveness brushed against Harry, soothing him as Sirius turned and walked to the staircase. "It'll be all right as long as Sirius and Remus are there. It always has been." Staring into the fire, Harry pushed all thought from his mind and focused solely on breathing. Perhaps his entire problem was being hit with so much at once. In the Muggle world, all Harry had to concentrate on was his job and keeping a lookout for any Voldemort supporters. He was J. Orion Evans there, not Harry Potter. He didn't have a reputation to live up to anything or have a society to disappoint. It had been easy there. Easy but not right. Running away is never the right thing to do. As Harry Potter, though, he had everything to lose. The fire in the fireplace suddenly turned green and roared to life, catching Harry by surprise. Crying out, Harry rolled off the sofa couch and shakily pulled himself as far from the fireplace as possible. The kitchen door flew open as Tonks and Victor ran into the living room with their wands out. 2 cracks were heard as Dobby and Creature appeared in front of Harry, blocking the intruder from reaching him. Footsteps thundered down the stairs as Sirius came running, taking 2 or even 3 stairs at a time with his wand out. 3 wands and 2 protective house elves were all focused on one very surprised Professor Dumbledore, who slowly raised his hands in a sign of surrender. "I assure you all I mean you no harm," Professor Dumbledore said pleasantly, then turned his attention completely to Harry. "I apologize for startling you, my boy. I should have warned you before stepping through. Are you all right?" Looking up at the Hogwarts headmaster, Harry tried to calm himself down while nodding. He subconsciously reached out for the emotions around him but could only sense an overwhelming protectiveness and concern. He could sense no ill will, but he was also surrounded by people and creatures that would do anything to protect him. I'm fine, sir," Harry said as he glanced at Sirius and nodded to show that everything was all right. Sirius lowered his wand and motioned for Tonks and Victor to do the same. "Tonks, if you could help Harry," he said as he gave her a strong look. "I need to assure Moony that everything's all right. Merlin knows he's probably panicking by now." Tonks nodded and hurried to Harry's side while Sirius ran up the stairs. "Dobby, Creature, you can return to the kitchen," she said kindly. "Harry's in no danger." Dobby and Creature remained where they were. "Look, Victor and I will stay with Harry, all right?" "Harry Potter's Tonks protect Harry Potter," Dobby said firmly, then looked at Harry. "Harry Potter call Dobby for help. Dobby protect Harry Potter, even from Harry Potter's friends. Young Master call Creature too," Creature added. "Young Master needs Creature." Harry gave the 2 house elves a grateful smile. "Thank you Dobby and Creature," he said sincerely. "I will call you if I need you." Dobby and Creature nodded before vanishing with a loud crack, allowing Tonks and Victor to help Harry to his feet. Harry swayed as a strong wave of dizziness hit him hard, but Tonks and Victor held him tightly. Before Harry knew it, he was sitting on the sofa couch again with 3 sets of eyes looking at him worriedly. "Do you need anything, Harry?" Tonks asked as she rested her hand against Harry's face. "You look pale." Harry shook his head. The dizziness was already beginning to pass just like it always did. I'm fine, thanks though, he said sincerely, then looked at Professor Dumbledore nervously. I'm sorry for reacting like that, Professor. I've been a little jumpy lately. Dumbledore nodded sympathetically as he sat down in a chair nearby. That is completely understandable, my boy, he said. If I can be of any service to aid you through this, please let me know. You are not the first to be taken prisoner by Lord Voldemort and probably won't be the last. I can understand if you would rather confide in Sirius and Remus. I just want to remind you that there are others who are willing to listen. At Harry's nod, Dumbledore continued. That being said, how are you feeling? Poppy informed me that your magic is still fluctuating. I can only assume that this was what allowed you to aid in Remus' recovery. Harry nodded again, well aware that he was partially lying. Yes, his empathy, which was a part of his magic, was unstable, and that combined with his healing ability allowed him to help Remus recover. Harry didn't like misleading Dumbledore, but he needed to talk to Sirius and Remus first before breaking the news. Sirius clearly had problems trusting Professor Dumbledore at the moment, and Harry wasn't about to make it worse. What it boiled down to was that Harry trusted Sirius and Remus more than anyone else. Whatever they decided, Harry would follow. I must say that is impressive, Harry, Dumbledore said as he sat back in his chair and unfolded his long fingers. Not many wizards, even fully trained ones, could accomplish such a task. I can only imagine how exhausted you must have felt. How are you recovering? Poppy has only given me a few details, and from my understanding it has been anything but easy. Nervously rubbing the back of his neck, Harry tried to think of something to say. Honestly, sir, I have been sleeping most of the time, he said truthfully. Is this normal after someone's had their magic restored? Dumbledore's gaze turned sympathetic. I'm afraid it is, Harry, he said tenderly. It is particularly difficult on teenagers and children because their magic is still growing. It is naturally fluctuating, but not enough for you to notice. Think of a barrier that is being slowly broken down. When magic is suppressed, that barrier is suddenly reformed, blocking you completely from what your body has accepted as a natural supply of energy. Restoring magic causes that barrier to suddenly break to the state it had been before the suppression. The fluctuating of magic you are feeling is your barrier adjusting, breaking off more to accommodate to the level you are currently at. With as temperamental as your magic has been in the past, I can only gather that your barrier is weaker than most your age. How long will my magic be unstable? Harry asked nervously. Silence filled the room as Professor Dumbledore seemed to be pondering what to say. I wish I could give you an honest answer, Harry, he said gently. The magical fluctuations vary from wizard to wizard. There are so many variables to take into account: age, magical ability, physical state, and emotional state, to name a few. I trust you haven't had any fluctuations since your relapse. Harry shook his head. No, sir, he said, but I've spent most of the time sleeping since then. Professor Dumbledore nodded. Ah, yes, he said thoughtfully. That would prevent you from noticing. However, I believe listening to your body is more important at the moment. The sound of footsteps against the stairs made everyone turn to see Sirius helping Remus down the stairs. Victor hurried to the staircase and, once they reached the bottom, helped Sirius nearly carry Remus to the vacant sofa couch. Remus let out a sigh of relief as he lowered himself to a more comfortable position. By the fire, it was shocking to see how pale and worn Remus' face actually was. Everyone could see how worried Sirius was over his best friend and, to be honest, Harry couldn't blame him. Victor, Remus' potions are in the kitchen, Sirius said quietly. He could use a few of them right about now. Right away, Mr. Black, Victor said with a nod before hurrying into the kitchen only to return a moment later with 4 different colored vials in his hands. Vic, ones do you need? Sirius took 2 of the 4 vials, removed the corks and handed them over to Remus. It would have been hilarious to watch Remus shudder at the awful taste if he hadn't needed them so badly. Remus' color instantly improved and it appeared that the tiredness that marred his face vanished. Tonks moved from Harry's side to Sirius, where she placed a reassuring hand on Sirius' arm and whispered into his ear. Sirius glanced over his shoulder at Harry, then nodded to Tonks. There was a seriousness about the both of them that just seemed wrong. Tonks moved first, sitting down on the vacant end of the sofa couch and patting Remus on the leg. Sirius took that as his cue to move to Harry's side. Harry couldn't hold back a smile as Sirius sat down beside him and wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders. Victor appeared to be unsure whether he should stay or leave until Tonks motioned for Victor to take a seat. Harry really didn't mind. Considering everything, Victor had a right to be there. Dumbledore, Sirius said stiffly. Professor Dumbledore let out a sigh. Sirius, I know you are still rather upset with me, but I assure you that I want the same as you, he said sincerely. I only want to help in Harry's recovery. He reached in his cloak and pulled out a small box with one hand and his wand with the other. With a tap of the wand, the box enlarged and opened to reveal Dumbledore's pensieve. Whenever you're ready. Harry stared at the shallow stone basin with odd carvings around the edge. The bright, whitish-silver substance swirled smoothly in the non-existent breeze. His only experience with Dumbledore's pensieve had been during Christmas break last year when proof of Delirious Umbridge's illegal detentions with a blood quill. It felt like a lifetime ago, but looking at the pensieve, Harry couldn't help thinking that situation was so similar to this one. Once again his memories were needed to provide information. Sirius pulled out his wand. Only a few memories, kiddo, he said reassuringly. Harry nodded and closed his eyes as he leaned against Sirius. He felt a wand gently pressed against his temple and prepared himself to focus completely on whatever memory Sirius requested. Memories only had the power to hurt if you let them. Harry knew this. He had been through this before and he would most likely go through it again. He just had to remember that his past horrors had no hold on the present. First one, your duel against Voldemort at the Ministry, Sirius said gently. Harry focused completely on his duel with Voldemort that night. He could remember the desperation he felt in trying to stand his ground against someone who could have easily killed him. He remembered Voldemort trying to convince him that Dumbledore was afraid of him and the insane justifications Voldemort gave for his homicidal actions. Harry remembered the tiring sword fight that was mixed into the duel. He remembered knowing that he was weakening and certain that he was going to die that night. He had lost the duel and would have been killed if Dumbledore hadn't shown up. Good, Harry, Sirius said, breaking into Harry's thoughts. Next one, the night you left Hogwarts. Harry quickly opened his eyes, stared at Sirius in horror. I know it's a painful memory, Promlet, but I think some people, Sirius nodded to Dumbledore, should see how the protection set into place had failed that night. I promise that no one other than Moony, Dumbledore, myself and possibly Tonks will ever see it, all right. Harry reluctantly closed his eyes and focused on that night he woke and caught sight of his guardian. He remembered the voice slowly convincing him that he had to leave. He remembered Hogwarts, Fawkes, his letter to Sirius, Griphook at Gringotts Wizarding Bank at Diagon Alley, and his arrival in the hotel room. Despite the situation, Harry couldn't help remembering how Fawkes had acted that night. The Phoenix had almost acted human. More memories were added to the pensieve. There were a few from his time at the hospital but nothing that would reveal his new abilities. What took the most time was adding everything Harry could remember of his time as Voldemort's prisoner, including the escape. Once Harry was done he could barely keep his eyes open. The entire process had been too long and exhausting. He barely noticed Sirius helping him lie down before covering him up with a blanket and removing his glasses. Muffled voices grew distant. Darkness claimed his vision. Sleep came easily. Whispers washed over him, too distorted to possibly make out what was being said. Ignoring the pull to consciousness, Harry pulled the blanket tighter and pressed himself into the sofa couch more. His body felt so heavy and sleep was too inviting to pass up. He didn't know why he had the feeling that he was being watched, but he didn't have the energy to worry about it. Concern and nervousness brushed against him, but there was no sign of danger. Whoever was nearby clearly meant him no harm. A hand rested on his back before it started to move in soothing motions. Groaning softly, Harry rolled onto his back to stop the hand that was trying to keep him from his peaceful slumber. Nightmare-free slumber had been a rarity for Harry unless he was completely exhausted, at least until he returned home where he was normally given a potion before falling asleep. Drugged sleep is probably better than no sleep. I'd leave him alone if I were you. Let him sleep. How is he doing, Victor? He vas doing better until his relapse, Mrs. Weasley. Vaya right back verve started only he's not apologizing for everything anymore. I really don't know anymore. You will have to ask Mr. Black or Mr. Lupin. No one besides them and Madame Pomfrey actually know how Harry's doing. But Victor, no Hermione, if our friendship means anything, don't ask me anymore. I will not betray Harry or Mr. Black because you can't. Wait. Harry groaned in annoyance as he pulled his blanket over his head. He really didn't want to play 20 questions with Hermione and the Weasleys right now. He knew they deserved an explanation. He had just hoped that it wouldn't be tonight. It doesn't look like I'll have much of a choice though. Knowing that he was only delaying the inevitable, Harry slowly opened his eyes, pushed the blanket off his face and turned his head to see a crowd of redheads, one bushy-haired girl and a dark-haired man, which was clearly Victor. Their faces were too blurry to make out, but Harry knew their features well enough to know who was where. Mrs. and Mr. Weasley were standing near the fireplace, Ron and Hermione were on their kneeling in front of the sofa couch and Ginny was sitting on the sofa couch across from him with Fred and George. Complete silence filled the room. Blinking tiredly, Harry was saved from saying anything when he suddenly found himself in a fierce embrace and a face full of bushy hair. He was so surprised by the motion that Harry instantly tensed until Hermione was pried away off of him. A hand rested on his shoulder as a pair of glasses was slid on his face, making everything come into focus. Looking up, Harry saw Mr. Weasley's sympathetic gaze. Are you trying to suffocate him, Hermione? Ron asked loudly. Bloody hell, you know he's still recovering. Ronald Weasley. Mrs. Weasley scolded. Watch your language. She let out a long breath before approaching Harry and resting a hand on his forehead. How are you feeling, Harry, dear? We didn't mean to wake you. Some of us are just a little eager to see how you are. It's okay, Harry said softly as he moved to sit up and instantly found himself being helped by Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Sitting upright, Harry quickly closed his eyes as a wave of dizziness hit him, forcing him to grab onto Mrs. Weasley for support. Protectiveness, concern and sympathy washed over him, followed by hints of fear. Once the dizziness passed, Harry released his hold on Mrs. Weasley and leaned back against the arm of the sofa couch. He opened his eyes and let out a long breath, trying to ignore the worried glances he was getting. So, Ron began uncomfortably. How are you feeling? Everyone stared at Ron incredulously except Harry, who smiled. Trust Ron to break the ice with such a blunt question. That sort of normalcy was something that Harry craved at the moment. I've been better, Harry said honestly. I'll be grateful when the tiredness and dizziness passes. Hermione was now sitting on a chair with her arms enfolded across her chest. Victor, who had been the one to pull her away, walked over to a small nearby table, picked up a vial with a whitish-colored vial and handed it over to Harry. Mr. Black said to take this one when you wake, said Victor. Harry obediently drank the potion, cringing at the awful taste. By the time I'm off of these potions I won't have any taste buds left, he said as he handed the empty vial back to Victor. Where are Sirius and Remus? Mr. Weasley asked curiously. Victor and Harry shared a look for a moment before Harry shrugged and returned his attention to the Weasleys and Hermione. They're going through some of my memories in Dumbledore's pensieve, he said as he rubbed the back of his neck. I guess the new minister wants to see what happened with Voldemort at the ministry. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley shared a look before Mrs. Weasley pulled up a chair and sat down. I trust you've been told about him, dear? She asked gently as she took hold of Harry's hand. Harry nodded. Well, he is certainly doing more to prepare us for the war, but at the moment he's so worried about fixing the ministry's image. Fudge left behind quite a mess and an even worse public image, even with everything that Amelia Bones tried to do for the months she was acting minister. Scrimgeour believes that by repairing the ministry's relationship with you he will repair the public's opinion of the ministry, Mr. Weasley added. I've even been cornered in the last week along with Tonks, Shacklebolt and Moody. Everyone's been looking for you ever since. Arthur. Mrs. Weasley scolded as she shot him a warning look. Now is not the time to speak of that. Harry knew that Mrs. Weasley was trying to protect him from hearing something that could possibly upset him. The problem was he already knew what Mr. Weasley had almost revealed. I suppose you're talking about the chosen one. Rubbish, Harry said while rubbing his eyes underneath his glasses. Mr. Weasley looked nervous as Mrs. Weasley glared at him. Sirius told me, Harry added nonchalantly. I guess now that everyone doesn't believe I'm out of my mind, they feel it's necessary to place the entire war on my shoulders. An uncomfortable silence filled the air. There was really no way to respond to the bluntness or the truthfulness of the statement. The entire wizarding world, even friends and classmates, had always held Harry at a higher standard than any normal wizard should be held at. Harry didn't blame them for thinking that way. He had survived repeatedly in situations where most fully trained wizards would fail. Unfortunately, merely surviving wasn't enough anymore. Well, we don't think that, dear Mrs. Weasley said gently. No one in their right mind should push their problems off on a child. So, it's not true? Ron asked tentatively. Harry sighed and shook his head. The last thing he wanted was his friends to treat him differently because of an article in the Daily Prophet. They had rarely printed the truth when it concerned him, and this time wasn't any different. The only thing I'm chosen for is to be number 1 on Voldemort's want to kill list, he said. The Weasleys flinched at Voldemort's name. Harry bit back the annoyance that was rising in him. He would have thought that they would be used to hearing the Dark Lord's name by now. So how have all of you been? Worried about you, Hermione answered immediately. We tried to send messages to you with Hedwig, but she kept coming back looking frustrated. No one could track you. How in the world did you manage to be undetectable? We're not allowed to do magic outside of school, you know. Harry looked at Hermione quickly at the mention of his owl. Is Hedwig all right? He asked. She's fine, Ginny said reassuringly. She's been spending a lot of time in my room. Been a lifesaver, really. It's been nice having someone to talk to, especially with our guest. Ron rolled his eyes while Fred and George snickered. Harry looked at the twins with a raised eyebrow and finally noticed that they were rather well dressed. They both wore jackets that appeared to be made out of dragon skin, and their boots made out of the same material looked relatively new. Apparently, business was doing better than Harry originally thought. She's really not that bad, Ginny, Ron said irritably. Just because Dean is spending time with his own family. This has nothing to do with Dean. Ginny shot back as she quickly rose to her feet. You always defend her. Harry looked at Mr. and Mrs. Weasley helplessly, only to find them shaking their heads in exasperation. What was going on here? When did Ginny start dating Dean Thomas? Who is this mystery girl that Ron seems to be the only one to approve of? Harry suddenly understood how Ron and Hermione had felt the past few years when he had kept them out of the loop. He felt a new level of respect for his friends. He didn't know how they had managed to handle it for so long. Green flames erupted from the fireplace, startling everyone in the room. Everyone who had a wand besides Mrs. Weasley, who had used her body to shield Harry, instantly pulled it out and pointed it at the figures that stepped out of the flames. Listening carefully, Harry could hear 3 people stumbling out of the fireplace, then silence. No words were said and no curses were thrown. Whoever had entered clearly wasn't an enemy, but then why was everyone so quiet? You can all put them away, you know, a familiar voice said in an amused tone. Everyone put their wands away while Mrs. Weasley slowly released Harry and sat back down. Looking at the newcomers, Harry couldn't help but smile at the sight of Bill, Charlie and a tall, cloaked woman brushing off their robes. Once all of the soot was off, the woman pulled back her hood to reveal long blonde hair that seemed to radiate a faint, silvery glow. If the hair wasn't a giveaway, the beautiful face was. Ari, Fleur Delacour exclaimed as she rushed to Harry's side, him on each cheek. Oh, we've been so worried about you, Ari. How are you feeling? Harry smiled at her as waves of devotion, happiness and admiration surrounded him. He had never felt such strong emotions from a person before and had a strong feeling that they weren't focused on him. Cautiously, Harry glanced over at Bill and saw the long-haired redhead stared at Fleur with a strange look in his eyes. His gaze shifted between Fleur and Bill before his smile widened. So this was the secret Ron and Ginny had been arguing about. Grinning, Harry grasped Fleur's hand and looked into her intoxicating eyes. Congratulations, he said sincerely. I hope you two are very happy together." The majority of the mouths in the room dropped as Fleur squealed and wrapped her arms around Harry only to be gently pulled back by Bill a moment later. "Thank you so much, Ari," Fleur exclaimed, then looked at him seriously. "This is not the time for me. It is your birthday and you're still recovering. We can talk about these later." Bill stepped forward and grasped Harry's shoulder with a wink and a grin. "It's good to see you back with us, Harry," he said, "and happy birthday. How does it feel to finally be 16? Harry shrugged his shoulders. "The same as last year when I turned 15, he said honestly. That was a partial lie. Although Harry didn't feel any different today than he did yesterday, much had changed since last year. So much has changed since last year. Wait a minute, Ron shouted in confusion. "Harry, how did you know Bill and Fleur are engaged? None of us told you." Harry shrugged his shoulders again. "It was rather obvious," he said vaguely to Ron. "You just have to look at Bill and Fleur to see how much they care for each other. That sort of happiness can't be manufactured. It can only come from the heart." Bill and Fleur smiled happily as if they had finally found someone who understood them while everyone else was staring at Harry in disbelief. Inwardly, Harry cringed as realization hit him. His words had the same effect as having a sign over his head with the word, empathic, written in large, bold letters. He would need to be more discreet until he talked with Sirius and Remus about possibly revealing one of his new abilities. Harry was quickly discovering that his knack for keeping secrets needed to come to an end. The kitchen door opened, causing everyone to turn and see Remus being helped into the room by Sirius and Tonks. With as weak as Remus looked, Ginny and the twins immediately jumped to their feet and moved out of the way. Harry couldn't help but feel slightly guilty for the state Remus was in, since it had been his memories that had been viewed. Professor Dumbledore was the last to leave the kitchen, but he didn't follow the group. He approached Harry and rested a hand on Harry's shoulder. Looking over his shoulder, Harry noticed how worn the headmaster's face looked. It seemed that Remus wasn't the only person affected by the memories. "We will talk later, Harry," Professor Dumbledore said gently. "Enjoy your birthday and take care of yourself." Looking into the headmaster's blue eyes, Harry couldn't ignore the sadness that was present instead of the usual twinkling. Had the memories really affected everyone so much, or was it something else? "Yes, sir," Harry said with a smile. "I will." Professor Dumbledore gave Harry's shoulder a reassuring squeeze before moving to the fireplace, throwing a pinch of flow powder in the flames and vanishing with an eruption of green flames. Once again, Harry couldn't help but feeling that something else was going on here, something that had started a while ago and was far from being resolved. He understood that Dumbledore was a busy man, but no one left that quickly unless they were trying to avoid a confrontation. Once Remus was settled, Sirius checked Harry over before calling for Dobby and Creature to bring out dinner. With a snap of the house elves' fingers, the tables against the wall filled with food and 2 trays appeared for Harry and Remus. Sirius sat down beside Remus while Mrs. Weasley remained by Harry. Conversations broke out as everyone ate. With Sirius and Remus present, all thought of talking about when Harry had been missing was forgotten. No one wanted to risk being thrown out by Sirius, not that Harry blamed them. It was halfway through dinner when a few members of the Order arrived. Moody, Shacklebolt and Professor McGonagall stopped by to check on Harry and drop off a large present before leaving the family gathering. Like Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall seemed to be incredibly uneasy. Harry was surprised by the strong waves of anxiety and discomfort that were coming from her. He normally couldn't single out someone's distinct emotion, but Professor McGonagall's were too strong to ignore. After a spot of birthday cake, everyone eagerly gathered around and watched as Harry slowly opened his presents. Tonks, Victor and Charlie had gotten together on a new wand holster that was charmed to be invisible when it was attached to the wrist. Putting it on, Harry couldn't believe how light it was. He could barely feel that anything was actually on his wrist. Bill and Fleur had given Harry a journal that was charmed to be endless, something that Harry had a feeling that he would be using frequently. Fred and George gathered the most popular of their stock from Weasley Wizarding Wheezes for their financial backer to try out. Ron and Ginny had even volunteered themselves as test subjects for a few of the items, which brought about a lot of laughs. Ron, Hermione and Ginny had pooled their funds to give Harry 2 books, Quidditch, Everything you need to know about the game and new and improved defenses, charms, curses and hexes created in the past century. Harry thanked them repeatedly even though he could hear Ron muttering, "I can't believe we gave him books of all things." Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had given Harry a quilt made by Mrs. Weasley with a wolf, dog, stag, and lily embroidered in the center of it. The various shades of blue were patched together in an intricate pattern, making the quilt look like a piece of art. Harry had held himself together rather well until Mrs. Weasley told him that now he would always have his 4 parents close. He hated to show weakness in front of everyone, but the comment had reminded Harry of the night he had run away. He had called Sirius and Remus Dad, then only to abandon them. Never again. No matter how much it hurts, I won't abandon them again. The large gift from the Order ended up being a trunk that had charmed dividers to protect breakables, keep valuables safe and automatically shrink items to fit. Harry had never seen anything like it before and silently hoped that he would have a chance to use it. Sirius and Remus, although Harry had no idea when they had the time, had given Harry 2 presents. The first was a set of jaws, Harry's preferred weapon in martial arts training, that were charmed with the ability to shrink in order to fit in the hidden pockets of the belt that came with them. The second present was surprisingly a pensieve. It was smaller than Professor Dumbledore's, but it still looked magnificent. With Remus nearly asleep, Sirius helped his best friend upstairs while people started to clean up. Ron and Hermione took the opportunity to sit down on either side of Harry, something that Harry could tell they had wanted to do all night. Leaning back against the sofa couch, Harry could feel the long evening catching up with him as Hermione took hold of his right hand and caressed the back of it. He closed his eyes and subconsciously leaned to the right until his head was resting on Hermione's shoulder. "So, if you don't mind, Harry," Ron began uncomfortably. "Where were you hiding?" "Muggle London," Harry muttered sleepily. His mind was drifting so much he didn't even realize he had answered. All of the excitement had finally caught up with him. "What were you doing, Harry?" Hermione prodded gently. Harry shifted his body to be a little more comfortable and felt his upper body being lowered to a firm surface. "Hospital," he murmured. "Job." Ron and Hermione shared a startled glance. "You were working in a hospital?" asked Ron. "How in the world did you remain undetected?" "All of the hospitals in England were searched." Fingers ran through his hair, sending Harry further into darkness. If he answered Ron's question, Harry never knew for sure. All he knew was that sleep was too inviting of a concept to ignore. He would sort out everything in the morning, including what to say to his friends. Once again Harry slowly woke to the sound of whispering voices. Lying on his stomach, Harry turned his head towards the voices and slowly opened his eyes. He was surprised to find that he was once again in Remus' room, only this time it was brightly lit. Remus was sitting up with his back resting against the headboard and a tray on his lap. There were 2 somewhat blurry figures sitting beside the bed. From the red hair of the tall bloke and the bushy brown hair of the shorter girl, Harry knew that Ron and Hermione were the ones who had been talking to Remus. Questions immediately entered his mind. What had Remus told them? Had he told them what he saw in Professor Dumbledore's pensieve? Had he mentioned how Harry could sense emotions? No, Remus would never do that. Neither Sirius nor Remus would tell anyone anything like that without asking me first. Closing his eyes, Harry could sense concern and nervousness. Those emotions were the most common these days. It seemed that everyone was worried about him and uncertain of what to say or how to act. Harry could relate. Although the Weasleys had done all they could to make the atmosphere comfortable last night, Harry had still felt uneasy and he knew it was his fault for feeling that way. "But I'll make it better. I'll make the effort to confide in them more. I promise." The bed shifted and, before Harry could even react, a wet and rough surface ran over his face. He groaned in annoyance as he pushed the large furry dog away and wiped the slobber off of his face. He hated it when midnight woke him up that way, although it was the only way to wake Harry up quickly, without scaring him half to death. Rolling onto his back, Harry was instantly bombarded with another dose of Midnight's large tongue before the dog lied down between Harry and Remus. Big blue eyes stared at Harry as Midnight let out a pitiful whine. Harry let out another groan and started to scratch behind Midnight's ears. A hand ruffled Harry's hair, causing Harry to look over at Remus and smile, knowing that his guardian was smiling at Midnight's antics. "We have company, cub," Remus said with a grin. "Apparently, Hogwarts letters arrived today and your friends couldn't wait to talk to you about them." Harry rubbed the remaining tiredness out of his eyes and slowly sat up to avoid any dizziness. "Hogwarts letters?" he asked quizzically as he leaned against the headboard for support and grabbed his glasses off the bedside table. "But I haven't even seen my OWL results yet," and Sirius said. "Never mind what Sirius said," Remus interrupted gently. "What do you want, Harry? Do you want to go back to school with what happened in June?" Harry shrugged his shoulders. He really didn't know what he wanted other than to make Sirius and Remus happy. Hogwarts had been the first place he had called home, but now he had an actual home and an actual family. He loved living at Black Manor, but could he honestly turn his back on Hogwarts, even with what had happened? Could he never enter her walls again only because he was afraid of possible dangers? "It's so much easier when the decision is made for me." That was the heart of the problem. Harry didn't trust himself to make decisions anymore. "Harry," Hermione cried in shock, "you have to come back to school. You have to finish your education." With a pop, Sirius had appeared and was glaring at Hermione. "What's the point in finishing an education if he's dead?" He shot back. "Harry has been nearly killed every year he's been at Hogwarts. If staying here keeps him alive, then that is what he will do." "But it should be his choice, Sirius," Remus interjected firmly. "Poppy made a valid point when she was here. Secluding Harry won't help him. He needs to be around people." Harry bowed his head, his shoulders slumping forward. Both Sirius and Remus had valid points. Harry had been in danger ever since he had entered the wizarding world at age 11, but staying away from people would only hinder his empathic ability. He couldn't help shuddering at the thought of being overwhelmed with emotions like he had the night his magic had been restored. Was the risk of danger worth it? Harry just didn't know. Sirius and Remus noticed Harry's dejected demeanor and dropped the argument. Remus reached over to the bedside table and picked up 2 envelopes. "Here, Harry," Remus said, handing over one of the envelopes. "I believe this has been here for a while. Why don't you open it?" Harry nervously took the envelope and after a nervous glance at Sirius, he slid it open and unfolded the parchment inside. Ordinary wizarding level results. Pass grades. Outstanding O. Exceeds expectations E. Acceptable A. Fail grades. Poor P. Dreadful D. Troll T. Harry James Potter has achieved. Astronomy E. Care of magical creatures O. Charms O. Defense against the dark arts O. Divination A. Herbology O. History of magic E. Potions E. Transfiguration O. Harry couldn't believe his eyes. How in the world had he managed 5 outstanding marks? How had he managed an acceptable in divination? He read through his grades several times before he actually noticed his potions mark. Exceeds expectations would have been a remarkable accomplishment if Harry hadn't known that he needed an outstanding to take the NEWT class, a class that was required for the career paths he had discussed with Professor McGonagall. "Well," Sirius asked anxiously, "how did you do, Harry?" Harry reluctantly handed over his results and waited until Sirius cried out in shock. "Harry, these are amazing. 5 outstandings. How in the world did you accomplish that? Exceeds expectations, in potions and history of magic." "What?" Remus shouted as he grabbed the parchment from Sirius and looked it over. He smiled widely and pulled Harry into a one-armed embrace. "I'm so proud of you, cub. 9 OWLs. You passed everything, even divination." Hermione now had the parchment and was reading through it with Ron looking over her shoulder. "These are amazing, Harry," she said as she looked up at him and smiled sympathetically. "It's too bad about potions though." Professor Snape was quite clear that he wouldn't accept anything other than outstanding on an OWL. The happiness in the room died instantly. Sirius and Remus looked at Harry compassionately, now understanding completely why Harry was so quiet. Who wouldn't be when they just discovered their dreams had just died? "I'm sorry, kiddo," Sirius said gently. "I know you were seriously thinking of being a healer." Harry shrugged his shoulders helplessly as he avoided making eye contact with anyone. The compassion and pity was so thick that Harry felt like he was suffocating. He hated when people felt sorry for him. It's just that when I worked at the hospital, I helped people, Harry said softly. For the first time in my life, I could actually see myself doing something after Hogwarts that wasn't related to Voldemort. I actually thought I could have a future. Remus tightened his hold on Harry. Then hang on to that dream, he said firmly. If Severus won't take you as a student, then we'll tutor you privately and find a way for you to take your exam. Sirius shot Remus a warning glare. That is, of course, if you want to return to Hogwarts and if we can remind your godfather that he had been a teenager once. I seem to remember that Sirius also ran away from home. That is completely different. Sirius protested. I suppose, Remus said nonchalantly. You left because you couldn't stand your family. Harry left to protect his family. Sirius moved to protest again. I'm not saying Harry was right to do what he did, Sirius. I agree with you that he should be grounded, but keeping him in this house against his will during the school term isn't the answer. When we were teenagers we made mistakes too, rather severe mistakes, wouldn't you think? Sirius winced at the comment and ran a shaky hand through his hair. I know you have a point, Moony, but this is Harry, he insisted, although everyone could see that his firmness was wavering. Slowly, Sirius shifted his gaze so blue eyes met green. I know you felt like you had no other choice, Harry. I saw your memory. I heard that voice and for a moment, I thought it was James too. I saw what happened in that cell. Can you blame me for wanting to protect you from that? Harry shook his head. I'm grateful that you care, Sirius, he said truthfully, then glanced at Remus before shrugging his shoulders. It's really not a big deal. If you don't want me to go to Hogwarts, I don't have to. Ron and Hermione stared at Harry in shock. But what about your education? Hermione asked in horror. You've worked so hard. You can't just give it up now. What about Quidditch? Ron added, earning a smack on the back of the head from Hermione. I mean, you can't. He said quickly as he rubbed the back of his head. Hogwarts won't be the same without you. What about the DA? Remus and Sirius shared a look, both of them well aware that Harry would follow through with responsibilities rather than doing what he wanted. Well, we still have a month to make a decision, Remus said diplomatically as he handed Harry the second letter. Go ahead and open it. Let's see what interesting titles the instructors selected for this year. Opening his Hogwarts letter, Harry was surprised to see that there had been more than a letter and book list. There was a badge similar to a prefect badge, except there was a large C, where a large P should have been. Harry could hardly believe his eyes. He had been made Quidditch captain. Cautiously, Harry looked up at Sirius and Remus to see mixed reactions. Remus was smiling brightly while Sirius looked like he was trying desperately to keep his temper under control but failing regardless. Congratulations, Harry, Hermione exclaimed happily. You now have equal status with prefects. You were even allowed to use our special bathroom. Remus ruffled Harry's hair before shifting to be more comfortable. I'm proud of you, cub, he said sincerely. You worked hard for that, although, now you will have to keep the stunts to a minimum. Can't have the captain in the hospital wing all the time now, can we? It's brilliant, Harry, Ron said with a bright smile. Now you have to come back. We can't have a team without the captain. That certainly was the wrong thing to say and everyone knew it. Ah, Ron, Hermione, why don't you two help Harry to his room so you three can talk, Remus said casually. It appears that Sirius and I need to discuss a few things. Ron and Hermione nodded nervously as they stood and walked around the bed to Harry's side. Anger was radiating off of Sirius. Harry didn't have to be empathic to know that and instantly felt extremely guilty for being the reason of Sirius' anger. After casting an uneasy glacé at both of his guardians, Harry sighed in defeat before sliding to the edge of the bed where Ron and Hermione helped him stand up. He closed his eyes tightly as a wave of dizziness hit him. It passed after a moment and Harry let Ron and Hermione usher him out of the room. The moment they entered the hallway, the door closed behind them, signaling that his guardians were most likely going to shout at each other. It didn't happen often. In fact, Harry could count the number of times Sirius and Remus argued this badly on one hand, and they normally covered the same topic, Sirius' overprotective nature. Harry knew that Remus was just as worried as Sirius, but Remus seemed to understand that locking someone up wasn't the answer. It had happened a couple of times last summer while Harry had been recovering from his duel with Voldemort, and it looked like it would be happening again, although Sirius now had more ammunition to throw at Remus. Sirius had more proof that keeping Harry at number 12, Grimmauld Place, was the only way to keep him safe. As they entered Harry's bedroom, Hermione hurried ahead and pulled back the bedcovers for Harry. Ron took a firm grip of Harry's arms and supported Harry as he slowly sat down on the bed. Harry bit back his frustration as Hermione pulled the bedcovers over his lower body. He hated that he couldn't even walk to his own room without assistance. He hated that he was taking so long to recover from this. Ron was the first to move and sat down at the foot of the bed while Hermione sat down on the chair at Harry's bedside. Sorry, Harry," Ron said uncomfortably. "I didn't mean to make Sirius so upset. I just thought that, with you being captain, Sirius would realize that you belong at Hogwarts. Or, Sirius will think that Harry was made captain so he would return to Hogwarts," Hermione countered. "With as upset as Sirius is with Professor Dumbledore, I can understand why Sirius is acting this way. I can only imagine what the school year would be like for you, Harry." Harry looked at Hermione with a blank look on his face. "Why should it be any different than any other year?" he asked. "I haven't changed." "But you have, Harry," Hermione interrupted. "You've grown quite a bit over the past year, and even though you have lost some weight, you still are built better than most of the boys at Hogwarts. Add in what you have accomplished and, well, I'll just say that you probably won't have a problem finding a girl who's interested in you." Harry leaned back against his pillows as he took everything Hermione said in. He knew it was normal to date, but he had avoided it in the past. It always seemed that there were more important matters to worry about. Like staying alive. But how many of them are only interested in being seen with the boy who lived? Harry asked rhetorically. Maybe I should just go back to being Orion and forget that Harry Potter ever existed. Ron and Hermione shared an uneasy look. "I take it, Orion, was the name you used when you ran away?" Hermione asked gently. Harry nodded. "Jonathan Orion Evans was my name, but everyone at the hospital just called me Orion," he said. "It was kind of nice being normal for once. I wasn't hated or adored for something I had no control over." "But you were living a lie," Hermione said softly. "You're not, Orion. You're Harry and everything that comes with being Harry, that includes being a wizard." "How did you do it, Harry?" Ron asked bluntly. "How did you manage to escape from Hogwarts?" "We were told Friday morning that extra wards had been placed around the grounds to prevent anyone from entering or leaving Hogwarts. We didn't find out until later that it was because Death Eaters had managed to sneak in and take you to the Ministry the night before." Harry let out a sigh before he told Ron and Hermione how he managed to leave the castle, Fox. He told them everything about that night except for being able to talk to Hogwarts. Ron and Hermione listened eagerly as Harry told them about meeting Drive, Rollins, and working at the hospital. Once Harry started, he found it difficult to stop. He told them about his weekly meetings with Fox and how he learned about Voldemort searching for him. Ron and Hermione were horrified to hear Harry's account of the Charing Cross Road attack and what happened afterwards. He didn't say much about his time as Voldemort's prisoner. Harry knew Ron and Hermione were eager for details, but some things were too painful to speak about yet. Instead, Harry figured it was time to tell Ron and Hermione something else that he could only hope they were compassionate enough to hear. "There's something else," he began. "Last night, I realized what you two most likely have been feeling ever since Sirius and Remus entered my life. I learned what it felt like to be in the dark. I didn't know Ginny was dating Dean or that Bill was engaged to Fleur, and I felt like I was missing out on something." Ron and Hermione leaned in eagerly. "I haven't been very forthcoming for some time now because I was afraid of how you would react," Harry continued, his voice shaking slightly. "In ways, I'm still afraid. I know what I went through wasn't normal." He let out a nervous sigh as he ran his fingers through his messy hair. "This wasn't as easy to talk about. Do you two remember the training I went through before our third year?" Ron and Hermione nodded. "It was to teach you how to defend yourself from Sirius," Hermione said matter-of-factly. Harry nodded. "Well, you see, Dumbledore believes that's what triggered everything, he said softly. It started when I was practicing the Patronus charm with Remus. Sort of overcharged my spells, occasionally. It didn't happen often, so as long as I was careful I didn't think it was anything to worry about, but it changed during the summer before our 4th year. The overcharges started happening on their own. The World Cup, Ron exclaimed. You collapsed in the box. That's what it was. Harry nodded again. The overcharges transformed into magical outbursts, he said as he stared down at his hands enfolded in his lap. They were powerful and extremely painful. They didn't happen often, but when they did I felt like I was going mad. I had no control, so Dumbledore gave me a suppression necklace to wear. It worked most of the time. The only time it actually failed was during the second task when I had 2 outbursts while underwater. Hermione gasped. It was too much for the necklace to absorb, so I had to find some way to use it to free myself from the Grindylows. What about after the 3rd task? Hermione asked. Didn't it fail then too? Harry shook his head. Voldemort discovered the necklace and pulled it off before we dueled, he said with a slight shudder as the memory came back at full force. I was hit with 3 outbursts that night. They had been what saved me, but they had also what nearly killed me. My body couldn't handle the strain. My lungs collapsed and my heart weakened to the point that any stress could send it into shock. That was why I was monitored so closely here last summer. We had to worry about outbursts affecting my heart. The outbursts still came, but they weren't as strong as before, so I was able to live through them with no further complications. Hermione took hold of Harry's hand as she stared at him, desperately wanting him to continue. Ron, on the other hand, had a look of apprehension on his face, almost like he was nervous to where this conversation was going. Harry knew that, of the two, Ron would be the one who would most likely have a problem with this, since Ron had been raised in the wizarding world to know what was accepted and what wasn't. Well, the outbursts didn't happen often last year, Harry continued with a shrug. They only seemed to manifest when I absolutely needed them, and I was able to use them to get out of a few sticky situations. He looked at them for a moment, biting his lower lip nervously. Here goes nothing. But I don't have them anymore, at least I don't think so. When I was in London, I noticed that something in me had changed. I found that I could feel emotions from those around me. Hermione's eyes widened as Ron's jaw dropped. So, you know what we're feeling now? Hermione asked in awe. Harry let out a long breath as he closed his eyes and concentrated. Curiosity filled the air along with disbelief and fear. Harry's shoulders slumped forward in defeat. You're afraid of me, he said softly. If this is too much for you to handle, I'll understand. I just thought it was time you knew the truth. I'm tired of keeping secrets. I'm just so tired of it all. Hermione stood up and sat down on the edge of Harry's bed as she wrapped her arms around him. It's a little scary, I'll admit, she said honestly, but you're our best friend, Harry. It doesn't matter what you can do. Is this what Remus was talking about when he said that it was better if you were around people? Harry nodded as he wrapped his arms around Hermione, relieved that she wouldn't desert him. Looking at Ron, Harry could see that his other best friend seemed to be having a mental debate with himself. This worried Harry. The fact that Ron had to think of whether he wanted to remain friends with Harry shattered the faith Harry had in their friendship. Finally, Ron looked at Harry nervously. What are you going to do? He asked. If the ministry finds out about this, they're going to take you away. They'll claim that it's for your own safety, but they really want you to help them. They'll force you to help them. The last known empath was over 100 years ago, and she ended up killing herself because the ministry held her prisoner and wouldn't let her be with the man she loved. Hermione pulled away and looked at Ron in confusion. I've never heard of that, she said as she repositioned herself so she was sitting next to Harry. Are you sure this isn't just some story you heard somewhere? Ron rolled his eyes in exasperation. Hermione, everyone who grew up in the wizarding world knows the story of Sylvia Sinclair, he said. She was engaged to marry a wizard before the ministry discovered her abilities. It is said that the ministry even threatened her with her fiancé's life so she would cooperate. After 2 years of helping the ministry, it became too much for her, so she and her fiancé killed themselves. It was a rather large scandal. Everyone believed that the Ministry had gone too far in trying to control her. "Oh," Hermione said softly. "It sounds too much like Romeo and Juliet if you ask me." "Are you sure this actually happened?" Ron shrugged his shoulders. "All I know is that Ginny loved the story when she was younger," he said, then looked directly at Harry. "You're not going to let the Ministry know about this, are you?" Harry let out a snort, but internally he was overjoyed. Ron's hesitation had been out of concern, not fear. "Sure," Harry said sarcastically. "I'm sure they'd love to hear that their precious, chosen one, can feel that they're all a bunch of spineless cowards who want a teenager to fight their war for them. I'm not telling anyone unless Sirius and Remus think I should. We haven't even told Dumbledore. We may tell Tonks, though. She is a member of the family. It's probably good that not many know," Hermione said matter-of-factly, then looked at Harry and smiled. "Thank you for trusting us with this, Harry, although I can't believe you actually thought we would turn away from you just because you're different. You've always been different. You're just finally realizing it." Harry had to admit that Hermione had a point. The only thing that had really changed was Harry's acceptance of who he was and what he wasn't. He wasn't normal or a freak. He was just different, like Remus. It had been only 2 days after his birthday when Harry had woken one morning to find something on his bedside table that hadn't been there the night before. Sitting by his glasses, Harry instantly recognized the holly wand that he had used for the past 5 years. He slipped on his glasses before slowly wrapping his fingers around the wand. It felt warm and comforting, and on closer inspection, Harry noticed that there were several marks around the handle that resembled flames. He didn't know what it meant, but he had to admit he sort of liked it. The flames reminded him of Fawkes and all the Phoenix had done for him in the past. Hedwig had also finally returned from the burrow and made no effort to hide her displeasure with Harry. For nearly 2 days, Hedwig kept her back facing Harry while occasionally looking over her shoulder to make sure he was still there. Harry had apologized to her repeatedly, telling her how much he missed her and how much he thought about her when he had been away. Sirius and Remus found the entire situation completely hilarious, especially when Hedwig would let them pet her without protest. The next week passed slowly. Sirius had finally agreed to let Harry choose on returning to Hogwarts, but that didn't mean Sirius kept his opinions to himself. During the week, Harry had heard more tales of how unsafe Hogwarts was than he had ever wanted to hear. It didn't help that Sirius included Harry's past exploits to only make his point of view even stronger. Harry ended up being so frustrated that he told Sirius to stop with the stories, or he would go to Hogwarts just to have a moment of peace. The threat worked. Sirius immediately backed off, allowing Harry to read in peace. Tonks had taken the liberty of picking up his books for him earlier in the week, which gave him something to read other than the books in the Black family library. Harry had a feeling that Remus had something to do with it, but he kept his thoughts to himself. It was easy to see that even though Tonks didn't want Harry to leave, she agreed with Remus that it should be Harry's choice. Harry didn't know whether to be grateful or not. There was still a part of him that didn't want to make the choice out of fear that something may happen. Tonks had taken the revelation that Harry was empathic rather well and had agreed with Ron that the Ministry shouldn't know. She had heard the same story Ron had mentioned, although Sirius and Remus insisted that the story of Sylvia Sinclair was just a tale mothers told their children about the lengths people will go for love. In retaliation, Tonks charmed Sirius' hair green, which was the start of a prank war. Harry and Remus made every effort to stay out of the way of the fighting cousins. If last summer was any indication, the pranks were bound to be humiliating. The only drastic change during the week was that Ron and Hermione visited every day, with Ginny accompanying them occasionally. He had learned that Hermione had passed all of her OWL exams with 10 outstanding marks and 1 exceeds expectations mark in Defense Against the Dark Arts. Ron received 7 OWLs and seemed rather proud that he had earned more OWLs than Fred and George combined. Harry also learned that the Weasleys and Hermione had gone to Diagon Alley only to realize the affect the war was already having on the place. Florine Fortescue, the man who ran the ice cream place, was missing and Ollivander was gone too. Ron went into excruciating detail of their encounter with Draco Malfoy at Madame Malkin's. Harry didn't miss the exasperated look on Hermione's face when Ron went on and on about how arrogant Malfoy was by making fun of Harry's capture. "So how has Perfect Potter been? I heard he screams like a little girl." Draco Malfoy always knew exactly how to ignite Ron's temper, and after listening to Ron, Harry could see that Malfoy had succeeded in his task. Harry would be lying if he said the comments didn't hurt, but he knew Malfoy too well. The Slytherin student had always relied on words and empty threats to make himself feel more powerful than he actually was. The highlight of that visit was when Ron, Hermione and Ginny told Harry about their visit to Weasley Wizarding Wheezes. Harry couldn't believe the vast range of products the twins were now selling. There were skiving snack boxes, patented daydream charms, edible dark marks, shield cloaks, shield gloves, instant darkness powder, decoy detonators, love potions, pygmy puffs, and even self-inking, spell-checking and smart answer quills. Ginny had brought her purple pygmy puff, Arnold, and the round ball of fluff instantly took a liking to Harry, letting out a high-pitched squeak whenever anyone tried to take him away. The most uncomfortable subject discussed was Bill's engagement to Fleur, or Flem, according to Ginny. Apparently, Fleur couldn't say enough of Harry Potter and was trying to persuade Bill to agree to Harry standing up at the wedding because he openly supported the union. Hermione and Ginny made no point in hiding their dislike for Fleur and also revealed that Mrs. Weasley didn't approve of the union either. Harry just shook his head sadly. Bill and Fleur obviously loved each other. Why couldn't everyone else see it? Madame Pomfrey had kept up her scheduled visits, checking on Harry and Remus every 2 days. Harry's recovery was certainly progressing at a faster pace than Remus. His need for sleep had dampened throughout the week, so he was able to stay awake the entire day and even walk around for a short period of time without feeling tiredness or dizziness. Harry was now told to begin light physical activity to regain his strength. Sirius immediately took up the task and worked with Harry on martial art forms similar to what Harry had learned during previous summers. It was slow and non-strenuous, but it also worked the muscles that Harry hadn't been using for the past 2 weeks. Remus, on the other hand, was another story. Everyone knew that Remus' recovery was going to be slow even with Harry's help to push it along. It was difficult for Remus to stay awake for more than 5 hours at a time, and, when he was awake, he was so bored that Harry and Sirius were doing everything they could to keep him busy. Harry normally discussed any questions he had concerning something he had read in his textbooks, while Sirius worked with Remus on order matters and any problems that concerned Harry. Neither Sirius nor Remus were attending order meetings and had to rely on Tonks for updates and research assignments. The most consistent problem was the Ministry. Rufus Scrimgeour was beginning to become more and more persistent in scheduling a meeting, even after showing Harry's memory of the duel with Voldemort. As former head of the Auror office, Scrimgeour knew talent when he saw it, and he wanted Harry Potter. Sirius had nearly hit the roof when Dumbledore relayed that onto Harry's guardians. None of them wanted Harry to be coerced into anything. As the sun slowly set on the Wednesday after his birthday, Harry retreated to his favorite sofa couch in front of the fire with his Defense Against the Dark Arts book while Sirius and Remus discussed order matters upstairs. He was fascinated with the concept of nonverbal spells and was eager to read everything he could on the subject. During their duel at the Ministry, Voldemort had cast many nonverbal spells which had left Harry at a disadvantage, a place Harry didn't want to be in again. Without the magical outbursts to fall back on, Harry knew he would need to throw himself into learning more common used means of defending himself. He couldn't afford for Voldemort to win again. Opening his book, Harry forced himself to concentrate on what he was reading. The theory behind using nonverbal spells was rather simple, it was actually using them was where it became difficult. Concentration and mind power are needed to basically force the spell out. Not everyone could accomplish casting spells nonverbally, but Harry was determined to do all that he could in order to succeed. He needed the element of surprise. His only history with nonverbal spells was when he was underwater during the second task and when he had been Voldemort's prisoner. In both instances he had been in a state of emotional distress. He needed to be able to use them when he needed to, not only when he was panicking. An eruption of green flames caused Harry to jump back in surprise. With a flick of the wrist, Harry had his wand in hand as a familiar figure stepped out of the fireplace. The long white hair and beard was unmistakable along with the colorful blue robes. Harry instantly felt soft waves of concern and nervousness, which were the normal emotions he received from Dumbledore these days. He knew that Professor Dumbledore was trying to repair the strained relationship with Sirius and wasn't having much success. Sometimes Sirius was just too stubborn. Harry let out a sigh of relief as he put his wand away and closed his book after marking the page. Rising to his feet, Harry set his book down and turned his complete attention to Dumbledore's twinkling blue eyes. "Good evening, sir," Harry said politely. "Are you here to see Sirius?" Professor Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment before smiling. "I'm actually here to speak to you, Harry," he said pleasantly. "I'm afraid this discussion is long overdue. Perhaps it would be for the best if you sat down." Harry sat back down on the sofa couch, slightly nervous. His first thought was that Dumbledore wanted to talk about his time in Muggle London and as Voldemort's prisoner. That brought up a mountain of questions. What was he supposed to say? After Ron's reaction, Harry had told Sirius and Remus that he didn't want anyone knowing about his abilities. He didn't want to risk anyone letting it slip accidentally. Professor Dumbledore sat down in a comfortable chair to Harry's left and pulled out a small box from his robes. He placed it on a nearby table, then returned his attention to Harry. "First off, I want to apologize for making an old man's mistake," Dumbledore said sincerely. "I know your guardians told you that a prophecy concerning you and Lord Voldemort existed last Christmas against my wishes. I wasn't trying to hide anything from you, my boy. I just thought you were too young to burden yourself with its contents. I didn't realize until it was too late that if your guardians hadn't said something, events could have turned out more disastrous than they had been." Harry didn't know what to say. He really couldn't imagine last term ending any worse than it had. Well, that wasn't necessarily true. Remus could have died. Sirius could have died. Voldemort could have succeeded in retrieving the prophecy. "But, sir," Harry began uncertainly, "if Voldemort could manipulate my dreams and pretend to be my dad like he did, then you had every right not to tell me. I told Sirius and Remus not to tell me for that very reason." Dumbledore smiled softly. "You were too forgiving, Harry," he said gently. "Nevertheless, I believe it is time that I was honest with you concerning the reason Voldemort sought you out all those years ago. Voldemort had been told that a prophecy had been made concerning him and a child that would be born soon. He didn't know its full contents but believed that by killing that child he would be fulfilling the terms of the prophecy and bring him one step closer to victory, a decision that backfired on him. You, Harry, survived." Harry couldn't stop the dread that filled his stomach. He had a feeling that he was about to learn more than he ever wanted to know. "For 10 years Voldemort heard nothing about the child who left him so weak," Dumbledore continued. "Then he encountered you when you were only 11 and his interest returned. Voldemort believed you had special powers because no normal child could ever stand up to him and win. His theory was strengthened when he faced you the night he returned to his body. You fought off unforgivables and left him in a coma for months, yet you were still only a child. That was the start of Voldemort's obsession to recruit you while trying to find out what the entire prophecy was. He was certain that the prophecy would contain the knowledge of how to guarantee your allegiance or, if necessary, the means of how to destroy you. He figured that the prophecy pertained more towards you than to him." Harry closed his eyes as he let out a long breath. In a way, he had always suspected something like this ever since he had heard that a prophecy existed, but actually hearing it was a shock to the system. It made everything feel more real. He couldn't believe this was all because of some fortune teller, someone who left some vague prediction that could mean any number of things. The glass orb that was destroyed in the Department of Mysteries was merely a record of the actual prophecy, Professor Dumbledore said slowly as he pulled out his wand. "I heard the actual prophecy from an applicant for the post of divination teacher. This applicant was a descendant of a very famous and gifted seer, but it seemed she had no trace of the gift herself. I told her she would not be suitable for the post and turned to leave when I heard it." With a tap of the wand, the box enlarged and opened to reveal Dumbledore's pensieve once again. "I believe it is time for you to hear the prophecy, Harry," Dumbledore said gently. "If you would prefer for Sirius to be here for support, I can retrieve him for you." Harry stared at the large pensieve for a long moment, unsure of what to say or do. A part of him desperately wanted to know what the prophecy said while another part berated him for even considering it. He didn't believe in prophecies, right? They were just used to mess with people's minds. His life wasn't destined. There was no such thing as destiny or even fate. He chose his own path. His life was his to lead, not for someone else to dictate. It had to be. It just had to be. A hand rested on Harry's shoulder, causing Harry to jump and see Sirius' sympathetic eyes. "I'm here, kiddo," Sirius said as he sat down beside Harry and wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders. "Do you want to hear the prophecy or would you like to wait?" Harry opened his mouth to speak but he didn't know what to say. Did he want to know? Certainly not. Did he need to know? Possibly. He couldn't move past the fact that in the pensieve was the answers he had wanted for as long as he could remember, but what if the answers only brought more questions? What if this knowledge brought something into light that Harry really didn't want to know? "I know it's difficult, Harry," Sirius said quietly, "but I think it would be better to get it over with. Knowing what the prophecy says changes nothing. You still have to recover, help me with Moony and you're still grounded." Harry nodded slowly, knowing that Sirius was right. Knowing what the prophecy said only changed everything if he let it. He wouldn't let this change his life. What if others don't react the same way? Suddenly, he remembered one very important fact that had affected the majority of his decisions for the past year. "Voldemort. Are you sure Voldemort's out of my head?" Harry asked softly. "It may be better if I didn't know." Sirius let out a long sigh as he ran his fingers through Harry's hair to calm him. "Has your scar been hurting?" he asked. Harry shook his head. "Then I think we're safe. That potion is out of your system, you haven't been having any nightmares and you've been practicing your occlumency." Professor Dumbledore leaned back in his chair and unfolded his long fingers. "I do believe that Voldemort won't be a significant problem in that way anymore, Harry," he said serenely. "With the failure of his latest plot, Voldemort has moved on to creating as much havoc as he can. Voldemort had expected that you would try to escape from his clutches and with the aid of the mind-linking potion plan to control you by having you kill those around you. What he didn't foresee was your strength of will. You, Harry, refused to give in, which gave Sirius and Poppy enough time to provide an antidote. You are currently in hiding and far from his grasp. As infuriating as it is for him, Voldemort has no choice but to focus on other means." Harry looked at Dumbledore in horror. "He was going to have me kill all of you?" he asked fearfully. "Voldemort was going to try," Dumbledore corrected. "You see, Harry, Voldemort made a severe misjudgment in his planning. He didn't even consider your devotion to your family. He overlooked the very reason you ran away. You would rather sacrifice yourself to protect those you care about than to see them die. Voldemort does not understand this emotion that you have an overabundance of or anything remotely similar to it. He doesn't know what it's like to love someone so much that you are willing to risk everything for them." Harry let out a shaky breath as he rubbed his eyes underneath his glasses. "I just don't know how much more of this I can take," he said softly. "He's driving me mad. I hate that I can't trust myself anymore. I hate that I'm constantly second-guessing myself, wondering if my thoughts are actually mine." "It is only natural for you to doubt yourself with the recent events," Professor Dumbledore said gently. "Start slow, Harry. If you can't make a decision, I'm sure Sirius and Remus could help you out. Just remember, your first instinct is usually the right one. From your memories that we witnessed, your first instinct that night you ran away was to stay with Sirius. Your first instinct when you escaped from Voldemort was to find Sirius. You were right on both instances, my boy." Harry looked over at the pensieve thoughtfully. Perhaps Dumbledore had a point. His instincts had told him to reveal the truth to Ron and Hermione. He didn't regret the decision, and it had even brought them closer than they had been for the past 2 years. Dumbledore raised his wand to his own temple and withdrew silvery, gossamer fine strands of thought that were clinging to his wand and deposited them into the pensieve. The silvery substance swirled continuously as Dumbledore looked at Sirius and Harry. "You can be trusted with this information, Harry," he said confidently. "We trust you even if you do not trust yourself. Are you ready?" Harry felt Sirius squeeze his shoulder reassuringly as he slowly nodded. Dumbledore returned the nod before prodding the silvery substance with the tip of his wand. A figure slowly rose out of the substance. She was draped in shawls, her eyes were magnified to an enormous size behind her glasses, and she revolved slowly with her feet in the basin. Harry's eyes widened in shock. It was Sybil Trelawney, his divination teacher. She opened her mouth to speak, but the voice was not her own. It was harsh and hoarse like the one Harry had heard once before. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have the power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The slowly revolving Professor Trelawney sank back into the silver mass below and vanished. Harry stared at the pensive, unable to move for a long moment before he slowly turned his head and looked at Professor Dumbledore skeptically. "You expect me to believe one of Professor Trelawney's predictions?" he asked in disbelief. "She's been predicting my death for years. She couldn't make an actual prediction if her life depended on it." "I will admit that Sybil's actual predictions are extremely rare, but I assure you this is an actual prediction," Professor Dumbledore said calmly. "Remember Sybil's prediction concerning Peter Pettigrew. Aspects of this prophecy have already come to pass. The person who has the only chance of conquering Lord Voldemort for good was born at the end of July over 16 years ago. This boy was born to a parent who had already defied Voldemort 3 times and would be marked by Lord Voldemort." Harry slowly closed his eyes and he subconsciously reached up and ran his fingers over his scar. In a way he wasn't surprised considering his history with the Dark Lord, but hearing it confirmed just made it all feel more real. "You're sure it's me?" Harry asked meekly. "There's absolutely no one else." Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment through his glasses. "Yes, Harry," he said softly. "I'm afraid you are the only one in that criteria. There was another boy who had been born on the same day as you to parents who had defied Voldemort 3 times, but he wasn't marked. He was Neville Longbottom." Harry let out a long breath as he rose to his feet and walked over to the fire. Staring into the flames, he tried to wrap his head around it all. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies." This was why Voldemort wanted him so badly. This was why his parents were dead. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. Harry knew he was marked in more ways than one. Because of those stupid outbursts. Voldemort saw Harry as a worthy opponent and would do everything in his power to kill him. But he will have the power the Dark Lord knows not. What could this mean? It couldn't be his empathy or even his healing. Those weren't powers that could be used in the middle of a duel, right? And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. In other words, he would have to kill Voldemort or die at Voldemort's hand. He would be murdered or a murderer. "Harry," Sirius asked hesitantly, "I know it's a lot to take in, but, remember, it doesn't change anything." "No, Sirius. It changes everything." Closing his eyes, Harry reached out and could instantly feel waves of protectiveness, compassion, love, nervousness and fear. He opened his eyes again and fought to calm the overwhelming dread that had consumed him. The prophecy only had power over him if he allowed it to. He wasn't ready to face Voldemort again, but with a lot of hard work, he could be in at the moment that would have to be enough. With a hand resting against the wall for support, Harry focused completely on his breathing and could feel the concern overwhelming the rest of the emotions in the room. Sirius and Professor Dumbledore were worried by his silence. There was just so much to consider, so much to work through. Letting out a sigh, Harry knew that Dumbledore was taking a risk in trusting him with this information. Perhaps he should return the favor. "Thank you for your honesty, Professor," Harry said softly, "but you aren't the only one keeping secrets." "Harry." "No, Sirius," Harry interrupted softly, his gaze still locked on the fire. He couldn't bring himself to look at Sirius' face because he knew he would do whatever those stern blue eyes wanted him to. He has a right to know. This is war. We can't afford to keep the secrets that should be shared with those we trust. Inhaling deeply, Harry turned his head so he was looking into Professor Dumbledore's eyes. "Your concern and fear are overwhelming at the moment, Professor. I assure you I will be fine once I have time to digest everything." Professor Dumbledore's eyes widened as he stared at Harry, completely taken aback. "You're empathic," he breathed as he sat back in his chair. He sat there for a few minutes in silence, appearing to be thinking hard. "I take it Poppy knows about this. She's Harry's healer," Sirius said evenly. She needed to know why Harry was constantly using magic unintentionally. Professor Dumbledore nodded at the point. "Yes, it seems this is the anomaly Audrey McDaniels was trying to uncover for Lord Voldemort," he said thoughtfully. "It is an interesting development, although not entirely surprising. Your emotions have always seemed to give you a slight boost, Harry. I can see why Poppy is so adamant for you to return to Hogwarts. Being around a variety of people would help you control and adapt this new ability." Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Sirius, who was glaring at the headmaster. "Of course not much is known about empaths," he said as he returned his attention to Harry. "I shall look through the library at Hogwarts as well as my own personal collection for any information that you may find useful." Harry moved away from the fireplace, his eyes never leaving Dumbledore's. "I would appreciate it, sir," he said sincerely. "Most of my knowledge about this ability has been through trial and error at the hospital." He walked over to the table near the sofa couch and picked up his defense book, knowing that both Sirius and Professor Dumbledore were watching his every move. "Well, if you don't mind, I think I need to be alone for a while." "Are you sure, kiddo?" Sirius asked. "If you want to talk." Harry shook his head. "I just have a lot to sort out," he said with a shrug, then nodded to Dumbledore. "Professor, thanks for being so understanding." "Not a problem, my boy," Professor Dumbledore said sincerely. "There is one more matter I need to discuss with you, Harry. Audrey McDaniels' findings were indeed correct. You do have an unusual ability to tap into your magical reserves to strengthen your spells. We have seen it before as well as the aftereffects. As difficult as it may be, Harry, you cannot continue to strain your reserves. It may lead to problems later in life." Harry nodded, then excused himself before hurrying upstairs. His mind felt like it was on overload. He not only had the prophecy to worry about but his oddity of tapping into his magical reserves to worry about. There wasn't anything he could do about the prophecy, but that didn't erase the sense of foreboding he felt everything he thought about it. Becoming a healer suddenly felt more of a dream than a reality. How could he focus on a career when it was quite possible that he wouldn't have one? He had no intention of going down without a fight, but could he really kill someone? Could he really become a murderer? Stop thinking about it. Stop worrying about the future and focus on the present. Yes, that was something he would have to do from now on. He would do as much as he could in the present to ensure a future, but he couldn't afford to sit and wallow about what may or may not happen. Entering his room, Harry stopped in his tracks at the sight of a familiar phoenix resting on his bed. He couldn't help smiling softly as he entered and sat down on his bed. A talk with Fawkes was exactly what he needed right now. "It's been a while, hey?" Harry asked as he reached out and slowly pet the phoenix. "I've missed you, Fawkes. I've missed talking with you." Fawkes let out a soft trill as if to say, "I missed you too. I never thanked you for everything you've done for me. You've really been a great friend, you know that." Fawkes let out a confident trill, passing on that he already knew that. Harry laughed. "Arrogant little chicken." Fawkes squawked at him and tried to bite his hand. "What?" Harry asked innocently with a grin before he turned somber. "All joking aside, I just wanted to say thanks, and I'm sorry if you got in trouble for helping me." Fawkes instantly mellowed and let out a calming trill. Harry felt his eyes closing as he leaned back against his pillows. He suddenly felt his worries falling away as Fawkes continued to sing. His mind began to drift as his head lolled to the side. Harry was so wrapped up in the peaceful song of the phoenix that he didn't even notice Sirius entering his room and putting him to bed. All he knew was that his problems were a world away. Harry woke early the following morning to a dark room and a growling stomach. Fawkes was gone and he was dressed in a pair of pajamas which consisted of a pair of gray pajama pants and a white short-sleeved shirt. Groaning in annoyance, he grabbed his glasses, pulled himself out of bed and staggered out of his room for the kitchen. Stupid bird, always thinking he knows best. Harry knew he would never fall back asleep with his stomach acting up like this and really didn't want to bother Dobby and Creature this early in the morning. He knew the two house elves too well. Both of them would do everything in their power to make Harry happy no matter what time it was. Slipping on his glasses, Harry crept down the stairs, hoping not to wake anyone up. Remus could hear a pin drop with his werewolf hearing, which was extremely annoying since Remus was the one who needed his rest. He entered the dark kitchen and had to blink a few times when the lights automatically turned on. Sirius had always had a late-night snack problem. After a few nights of hearing Sirius curse because he walked into something last summer, Remus charmed the kitchen to automatically light up when someone entered. Tonks and Remus had a good laugh at Sirius' clumsiness, which Sirius had his revenge by charming their alarm clocks to go off 3 hours early no matter what Tonks and Remus did to them. Harry's nighttime stroll quickly turned out to be just as eventful as Sirius. Before Harry could step towards the ice box, the two very house elves Harry was trying to be quiet for appeared with a crack, asking what they could do to help Harry. Harry reluctantly asked them to prepare a snack, which quickly turned into a fight between elves because they both wanted to outdo the other. Soon enough, Harry was sitting in front of an entire kitchen table full of food and was forced to order Dobby and Creature to go back to bed, which they did grudgingly. For the next hour, Harry slowly ate while his thoughts drifted from topic to topic. He didn't want to go against Sirius' wishes, but it appeared that he had no choice. He couldn't hide out here for the rest of his life knowing what he knew now. Sirius and Remus were excellent teachers in their areas of expertise, but Remus was really in no shape to teach and Sirius had so much on his plate already. How could he even consider putting more pressure on his guardians? Harry didn't know what to do. A part of him wanted to stay here, away from the stares and whispers. Last year had been a nightmare, and that was when half of the school thought he was out of his mind. Harry didn't want to think what this year would be like. Everyone would want to know what happened with Voldemort, why he left the way he did, and if he was indeed the chosen one. He was going to be even more of a target for Malfoy and his gang because some of their parents are now in Azkaban. He was also unprotected from the Ministry and reporters. There were so many reasons not to go back to Hogwarts, but were they more important than the reasons to go back? Letting out a long and frustrated sigh, Harry left the kitchen and took the memorized journey to his bedroom. Every reason for staying was personal. He didn't want to face the people who immortalized him, despised him, or wanted something from him. The fans he could handle as long as his friends didn't fall into that category. The bullying from the Slytherins was nothing new. The press had never left him alone, and ever since the hearing last Christmas, the Ministry seemed to have a problem doing that too. Returning to Hogwarts, on the other hand, would help others out. Sirius could concentrate on order matters and help Remus recover. Remus could finally worry about himself for once. He wouldn't be abandoning his friends or the teachers that had already done so much for him. Most of all, Harry wouldn't be abandoning Hogwarts. He couldn't explain it, but there was just a need deep down to enter the school again. It wasn't a conscious thought, just a feeling. Entering his room, Harry walked past his bed and collapsed in the comfortable chair by his window. Dawn was still a few hours away, although the mist that seemed to be never-ending made it nearly impossible to tell for certain. He had seen the mist before while working at the hospital but hadn't paid any attention to it. The few times he had been outdoors he had been too exhausted to notice anything. He just remembered Roland's complaining about it once or twice. Staring out into the mist, Harry repositioned himself at a more comfortable angle and just let his mind drift. He wished he could see the stars, specifically the stars named after his parents, because at the moment Harry didn't know what to do. He had to choose between what Sirius wanted and what everyone needed, what he needed. Logically it wasn't much of a choice, but choosing the right one would mean hurting someone who has already been through so much. Harry let out a slow breath as he closed his eyes and rested his head against the back of the chair. This constant fear of making the wrong decision was really maddening. He hated that so much depended on making the right choice. It had been so much simpler when he had been on his own. Work, stay in the shadows and don't get killed. Did he want to go back to that? Not at all, although he did miss Roland's, JJ and the children he told stories to. Did Roland's feel betrayed now that the boy he had taken in was gone? Had JJ found someone else to drag into hallway games? Did the children hate him now because he left without saying goodbye? A distant whispering filled his ears, slowly pulling Harry out of a clouded mind. Waves of concern and uncertainty brushed against him. A hand rested on his shoulder and squeezed gently. Grudgingly, Harry opened his eyes partially and turned his head to see the faces of Hermione, Ron and Ginny through his crooked glasses. Realizing that he must have fallen asleep, Harry shifted his body so he was facing them and rubbed his aching neck. "Morning," Harry said as he straightened his glasses and tried to stretch his neck out. "What time is it?" "Early," Ron said as he flopped down on Harry's bed. "Why were you sleeping in the chair? You aren't having nightmares again, are you?" Harry shook his head. He really didn't want to discuss what he learned from Dumbledore yesterday until he had more time to work through it. There was also the problem that Ginny was present. She didn't know anything about his empathic abilities or the prophecy, and Harry wasn't sure he wanted to bring her into it all. "Just a lot on my mind," Harry said as he stood up and twisted his upper body. "So how long can you three stay?" Ginny shrugged as she sat down beside Ron. "Mum really didn't say," she said. "She seemed more eager to get rid of us than anything. Maybe she was going to finally give Flem a piece of her mind. I would have liked to see that." Harry shook his head slowly as he walked to his wardrobe and pulled out a clean set of clothes. "I don't know why you're determined to hate Fleur, Ginny," he said softly. "She may be a little selfish, annoying, inconsiderate," Ginny offered. "Unaccustomed to a family such as yours," Harry said patiently, earning a glare from Ginny. "Look, I know when I first met you all I was intimidated. I had never seen a family act like yours before. All of you are friends in addition to being siblings. You tell each other your secrets, stand up for each other and, if necessary, are willing to sacrifice yourself for each other. The only downside is that, for an outsider, it is really hard not to feel like an intruder. But you're not an intruder, Harry," Ron said instantly. "You're one of us. We've been saying that for years." "Ron's right," Ginny added. "You're completely different than Flem. You don't try to force your opinions on us or make us feel like we're 3 years old." Harry just shrugged his shoulders. He couldn't think of anything to say since he had never seen Fleur act that way and really hadn't spoken to her without the Weasley clan present. All he knew was that Fleur was a good person and was deeply in love with Bill Weasley. Harry also knew it was something Ginny and Mrs. Weasley would have to witness for themselves. "Well, I'll just go and clean up," he said softly. "I shouldn't be long." Ron and Ginny looked like they were about to protest, so Harry hurried out of his room towards the bathroom. He didn't know if he had been wrong to speak on Fleur's behalf before talking with her. There was a chance that Fleur didn't feel like an intruder. It was possible that she was everything that Ginny claimed, but, deep down, he didn't believe it. He didn't want to believe it. Why would someone who was so in love with their fiancé not want to do everything in their power to get along with the family they were marrying into? Then again, my parents didn't get along with Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. Harry was deep in thought the entire time he cleaned up and changed clothes. What could he do about it anyways? He wasn't even directly involved, so why was he worrying about it? Because Ginny always brings it up when she visits. Hermione and Ron rarely discussed life at the Burrow since their main concern was Harry's empathy and Remus' recovery. Ginny, on the other hand, seemed to need an outlet to take her frustrations out on, something that couldn't be done at the Burrow. Walking back to his room, Harry focused on his calming techniques and pushed the topic of Fleur out of his mind. The only thing he could get from participating in this argument was a headache. Ginny was free to have her own opinion, and that was that. He entered his room, disposed of his pajamas, and turned to see Ron, Hermione and Ginny sitting on his bed, watching him. "Something wrong?" Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. "You don't feel like an intruder, do you, Harry?" Ron asked pleadingly. Hermione said that she felt the same way when she first spent time at the Burrow. Harry glanced at Hermione, who had a sympathetic look on her face. He rubbed his eyes underneath his glasses in frustration. He never meant for this to be a matter for discussion. "Not anymore," Harry said truthfully. "Ron, I know your family and I do consider them an extension of my own. All I'm saying is that, considering who I grew up with, a family like yours was a little overwhelming. It's not a bad thing. Most people wish to have a family like yours." Ron and Ginny shared a glance and shrugged helplessly. I guess we never thought about it, Ginny said sincerely. I'm sorry if I got a bit cross with you, Harry. Flem just makes me so mad. She doesn't treat me like she treats you. If it really bothers you, I won't bring it up anymore. Fleur really does treat you differently than everyone else, Harry, Hermione said bluntly. I don't know whether it is because of who you are or if it's because of everything that's happened. Maybe it's because you're the first person to actually give them your blessing without any hesitation. If you think about it, it really isn't surprising that Fleur is acting this way towards you. You're really the only person other than Bill she knows. Harry shrugged, unable to think of anything to say to that. So, what do you three want to do today? He asked as he walked to his bedside table, picked up his watch and put it on. He was surprised that it is only 8:30. They really did arrive early. I have training with Sirius in an hour. Maybe he'll let you three join us. Hermione was instantly on her feet. What are you doing? She asked eagerly. Is it your physical training? Harry nodded. We're not sparring or doing anything extremely difficult yet, he said. Madame Pomfrey wants us to go slow, so we're basically back to what we were doing last summer before Sirius felt that I was healthy enough to try anything more strenuous. Ron looked at Harry skeptically. I don't know, he said uncertainly. I've seen what you can do. Won't we be holding you back? Actually, I think it would be fascinating to see, Hermione said matter-of-factly. We've only seen Harry train alone. Maybe if Sirius has time he can show us some simple moves we can use in order to defend ourselves. Ginny jumped off the bed with a large smile. I'm up for it, she said excitedly. It would be good to know what to do if Malfoy acts like a prat this year. That was all that was needed to change Ron's opinion. For the next hour, all Ron could talk about was possible ways to take out revenge on Malfoy with Ginny while eating breakfast that Dobby and Creature provided. Harry and Hermione quietly discussed material they had read in their defense books. It was another one of their endless debates of book knowledge versus instinctual knowledge. Hermione was the theoretical learner while Harry was the practical. It wasn't long before Sirius made an appearance and clearly wasn't expecting visitors. Sirius was like he was every morning when he crawled out of bed, half asleep and ready to hex anyone who tried to strike a conversation with him. Knowing what his godfather needed more than anything, Harry instantly moved to pour Sirius a cup of coffee when he felt a hand on his shoulder. The hand squeezed gently before Sirius sat down beside Harry. How are you, kiddo? Sirius asked softly and slightly groggily. Harry looked at Sirius and gave him a reassuring smile. I'll be okay, he said sincerely as he handed over the cup of coffee. It's just a lot to take in. I never expected the Daily Prophet to actually be right for once. Sirius sighed as he ruffled Harry's hair. He took a sip of his coffee and set the cup down. Don't put that sort of pressure on yourself, he said quietly. We're not going to let this change our lives. We all want revenge against Voldemort. We all want him to pay for what he's taken from us. We will be with you when the time comes to finally take him out, Harry. Remember that. Harry nodded with a relieved smile on his face. He knew he couldn't go back, only forward, and that had to be one step at a time. He felt a swell of confidence that, no matter what, Sirius and Remus would be with him throughout the journey, guiding him. At the present time, that was what Harry needed the most, perhaps more now than ever before. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.